Hey everybody, thanks for being here. Much appreciated. Anyway, thanks, Wick, for being so kind as to create the channel. Everyone, go check out Wick if you haven't done so already. We love our friend. We hope he's doing well. Okay, we're gonna do Reverie Roundtable. And hooray, everyone's here. Oh, white people. White people usually. Okay. Okay, so let's get everyone settled. Just all right. Yeah, let's do it.
I'll be right back.
I mean, that's a pattern you'll see in most things, right? Like you'll see in most cases when somebody becomes an expert in something, they tend to be right wing in that thing, in the field that they're an expert in.
I don't know if that holds across the board. I'm not even sure what you mean by conservative in that thing either, or conservative in that field.
Right, I would mean pro hierarchy, pro order versus chaos, pro wanting expert opinions to be better than like everyone's opinions. Like most people don't want to democratize the things they're an expert in. So
yeah,
and when you take that logic, right? Like when you take that logic to its logical conclusion, then if you were an expert in everything, you would be anti-democracy in everything. And so if you were anti-democracy in everything, and you recognize that that's what it would mean to be an expert in something, then why would you be pro-democracy in anything?
There's only one thing I'm an expert in, and that's giving out ass whippings. That's all you need to know.
You mean whoopings?
There you go.
Next.
Whoopings. They're different scenarios for different ones.
Say it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Strictly speaking, of like generally, yeah, experts. They want to be recognized as experts, and yeah, they don't want, people with credentials want their credentials recognized.
That's right. They sure do. They sure do want their credentials recognized, Corey.
Yeah,
we'll get to that soon.
You're also a testament to how worthless credentials are.
Nah. If anything, by your own logic, I'm showing a very hefty value because I can be used as a talking point for you. You're welcome.
Well, and you're right. They do have value. So, how much did you pay for them again?
Don't worry about it. That's not important. That's neither here nor there. Right?
No.
Well, technically, we all pay for degrees, right? I mean,
I know. I'm curious how much you paid.
I would argue that I paid a better deal.
Exactly. I was going to say he's got greater value, right? He paid what, like $20, like with shipping and handling, to get his degrees. How much did you pay? Like I feel like he's way ahead of you.
It shows a lot more than that.
It shows his big brain. It shows his big brain that he didn't pay that much.
No. I'll correct the record.
Well, the same title too.
No.
It's now expensive cigars.
I have paid thousands of Canadian dollars. I still think that's less than the $20 that Jim paid. So
all right,
I win either way.
So I know we're memeing and it's fun. I love to meme, but it is really important that when I think it's interesting to recognize this, because when you recognize this is when you recognize psychic profit. And I think so many misunderstandings in understanding how markets and capitalism work is that people look at value as like a market value of a thing, how much it costs to produce a thing, and the function that a thing does. And they often throw to the wayside the psychic profit, which is, I feel good about this thing, or there's something I want that isn't necessarily measured in the function. So a great example of this would be people boycotting Israeli products right now, right? There is a psychic profit that is gained by purchasing products that don't have any form of their money flowing to Israel or Israeli corporations, right? Despite the fact that it might be more expensive or not as good of a product, etc., because you gain some psychic profit. And I think that's one of the key things that is important to understand about how markets and capitalism actually function.
I think that's pretty fair. Yeah.
I'm trying to buy more stuff from Israel to offset those people.
And I mean that in this situation, which is that Admiral Gibbs, his degree might give him some psychic profit for the fun and the memes, but like it doesn't have any actual value to most people because it doesn't mean all of the hard work, all of the education, all of the presumed perseverance, etc., credentialing.
I don't know, man. I persevered through a lot of things to get to where I'm at.
Gibbs. It has value to me, right, and to
Thank you.
Lagwood because we get to make fun of Corey all day because it's lots of
Just
value.
wait. We're
And
getting
to
this
the
paper written.
producers of whatever
Right.
that fucking eye medication is.
Mhm. Oh yeah, fuck those people, bro. Yeah, what is it? Oh yeah, here we go. It is Vita Eyes.
Oh,
Promo code Gibbs.
Promo code Gibbs. They didn't give me a promo code, these bastards. So fuck them.
yeah, I don't think you get promo codes until your actual sponsor, right? Like you just get affiliate
Yeah,
links
I
otherwise.
I don't
Yeah.
know. I'm just making stuff up.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Blue Chew gave me a promo code, so I guess not an affiliate link. So fuck them.
Okay. All right. That's something. But Lactoid, before we get started, I wanted to ask you something real quick. Have you heard of this is big case?
My bad. He has a fresh cut. I'm gonna notice that. I'm gonna say something. Nice cut, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Naiman is the the how to
Show
play.
us. Take off your
Yeah, bro. Show.
the
Give
whole
us a
thing.
360, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, we like that you left the beard. You look much more manly.
Damn. Look at Mad Men.
Yeah, he's looking. I know. Yeah. He's looking fantastic. What? Did you have like a big dang court or something?
You saw John Hamm got hard. Said I need that.
It was getting crazy. It was getting. I had to cut it down. And
You were looking like a hippie, or like the type of people you would punch, right? Yeah.
He
Can't be doing that.
he was revealing too much of his true self.
So, Prime guys, I understand that you don't understand this because you're black. But us white people, when summer comes and it gets warmer, we have this thing where like we're too warm, right? And so like we don't wear, big hoodies, or like we get a haircut so that it's like not as, so it's more manageable and there's not as much heat on our head. I know that black people, like, I know that you don't get it, right? That you can stand and just bask in the rays of the sun's energy and just be
All black
fulfilled.
people.
What is he, a plant?
Just all
Is he
of
a
the
plant?
vitamins just go into your body as you
He's
absorb
got
the glorious
photosynthesis
sun.
going
all
on.
that
For
all
us-
that chlorophyll.
us
That's what
You
cave
are
birds,
blessed. You
us-
are
us
blessed.
All that
shriveled-
photosynthesis
us-
you're
us-
doing.
our shriveled what is it pituitary gland, us cave beasts,
Yeah.
we must hide from the sun and the heat sometimes, and get a fresh haircut so that our head doesn't get so
The
Yeah, I have-
wind
Did you
going,
just
it
say
feels so good.
black people get haircuts like once a week? What are we?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
What are you
I'm
talking
confused
about?
on that
You're
too. Black people get haircuts. Yeah, I've seen that.
Way
a
more.
lot of them. I mean,
mean,
the barbershop
are-
trope.
are
is
you
always
gonna say-
like
Black people
that.
do not
are you
have
fucking
barbershops.
The only
shit
reason,
testing
the only reason
my
I didn't,
joke right
the
now?
only reason I didn't compliment Prime is because it's
Shut
always
the fuck up,
freshly cut.
nerd.
Okay.
It's expected at this point, huh?
I love you, Scott.
The
It's
vitriol.
okay.
Oh, he said that. That was great. But yeah, before we get started, Lactoid, I wanted to
I don't really care.
What? Yeah, I know. But I wanted to ask you: have you heard of this case in Australia? It's part of the culture war situation, right? So there was this there is a service, right, called Giggle for Girls, and I know I didn't name it, right, but it's a social media platform. FQ, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So yeah, it's called Giggle for Girls, but it's for women. You know where this is going.
I don't.
Oh,
Giggle?
you should. But anyway,
They giggle together.
it's
It's
women
whether or not
only.
you include trans people.
It's women only. A trans woman tried to join, right? And the regular things ensued. So now this case is going through their court system. But the woman, the trans woman who is suing, his name is Roxanne Tickle. And so the name of the
Roxanne
case is
What? Her name
Tickle.
is what?
Is
Tickle v.
Tickle
Giggle.
v. Giggle. I just found that out last night.
Great title. I love
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, and it's
Tickle
going to
v.
be one of their.
Giggle
It's
is
going to
fucking great.
literally. It's going to be one of their landmark cases because they've never like tested anything like this there on like electronic premises rather than a physical premise. You know, as to who can let into a club, right? So this will be in their history books. Tickle v. Giggle. I love it.
Yeah, I'm strongly in favor of Giggle. I hope Giggle is successful, and I hope Tickle loses.
Giggle.
That's-
Lose at the tickle battle.
Giggle.
If you
Okay.
care about consent, you must respect giggles over tickles. Don't touch unless I say so.
All right.
True.
Good. That's a good one.
Let's get started. Thanks all for being here. Really do appreciate you coming through. This is our big roundtable, which we have Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. We have a fantastic group of guests here, and we have a new person, which I'm very excited about. But we'll get started by, and before we do that, support the channel. If you like our intro, you like us talking, you like coming here week after week, consider subbing this channel, gifting bits, gifting subs. Using Amazon Prime, says Prime Gaming on this channel. I still say /Prime Gaming, but it's been years since like they used that title for like you're free Amazon. But I don't know, habit.
There's gaming on Twitch.
Yeah, like Prime Gaming was a better like term for that, right? Like, or yeah, I don't know, whatever.
There's gaming with a major caveat, right? Like you have to see either tits or ass in order to, that's majority of the screen. But there will be some gaming in the corner, don't you?
There will be some gaming, indeed. But anyway, yeah, consider supporting the channel, or gifting bits, gifting subs if you're on YouTube. Consider giving super chats. We'll react to those super chats. All right, so we'll start by introducing our great individuals. Looking better than he has for a long time. He's been going downhill for a while. Our friend Lactoid. Lactoid. Like, actually, you do look fantastic, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I really appreciate that. I've never had a haircut that I really, really like. I'm a little bit of a perfectionist, and my hair never really sits the way I want it to. But all of you are really making me feel warm inside. So thank you so much. Yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
All right, absolutely. Let's go to our friend Fabian Liberty Scott back with us. How are you, friend?
I'm doing just fine. I am Fabian Liberty, or you can just call me Scott. That's my name. Anarcho-capitalist, libertarian. Check me out on YouTube or all the other places at Fabian Liberty. If you want to discuss libertarian philosophy, and I mean really get into the nerdy, nitty gritty. Or just watch some debates, either way, or have a good time.
Absolutely, check them out. And next we have a friend, Corey Campbell. Corey, how are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you. As always, grateful to be here. And it's really unfortunate that, as a result of Lactoid being more clean cut, I can no longer label him as a socialist. With all the disheveledness, too much in the socialist direction. But yeah, looking forward as always getting into it. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube, it's Corey Campbell. And yeah, that's it.
Ali is here. Ali with the best set design, really. Like those accent lights really help. I've been like thinking about those, like accent lights, like it seemed like a cheap way of just like making your room pop, But yeah, thanks for being here.
Okay. Inexpensive. Jesus Christ, bro. Inexpensive is a better word than cheap. Oh yeah, I think I'm not gonna lie. Being on camera, I feel like I have OCD because if things aren't filled perfectly and if the lighting isn't good, I will go crazy. So thank you for noticing that. Yeah. How you guys doing? Pleasure to be here.
Yeah. As you all know, I'm a stickler for lighting. It needs perfect. I'm the same way. But moving on.
I can tell.
I got the bisexual lighting on for you.
It looks nice. It looks nice.
I can do that too.
Okay. Let's have our arms race on that one. FQ is back with us. Thank you, Fairy Queen. Very excited. I'm always excited to have Fairy Queen. She's a fantastic guest. How are you, friend?
I'm doing great tonight. Thank you so much for having me, Prime. Thank you guys for watching us. You can find me at Fairy Queen's Cottage on YouTube and at Fairy_Queen on Twitter. Thank you.
Triple underscore.
I know. There are too many fairy queens in the world, okay? I had to differentiate my handle somehow, so I did it by putting as many underscores as possible before
you did it in the worst, most annoying way. Why underscores? I never you've said this before, but I realize I haven't actually listened to it. Triple underscore.
Look, okay, I like the name Fairy Queen. I wasn't gonna change it. People, I know it's generic, okay, but I like it. Okay, it's too much a part of me now. I can't just throw it away at this point. Okay.
No. You could have put Fairy Queen, right?
And then put real or whatever, official.
Right? Oh yeah, official or TV
streamer.
Or anything. but like the character that people hate typing the most is you're like I'll put 3
underscore.
of those.
The underscore. That's your least favorite. That cannot be your least.
You're-
favorite.
It's so awkward. To
You're
type
better
in an
off.
underscore.
You're better off putting it fairy, the word underscore, and then queen.
Yeah,
You think I didn't try that? Okay, like you open up an account that's able to do that. Okay, you won't be able to.
Why don't you try Fairies Queen?
I just wanted it to be fairy queen, the traditional
sounds
spelling.
You should-
super
okay.
gay.
You should. I
For the
mean,
record, if
I'm-
someone was like
and-
fairiesqueen.com, I'd be like, dog, there's no way I'm
Fairy
clicking on this
Queen's-
drag show
Fairy
penis
Queen's
porn
Cottage.
website. Like,
Fairy
that's
Queen's
not
Cottage
happening,
sounds way less gay.
That sounds so sus. Both of them sound pretty sus.
All right. Well, now that we've sufficiently harassed our friend, let's move on. We have a brand new person. His name is Saxiums. I think that's how it's pronounced. They'll correct me in a second. And they were recommended to us by Counterpoints, our friend Connor, who we love and hoped to have here soon. But yeah, Staxium in his place. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. You can call me Hunter as well, which is my real name. I make TikTok videos, but then I realized that a lot of TikTokers are pretty psycho, so I'm trying to move to the transition to YouTube. So we'll see how that goes. So follow me on TikTok or YouTube at Staxiums.
Thank you. We had an official Prime Kai account. I literally put like three like VODs, like not pieces of VODs, like clips there. And then and it must have been like months later, I got banned. I hadn't even looked at the account. Right?
Yeah.
I got like
That's crazy, man.
permabanned.
Off TikTok, is that what you said?
Off of TikTok,
Yeah.
right?
No, yeah,
And-
I've hit it quite a few times. Like I started making videos like critical of China, and it started like banning them all, and I'm like, that's crazy.
Oh my god! Did you keep your account?
And by
Yeah,
crazy,
I
you mean 100% to be expected?
No, fair. Yeah, it was like Uyghur genocide, and it just.
Oh yeah,
struck
you
me.
can't say the word Uyghur on TikTok.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
To be fair, you can't say, you got to say grape and
What if you're
Good thing I
talking
can't
about
say that
like,
word
your-
anyway.
Yeah, you
your
got
white
to check
friend
out.
that likes to wear do-rags? Can you say Uyghurs then?
What about Wangsta? Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I lost my account. I gotta try to get it back. But it was
Just make a new one. Just make a new one. It ain't worth it. If you have already been banned, to get it back, just make a new
Yeah,
one.
and it was only 3 videos. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is that like I'm unlike Fairy Queen here. I appreciate like brand consistency across across social media platforms. I mean, maybe I could try underscores, right? Prime underscore Kai. I don't know.
Yeah, do 3 underscores.
Seems to be all the rage of
Really
ladies.
good now.
Listen. I know we're still in intros and stuff, but let me just make a very quick prediction. You can put money on it. TikTok is going to die, and here's why TikTok is going to die: because they don't have the political power that Meta and Google or Alphabet have. Number one, and number two. All YouTube needs to do is figure out how to have a better, more streamlined process of bringing people from YouTube Shorts content to their long form content, and there will be no reason for any creator to prefer TikTok.
You don't even know why these people are on TikTok, man. There's so much money to be made on these live sessions. You don't understand how much money people are making on live.
You're saying I don't understand.
Much money.
100%.
There's literally
much money.
nothing. There's nothing you could do on TikTok that YouTube wouldn't be able to do. Number one, right?
The gifting that's on TikTok.
Why couldn't YouTube couldn't do it? Why can't?
Why haven't they? Is the question, right? There's a reason they haven't.
Because they don't feel threatened. Because they have enough political power to not need to institute that, and if they do, they will. I'm telling you, trust me. Just put money on it. And come see me in 2 or 3 years.
I got $5.
I'll put money on the fact that TikTok will not
Gentlemen's
disappear in 2 to 3 days. Or 2 to 3 years.
I said 2 to 3. I didn't say
No, I meant
disappear.
I don't think
but I'm
TikTok's
just
going
saying,
anywhere.
I don't think
unless,
they'll have the relevancy.
I think.
unless other social media platforms start paying out the same way TikTok's paying out. Yeah, like
100%. And
they
just came out with a new program. Man. I made like $1,000 off of one video. It was crazy.
Yeah, man. It's the money on TikTok is stupid.
Yeah, that's not really an argument because you're not saying there's anything special about TikTok, right? And you're not countering the other ones.
Yeah, I am. Is that no other platform is paying you
there's nothing special about
nearly No. There's something special about TikTok. No other platform is paying literally nearly enough. That none of them. There are so many celebrities on TikTok is because it's just like an extra $2,000 a day.
Prediction. It's an extra prediction, right?
Yeah.
We don't need to debate this at all. Come hit me up in 2 to 3 years.
I'd love to.
Tell me if YouTube's not doing better and TikTok is going downhill.
Put it on your Google,
we'll see.
Put it on your Google Calendar. All right. Next we have our friend Admiral Gibbs. Actually, no. Just quickly, I actually did do that. Right, like there was like a bet or something like that, and I put it on my Google Calendar for it was like a year or something. Like it was something like that, right? But then like by that year, the end of that term, the other person, or either they got banned or it was just some sort of drama, and I couldn't actually like get my payout on that. Yeah, it was really unfortunate. But like if you're serious about it, just put it on the calendar.
Just do it. You always just do a gentleman's bet.
Yeah,
right? Like $1. That way you don't care.
That's
socialist. Like I said, $5, Scott. $5.
That's socialist. No, we gotta put.
Yeah, that's fine. $5. Internet shake. I don't care.
Admiral Gibbs, thank you for being here as well, friend. Yeah, nice to have you.
I'm glad to be here. It's always fun to be here. Yeah, I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere. I only have no underscores in my name. I think maybe I have one underscore on one of mine. Just so y'all know, yeah, because underscores are definitely the worst thing to type. There's nothing worse to type than an underscore. I've been sitting here thinking about this whole time while they've been debating whether or not TikTok is going to exist, and I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, I gotta be honest. I think I might be with Fabian on this one. TikTok's definitely all their features are getting taken over by everybody else. There's nothing unique about them. There's no it's not like you can copyright. Oh, okay, the roses thing. Any of these platforms could definitely incentivize the way that TikTok has. They just for some reason haven't, and I think they eventually will.
They don't need to.
The free market will make them do it because there's going to be an alternative that comes up if we take out TikTok with the House and the Senate because it might die via that way. I mean, the House just voted to ban it.
All right.
They didn't vote to ban it. They voted to sell it to an American.
Well, yeah, we'll see how that works.
No, I hate that propaganda is coming from TikTok itself, where they're like, "Dude, they're trying to ban it." They are not. No.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we all know the Biden crime family's in cahoots with China, so we'll see how that goes down. We'll see.
I'm sure you have evidence for that claim, huh?
I got plenty.
Don't worry, we have plenty of other things to debate tonight, so we don't have to get distracted. We have our last friend, Doobie. Doobie, are you around?
Yeah, I'm here.
I don't see your stuff in the stream.
Oh, I deleted my. I was doing a computer refresh, right? And I think I deleted my beautiful little frogman. So I need to remake it, which isn't a big deal. So I've been just setting up something really quickly. So I'll have the cam up in 5 minutes.
All right. Well, our friend Doobie is here. You can hear his silky voice. All right. So let's get started. Topic 1. Private military contractors, PMCs, are mercenary groups deployed by governments to accomplish tasks that they often don't or can't have their standing militaries accomplish. The Russian-based Wagner Group is an example, but deploying these men to conflict zones can have disastrous consequences. This blame for their actions can't be placed squarely on governments. Abuses tend to be overlooked or even ignored. There is very little accountability. In the worst case scenario, as Wagner demonstrated, they may destabilize their home nation after becoming too powerful. However, some people want to increase our usage of these groups because of the cheaper price and to lessen the use of state violence. Do you think PMCs have a useful role to play? Would you prefer your nation use them more often? Would you want your nation to reduce its standing army in favor of private forces? So if you were here last week, our friends Scott and Gibbs wanted to discuss this, so that's why I made this happen. I also want to, to the participants, I kind of want to apologize for the article that I sent, which was like a State Department missive, right? I had forgotten. I forgotten that I made the promise that we were going to discuss this week, and then I had to edit the messages, the invites I had already sent. And I was trying to do it quickly. I'm like, okay, let me just grab something. And I'm like, oh, State Department, this should be good. And then I put this in. Then I later on, because I had just scanned it, when I actually read it, I'm like, oh my God, this is like this purely American propaganda. I just like. So I do apologize for that. And
the amount of times that you have used Jacobin or like fucking what was the other one? Salon or something. Whatever. The amount of times that you've used just straight up commie trash as your fucking article for the week, and now we're fucking apologizing. Okay, State Department. Like, I'm with you, but like, come on.
It's not useful. I'm fine with things being biased, but like in a useful way. I think that was like less useful in the way it was biased.
I think this was very accurate. I think it was very accurate, perfect. There was I have no problems with it at all.
Well, yeah, I didn't even have to hurry because you all were asleep, so none of you saw the invites or me editing them, except for Scott. But anyway,
I was awake.
Because
I was awake at 2 o'clock in the morning.
He's a dead degenerate like me, so that makes sense. All right, but anyway, let's get started. Lactoid.
Sure. So I'm okay with PMCs generally speaking. But I do think there needs to be a level of oversight from the government. To me, libertarianism is based around reducing coercive forces within society and reducing the power of coercive organizations. This applies whether it's a government or not. A lot of libertarians are just very much against government, but I think there's a real danger of other coercive organizations gaining power. And PMCs are a category of organizations that absolutely have that risk. We saw this happen with Wagner, and I think it's possible whenever you just when you think through it intuitively. Here you have an organization that has a lot of heavy weaponry, and if they violate people's rights, we want them to be held responsible in a court of law. But what if they outgun the state forces? What if they outgun the forces that are assigned to enforce the rule of law and to enforce courts? So that's something that I never want to happen. It just seems like neo-feudalism. So I'm okay with regulation on PMCs. I'm okay with them existing, but there needs to be steps taken to make sure they don't have power to overthrow the United States government and implement whatever they want.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah. So, first and foremost, we have to understand what are the rights of man, and the fundamental right of man is the right of self-defense. So, if the fundamental right of man is the right of self-defense, and we understand that as societies develop, there is niches that are taken care of by different forms of labor, right? Every man is no longer a farmer. Instead, some man becomes a blacksmith, and they specialize in a certain thing. And military is no different. There are people that are simply fulfilling a job, and instead of everybody defending themselves and defending their property, they outsource that for one specific group of the community to be able to, contract some form of defense or, have some form of retainer, whatever it may be. Standing militaries by governments, and in many cases, Wagner being one, PMCs that are basically just another wing of the state that are used so that they can kind of avoid getting in trouble for the genocides they commit in random countries, is a simulacrum of that right. It is designed to kind of fulfill a function that is necessary, but it is one that the state has stolen from man. They have stolen the right for man to defend himself and instead created a police state and a military that does it for them so long as they follow the rules that those in power want. That being said, private military contractors are, without a doubt, by every observable metric, a step in the right direction. They're far less corrupt than government militaries. We see this over and over and over again, where you have, dictators or leaders that are overthrown, and there is a serious concern that one political faction has too much power with the military. And so often you will have like Levant or other PMC groups from Israel or Ukraine, until recently, that will step in and train a new military so that military isn't, beholden to a specific dictator, but is instead beholden to the will of like the current governmental structure. They're way more efficient. They're way cheaper. They have an incidence rate that is just lower than the military organizations, with the exception of groups like Wagner, where they are used so that the Russians, for example, don't have to, get their hands dirty. They can pay someone else to get their hands dirty. They're a criminal organization at that point. They're not a private military contractor. So in every way that you could look at it, there is very little risk to PMCs, so long as they are subject to the same libertarian philosophy that anyone or any government ought to be subject to, which is not to aggress and only to be used defensively. They're more efficient. They're a stabilizing force in dangerous regions and countries, and they are closer to the market principle and competition that is necessary for us to transition away from the tyranny of the state.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Corey.
I'll try to be brief. Well, first, I am very far from an expert on private military contractors. I'm pretty much largely going on the article that you sent, which might pose some problems. But and so everything that Scott went through may very well be true. I don't actually know. I'd be curious to know if there's any data in terms of comparing, whatever state military versus private military contracts in terms of whatever friendly fire, civilian casualties, human rights violations, et cetera. I imagine the data is not that great, or rather, the source of the data may not be that great, but I'm open to seeing it and having mine changed. But so far, pretty much across the board, all the prompts in the question, I pretty much lean towards no currently. In terms of not a useful role to play, don't prefer my nation using them more, and not in favor of replacing the army with private forces. And I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. Social logic, please.
Yeah, so from what I understood, this just sounds like the government makes an army of basically just a bunch of little suicide squads, and then gets to do whatever it wants. That's from you have private mercenaries. You hire them; they handle things for you. First, I don't know how that's not the state. I don't know how that's not done by the state. I get that's not done directly, and I don't get how it's any cheaper if you still have to pay these people to do it. You might have to pay them less, but it's still a cost, and it's an outside cost if anything. And so this kind of trickles down to eventually not having any government. No, it sounds like it goes into no military, and then we're gonna have no police, so we're just gonna have private security everywhere, and that just becomes a bunch of rich people getting to do. You have a bunch of little Jack Dohertys walking around because rich kids, using their daddy's security to go fuck with people and get famous on kick, and then poor people just have to eat shit, and there's more poor people than the rich people. So I don't know how that doesn't end up in just everyone rioting, right? It's just 1, 2, 3, and then we just have riots. So I don't know if it's good, but do I think governments should hire little suicide squads to do their dirty work? I mean, they're going to anyways. I mean, if it benefits us, fuck it. But I'm saying to make it our main source of probably not. Probably opt against it. I don't know how it's been. Once again, I just don't know how it's cheaper. I don't know how they're not already government affiliated. I don't know how it's not the state doing it. If it's just that's how it's going to be associated, unless it's done in private. But yeah, thank you.
So much. FQ.
Hi. I will echo Corey's sentiment in that I am not an expert in this particular. I mean, that goes without saying. I'm not an expert, but I am not as well informed regarding PMCs as maybe some other people here on the panel are. So that's my white flag. Before I will echo the sentiments that everyone else is saying, which is that I feel very skeptical and frankly frightened of the idea of our government deciding to switch over to PMCs. There's a video I saw a few years ago, and I can link it to you guys if you'd like to see it. It's called "Billionaire Warlords: Why the Future is Medieval." The person in it, his name is Sean McFate. He was an advisor to Oxford's University Center for Global Affairs. I can link it later. His thesis, his suggestion is that as a concern that exists regarding PMCs, regarding mercenary groups, is that if you have a company or a corporation, or if you have a person who is wealthy enough, that essentially means that they don't have to care as much as an ordinary citizen about what the rule of the law is within the state, because they can simply hire a paramilitary force in order to enact what their decision makings are. That has huge consequences. How is any government force supposed to regulate the actions of a company, like within their state, if all the company has to do, or if all the person has to do is say, up yours, I'm going to hire this paramilitary group to go and to enforce like the regulations that I would like to have happen instead. This has huge implications as far as like personal liberty. It has huge implications as far as like what are we to do as far as foreign war is concerned. I think it's highly concerning, and I think that like if any government has a vested interest in maintaining power, that they should reject and they should avoid the use of PMCs as much as possible.
So much. Staxium, excuse me.
Yep. So I'm going to largely echo. So preventing coups is one of the largest things to worry about, especially with the Wagner Group recently aggressing on the Russian government. But I'm going to mention a few other things that other people haven't, which is one, we cannot privatize national security clearances and secrets. That is a dangerous road to follow for, I think, pretty obvious reasons. The second is that I would actually agree that PMCs would be cheaper. That's because their main duty is to the CEO for profit. And one of the main duties of the government, of the military, is to not piss off Americans. And one of their main concerns is to save American lives. I think that we spend an exceptional amount of money, way more than we need to ensure that no one dies. And I think that private companies would not care the same because their bottom line is a paycheck and not necessarily a better outcome.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to Admiral Gibbs.
Well, first I want to answer Socialist Lactoid up there with his concerns about the PMCs overthrowing governments. I want corporations to have the right to defend themselves because corporations are people. And they not only that, people have the right to defend themselves, they have the right to self-defense, corporations have the right to self-defense. Not only that, okay, not only is that true, capitalists are okay with companies having military capabilities, and that in any capabilities they can get. And this is to do what's best for their shareholders and customers. In fact, one could go as far as to say it's their fiduciary duty. As Fabian Liberty just earlier said, private militaries are way less corrupt. You know what? I also agree with that statement. They can also be much more dispassionate, not have to worry about the emotional issues that may arise in the region, and are removed from being the direct parties involved that might escalate an issue just by being there. This allows them to do things that actually solve the problems in areas where you have unstable governments. PMCs can lower death counts on country citizens and militaries because these are expendable forces who are made up of volunteers that sign contracts. These are all good things. So basically, there's no real reason to not like PMCs. Furthermore, I do want to say one thing in addition to Staxium here. We already privatized national security with private space companies. So national security clearances with private space companies, you have to get a security clearance, or military contractors for maintenance on stuff. So those are already two examples where they do that. And I see the rest of my time.
Thank you so much. And for our final friend, Doobie, he's in an avatar that he knows I'm not gonna like. He does it specifically to grade on me. But Doobie, thanks for being here.
And
maybe he's not here. No, there you
so,
go. Right.
Wait, can you not hear me? Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
So, yeah, I'm torn, to be honest. Because I don't understand how you could support the existence of PMCs and nations working with PMCs and not support something like ISIS or something, right? Like, so, because ISIS is effectively just a bunch of people who got together, former military, got a lot of money from a lot of interested parties to push a certain ideology, and then went around and caused a ton of trouble, right? Like, how is that not a PMC? And how do you square supporting PMCs with supporting something like ISIS or any of these other random terrorist organizations across the planet to effectively do the same thing? And if your position is that you just support those organizations and only people are fighting against them, well, like, how does that lead to a more stable world?
Okay, thank you so much. All right, open to discussion.
Can I just ask a question to Gibbs? So just to see how I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but just to make sure. So you think, let's say, for example, a company can like purchase a nuke, like Microsoft can nuke.
I would be more than okay with that. Yeah, that would be fantastic.
Oh,
like
yeah,
think
brother.
about how wonderful it would be if like
How
in,
wonderful, yeah.
in Nigeria, for example, where they're fighting Boko Haram and they have all this oil, and Exxon came in and used their private military to secure the oil fields and stabilize the region by getting rid of the Boko Haram and the ISIS affiliates.
Yeah, it's all fun and dandy.
Wait,
You gotta go band for band with the Arabs, just like
Well,
relax.
I mean, there's no Arabs. That's burns the whole
Gibbs. Gibbs, I got another question for you. Would you be okay with McDonald's hiring a PMC to go shoot up a Burger King in order to prevent competition in the local area?
Personally, I'm here for the new fast food wars. But like, I like on a real note though. What's one of the first things that are burned in countries whenever they are having unrest? Well, people burn McDonald's for the sake of them being like a symbol of Americanism. Well, guess what? If McDonald's had some private military forces, you're probably not going to be going and burning no more McDonald's. It probably saved them money by saving franchise.
So we're just going to have terrorists on GoFundMe, and that's going to be a great.
Until the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there has never been a war between two countries that both had McDonald's. Now imagine if McDonald's had a military.
I think Serbia and Kosovo. I think there was a.
I think
a couple of corrections, right?
So we'll go to Scott. Hunter, FQ. Did you have your hand up previously? I'm not sure.
I did not. I'm just adjusting my headset.
So there's no like substantive, budget breakdown to understand whether or not PMCs or whether or not a standing army is cheaper. Right there, you're not going to find like a really detailed study. Trust me, I fucking looked. It's just not something that most economists are interested in. So what you have to look at is you have to look at the incentive structures, and there's kind of arguments on both sides. I think the arguments, setting aside the ideological argument that privatized things with competition are almost always more efficient and cheaper. Setting aside that, if we want to look at like what strengths and weaknesses exist, some of the strengths that PMCs have is number one, there is a kind of menial labor can be done with much less wage, with a much lower wage, right? So when you are a cook in the Army, for example, and you're in the Army long enough to be a specialist or like an E5, right? You get paid deployment pay, you get paid the job that is your rank. Right. Whereas PMCs that are using subcontractors to run their cafeteria with like local cooks and things like that, they're just spending way less money to do that. Now, obviously, there's a profit mechanism that exists there that doesn't exist for as far as the state is concerned. But I think we've seen time and time again, like kind of that. So that's one thing. Another thing is that there's no hidden costs to PMCs. So, for example, when you're talking about soldiers, one thing that will upset a nation more than anything is if you don't have appropriate health care or some form of like government programs for veterans, right? Even if a country leans away from socialized medicine, it will get very, very upset and angry and demand money be thrown at a problem to combat, let's say, PTSD and things like that. Whereas private military contractors, they're hiring someone on a wage. And you might have insurance, you might have like Red Cross or something, but you're paying for that. Like it's all upfront. There's no kind of like hidden kind of understanding that in 10 years there might be a new VA bill that like increases funding. Like there are things that can't possibly be tracked, right? That you deal with when you're dealing with government taking care of veterans. There's also the thing that PMCs are way, way, way more flexible in terms of being able to hire a bunch of people and in terms of being able to fire or get rid of a bunch of people without buyouts, right? So when you have a standing army, especially if you have a volunteer force, right? You don't conscript. It's really, really important that you maintain a strong NCO, right? This is some of the failures of the Russian army, as you can see, is that they don't have a strong NCO corps. So it's one thing to have a bunch of generals that are great tacticians, and it's another thing to have a bunch of cannon fodder, young troops to go and like kind of get themselves blown up. But the real backbone of any military is the non-commissioned officer role, right? These are people with years of experience at leading troops, at, leading operations and missions, at being able to command, a unit to be able to do certain things. You can train a bunch of young guys how to do room clearing but you can't train them how to avoid Mogadishu, right? Like you have to, that takes experience. And so PMCs have this advantage where they can kind of just hire people with that experience from wherever in the world, sign up a contract and vet that they're not crazy, and then they can kind of get rid of them when they no longer need them or put them in some type of retainer role. And so militaries, standing armies that are run by governments, they have to ramp up recruitment years and years ahead of time, hoping that they have a strong NCO core in 10 to 15 years. And like I said, you can see this failure from like the Russian military falling apart because they don't have that strong NCO core. And so, yeah. So, and the other thing is that like many of the jobs that are done by PMCs are things that you just don't need, really detailed, like highly trained individuals for, right? Like, so for example, when I was a medic in the Army, I was trained in room clearing. I was trained to be a combat medic. I was trained in combat medicine. And then I had to do rotations, in the hospital setting. And the thing is that if I'm a PMC, I don't need to be trained in all of those things. If I have a specific job, which is to be a combat medic, then I don't need an ortho rotation at the hospital. And vice versa, if I, need to help out in a hospital setting, I can be like an LPN and I don't need to have this combat medicine training. So those are some of the reasons why PMCs tend to be cheaper.
Okay. So let's go to Hunter, Lactoid, and Gibbs.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things that I want to say, mostly because there's been a lot of stupid things that have been said. So let me just focus in on Gibbs. I have a question for you. So you're focusing on the defensive nature of the PMCs, like if they're trying to prevent a McDonald's from being exploded, wouldn't it be cool if they could hire military?
Well, we could go on the offensive nature as well if you want. Like,
right, that's what I'm saying.
Look at how successful the East India Company was. 277 years, these guys handed out ass whippings around the world and generated tons of wealth for their country. I don't see anything better than that. What's better than that?
I would say it's like your entire ideology is a meme. So like,
welcome.
It's not a meme. It's 100%.
Like, so you agree? Yeah. I would say that destroying McDonald's should be stopped. If only we could have like some central authority who could prevent aggression, but still defend defensive nature.
Authority? Where's the link between a central authority and the defense?
What I'm trying to say is that if you just have PMCs, right, that basically anyone could hire, they could go defensive or aggressive because they don't have to abide by like official standards of like rule of law.
Yeah, that's actually a really good thing.
So is that true? Hold on. Is that what is the substantive difference between a competition of private military contractors in a world where individuals are attempting to protect their property and nation states that have disputes, disagreements, wars? I mean, are we not currently living in a world currently where like our own universities are under constant protests from the multiple fucking wars that we're currently funding? Right? Like what's the substantive difference?
I want to address the other thing you said there before we move on. I want to say that, you brought this up and you said we're not under these like rules, right? Well, I think that's a good thing. It's really a good thing these private militaries aren't signed the Geneva Convention. They can actually go in there and get shit done. Like this shit is like the Geneva Convention is just like guidelines. Like these countries break them at whim and then just go, oh look, well we're doing it because this. Or those are just like guidelines. It's like pirate. What was the pirate code in Pirates of the Caribbean? That doesn't mean something. PMCs can do this dispassionately.
Okay, so hold on. So you're saying,
which is a good thing.
Hold on. Gibbs, are you saying that like, so if there was a PMC that wasn't connected to any government on the planet, right, that no loyalty to any nation, and say one university was in competition with another university, so they hired this PMC to hack their computer systems, fuck over all their students, destroy all their infrastructure, right? You're saying that this would be like a preferable solution, like a world where this could happen, and there'd be nobody for them to answer to?
Yeah, it sounds like a skill issue on the team that lost.
Have you seen the East India Company? Come on.
Listen. This is the problem, and I understand Staxiums wants to respond to my question and not leave it like unaddressed, right? But this is the issue with the framing that occurs here, is that we are kind of like taking the status quo of violence that occurs between nation states, and we are kind of like taking that as like a normal thing, and then we're comparing it to this imagined increase in violence, and yet there's no connection to actual incentive structures where that is actually the logical conclusion. The incentive structures are more so for nation states to engage in violence with other nation states than it is for private companies that are beholden to profit, that need to work in a market, that have all of these competitors that they don't want to be branded criminal and they don't want to cause problems in the market. The incentive structure is
that just seems like an opening for a PMC that is very private about who they do business with, and is very good at doing things under the radar. It just seems like another opportunity in the market, right? So if companies want to be branded with this reputation of using PMCs to hack people or take people down, well, just go to a private company to do this. That won't tell anybody that they did it for you.
Again, you're not. Listen, you're proving my point further, right? It's not like there's this hunky-dory United States government where the CIA hasn't been caught every fucking decade, like orchestrating war somewhere. Okay, like it's not like we live in this like great global society of like peace, and like actually the United States military and government is like this just beautiful fucking thing. Like they do evil fucked up shit too. What I'm saying is, what is the incentive structure? And the incentive structure of nation states with power to where they have a monopoly, where they have top secret, where they can hide things from all of their citizens, where they have the right to tax people and steal money from them via the threat of violence, and you don't get to know what's going on in these FISA court rubber stamp approvals. You don't get to know what all of these things are going on behind the scenes, versus companies that are in competition with each other to protect and defend private property, where they have to work with a bunch of other people, and where if they get too violent and other people have an excuse to take them out because they're branded as criminals, the incentive structure is very clearly and obviously in favor that you're going to have a more peaceful
the incentive structure is
military
money.
contractors than with nation states and standing armies.
That's the simple thing.
Can you just like? I feel like you didn't respond to what I said. So are you like is your position that we should get rid of private militaries and national militaries entirely and use just PMCs? Because it sounds like to me like you're framing this in the way that would it seems to indicate to me that only these nations would use PMCs. No private corporation would use a PMC. What I'm talking about is the risk of private corporations hiring PMCs.
Yes, you're not actually addressing the arguments that I'm making, right? Which is you're saying, but private corporations. Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
PMCs
then why do you keep talking about nations that are held to standards and regulations? I'm talking about a private corporation hiring on a PMC to fuck over another private corporation.
I'm okay with that.
Right, because you're just restating. You're restating your positive position that I've just said. Please find the incentive structure difference. What I'm stating is,
they can make money.
Money is good. Money is great. Money is the greatest moral achievement of man. Like a society that uses and gets money, and a rich man that gains money is the greatest, most moral man in society.
Okay, so we found the incentive.
Greatest man,
okay, so why wouldn't they do this?
Fraud.
Okay, so we found the incentive. So why wouldn't they do this?
That's not it, because you're engaging in in high time preference behavior, and you're not actually thinking about low time preference behavior. So in high time preference, yes, it is absolutely true. It is absolutely true that in the immediate future you can gain money by doing so. The problem is that when you own private property, you don't, unlike politicians that are only there for 2 or 4 or 6 or 8 years, you actually have to live with that property your whole life. And so when you steal and you become a criminal, you open yourself up. You say, hey, this is the law of the jungle. Might makes right. I take what I want. And when you have a large competitive force, everyone else goes, oh, you want to be like that criminal? Well, we're going to take our shit back. When
but
that's not engaged in that
behavior, so ahistorical. That's so ahistorical, because that's how I could point to so many different organizations that are criminal organizations that you could say, oh, why would they act in criminal advocacy when you know that they would just get absorbed? And turns out some people think short term. Some people don't have the long term sustainability.
Link it.
Sorry, the mafia. Like, could I point to like any criminal organization that has ever existed?
Yeah, any corporate scandal of the past like fucking 200 years. Like, what are you talking about?
No.
Corporations have scandals because of their executives. The people running them are short-sighted sometimes. They do dumb shit.
Yes, it's absolutely true that people do dumb shit, right?
Okay.
And so if you believe that people do dumb shit and that people in power abuse power, right? Then your argument is give all of the power to one structure as opposed to a competition of structures where those that abuse their authority lose, as opposed to a political system where those that abuse their authority gain.
I don't even.
Like, you're not actually making an argument against what I'm saying.
I'll even go further than what he's saying, right? So he's talking about like saying, "Oh, they're gonna have rules and shit." Well, if there's no rules, like, hey, it creates more markets. Now I have the bigger market for PMCs, which means more jobs because now I need someone on defense to stop the PMCs from coming and taking my shit. So now we have more jobs all around. Like
So
everybody's winning. Like this is a good thing.
That's a meme argument.
It's not a meme argument. It's absolutely a basic, like simple economic argument. If you have like a thing that's happening, you're going to need a thing that counter happens it. Like that, we already have cybersecurity.
You're going to open the micro mercenary market.
No, the argument.
I'm okay with this. This is a good
argument.
Like,
no,
I mean, like,
argument,
for example,
argument is the exact opposite.
No. Like,
not
everybody's a moralist.
Jobs.
Like, nobody's a moralist. Like, what you're sitting here, like morals dictate what are we going on. Like, people are gonna their bottom line is gonna be money and profit, and money and profit's got a calming factor on things. Like he mentioned the mafia. When the mafia is kind of in power, one of the benefits to the mafia is there seems to be lower crime rates. There's a lot less violent crime. They have more organized crime, but lower crime rates overall.
Usually.
Wait, hold on. You know what? I'm tired of them just talking so much that everyone feels like they've won the argument. Okay, let me say
I have one.
All right, let me say one quick thing. This is one of the most un-American arguments possible. There is a reason we are the greatest empire in the world, and it's because we established soft power as opposed to hard power. We have the least amount of violence than we have ever occurred in the entire world, in the entire world's history. Okay, and that is
what does
because
that have to do with what either of us are saying?
Well, because you're essentially saying, look how much war and damage and insane things that America has done, and I'm saying, okay, but we still have. But before we've established a rule of law,
I'm un-American because I recognize bad things the CIA has done. So
is that what you think?
Anyone that critiques the government
is that what you think I'm saying?
bad? Like, what's your argument?
That's definitely.
I'm asking you to actually substantiate your insult.
I don't think we've done one bad
thing.
Sure. What I'm essentially trying to establish is there is a. What was that?
Really, just keep going.
He was memeing a little bit.
Finish up, Hunter. Hunter, to make your point, I do want to get Lactoid in. He's been waiting quite a while. And then we'll go to Gibbs. Yeah.
Just that, like, when we established a rule of law, we stopped annexing countries. Like, when a country annexed another country, it was national news, and it has been national news for like 3 years now. Like, rule of law is actually pretty good. But go ahead, Lactoid.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That doesn't say anything about what I'm saying or why I'm un-American. I'm not against the rule of law. Like, make an argument. Do you want to make one, or are you giving up?
Sorry. Do we want to get Lactoid in, or do you want me to respond?
Well, I mean, you said you were going to say something.
Lactoid, hold on. Lactoid, do you want to wait for them to do this, or do you want to?
Sure. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. Repeat your question.
I'm asking you to make an argument of substance about why what I've done is what I've said is un-American. How I'm against the concept of the rule of law.
I'm lost as to how it's not against the rule of law. Like, maybe that's just me being stupid here, but like what you're essentially trying to establish is that military should just be privately owned and they can do whatever the fuck they want. So that seems like an argument against having a normalized. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll disabuse you of your confusion of libertarianism, right? So
cool.
Libertarianism is about natural law. Right, it is about an understanding that there is an objective ethical framework in the non-aggression.
That is unenforced.
That's why I stated in the very. It's not unenforced. The non-aggression principle not supposed to be. It's not pacifism.
It's enforced just through the mutual parties. It's not. There's no overriding party to sort of establish the non-aggression. Correct.
It depends on.
And I'm saying America has been that central authority, which is why I'm saying it's so un-American. Does that make sense?
No, I don't think America has been a moral authority in terms of the non-aggression principle and enforcing the NAP. Yes, have they done better than other people in certain things such as, markets or trade or private property or, Westphalian kind of like recognition of nation states? Sure, if you want to make that from like a classical liberal perspective, but that's not what I'm stating. What I'm stating is that my philosophy is one of natural law. And that is why when I opened my statement, I said that Wagner was a criminal organization. So to say that I'm against law while I'm simultaneously calling an organization criminal is asinine.
What I'm trying to point out is that when we didn't have these sort of like large structures overseeing rules of law or military organization, it was the most violent time of the world's history. And we have moved past that because we have so much more structure and specific organizations to ensure that it gets taken care of from the top to the bottom, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, and it's very quickly. So, like, when we look at monolithic structures and understanding monolithic structures and how they were built, right? It's not usually about the tools that were used to produce monolithic structures, and it's not usually about, like what rock or like what things were available. Usually, when trying to determine how a society builds monolithic structure, when they come about, it's usually about the organizational structure, right? Creation of hierarchy and things like that. So I absolutely agree that over time, human societies have become more organized and have been able to impose order more easily because of developments in progress in organizational structure. But that's in no way, shape, or form an argument for the moral superiority of American politic versus anarchistic principles, covenant communities, or private property and private militaries. That's not really an argument.
But why couldn't the nation state be that development? You've said that it's the development of a new organizational structure. Why could the nation state be that?
I didn't say that it wasn't. I mean, the nation state is a form of progress in terms of organizational structure. Absolutely. It's a form of government. So is a corporation. It's a form of government, right? A corporation is a government in and of itself. There's a hierarchy, and then there's governance, and there's individuals that are tasked with middle management.
But given your ideology, you're against the nation state being that central authority, correct?
To be clear, I am not on the same position as him on a lot of this that you argue with tax news. I just want to go on the record saying that this is all him. I probably have a much worse.
I am representative of right wing anarchism. You are representative of like Gen X on Facebook.
Sure.
Okay.
You're the people. You are Gen X's voice here.
Let's go to Lactoid.
Yeah, I want to make a couple points. Back on the cost question, the cost really is unclear. So for those of you who just conceded that it was cheaper, I wouldn't be so quick to concede that. Several organizations, even Cato, has looked at it, and it's actually pretty muddled, right? One of the reasons being is that the biggest cited reason for why they expect it could be cheaper is because of we're not paying so many benefits. But PMCs tend to hire veterans anyway. And veterans who are eligible for VA benefits, who are going to be eligible for the healthcare, who are going to be eligible for that pension, they're going to be eligible for these things. And when they leave, when they're basically poached from the military to go to these PMCs, they're oftentimes making considerable amounts more. I think in Iraq, for example, when they were guarding the CIA installation in Baghdad, the contracted price was about $550 per day, which already is going to be more. But then that went up to $2,000 a day, just because they were able to basically flex their muscle and put the government in a bind. That contract actually got canceled because of disagreements with the CIA over undisclosed but likely costs, given that there was cost issues. PMCs, it's difficult to look at them as entirely private. I mean, they exist off government contracts. It's a private-public partnership. This is where the PMCs get their cheddar. I mean, unlike a U.S. soldier, where a lot of their compensation is, glory and Dodge Challengers, for these guys, I mean, they're expecting a serious payday. And all that money is coming from the U.S. government, right? It's coming from our pockets, coming from taxpayers. So I'm a little bit concerned about the actual cost of PMCs. And if it is worse, if it is more expensive, then I think that we have a real interest in potentially even banning them, or at least only hiring contracts under a certain ceiling, because why are we overpaying and basically wasting further stolen money on PMCs when we could get the same or potentially better outcome from a government soldier?
Before you respond, Scott,
go ahead.
Ali, I saw your hand up. Okay. And I want us to maybe disambiguate, and maybe we could do this for Scott, right? Disambiguate the costs here, like what exactly we're talking about costs, because if we're just talking about the defense spending, well, that includes the defense contractors, right? That includes all kinds of levels of spending that isn't purely like the soldiers and their equipment and all that, right? So I could see, and again, I don't know the cost structures myself, but I could see it that like each individual PMC contractor could cost more, right, in terms of like the per soldier, but overall, right, their costs are brought down. That's but like so let's try to do that.
Yeah, just to say, and this is again, I said when I made my argument, and I gave some of the reasons why PMCs were cheaper, in my opinion, that that the data is muddled, that the data are muddled. Sorry, I hate being a nerd, but I hate saying data are. I really do.
Then just don't.
But anyways,
you just said F you to
nobody here is
all
policing you. Just say what you want to say.
Technically, it's plural of datum. Shut up. It just say data. Data is.
Yeah, I know. But anyways, so the data is or are right. Kind of.
Yep, I see your hand.
There's a couple of things here, right? So like this is an example of like one of the things you see when people say, "Oh, American healthcare is so expensive compared to like other countries," right? And one of the things that they love to kind of forget to do is compare the quality of care in terms of price. And that's the same thing that you have to look at when you look at PMCs, is that you're not necessarily comparing apples to apples here if they can hire less people, right, to do the same job. And so one of the things that PMCs are doing when they hire people is they're hiring people that already have military experience, that already have security clearance, but they also check to make sure that they don't have medical issues, right? So like when you're in the Army, for example, right, talking about the VA healthcare system and stuff like that, when you're in the Army, if you hurt your knee or something, right? Well, the Army doesn't just go, "Oh, well, you hurt your knee, go fuck yourself," right? The Army absorbs that cost and then might even, if your knee is bad enough, might put you as non-deployable, right? And so that's like a hidden cost where they just kind of put you in a different job because you injured your knee doing airborne training, right? Trying to get your
Does the cost actually matter, though? Like, well, I feel like when we talk about PMCs, the concerns people have aren't really typically about the cost. Right, they're typically about all the other shit that comes along with PMCs.
I have a concern about the cost.
If we're talking about transitioning, right, to a more limited form of government where it is more, where we are utilizing more PMCs, so that we can draw down on our standing military and save some money, then the cost is important. If it's purely a moral argument that you want to make, I'm happy to have that debate.
Cost is also cost is a moral argument.
Are you guys talking about a world where only nations use PMCs? Because like Lactoid or someone said earlier, why couldn't McDonald's use a PMC? Why couldn't some Jewish billionaire tomorrow say, "Hey, I'm kind of pissed off about what's going on in Gaza. I'm just gonna hire BlackRock to go out there, or Blackwater to go out there and fuck everybody up." Like, why couldn't that situation
hire BlackRock to go gentrify the whole thing?
Respond to it then.
I have multiple times.
No, you haven't. You keep going to this nation state shit. I'm not talking about nation states. I'm talking about a private corporation.
No,
for example, why couldn't I tomorrow, if I had billions of dollars, hire a PMC to go and take over Haiti? Right, and that's just my country now because my PMC.
Of course you could. Of course you could.
Actually,
okay, of course you could.
No, you're memeing again, right? So again,
I'm not memeing anything.
So no, listen to me. Nations do this all the fucking time.
Okay, so you're saying that I should be able to do this
just as easy. No, I'm not saying you should be able to do this. What I'm talking about is there is reality,
I am saying that.
and then there is reality, and then there is understanding, making moral arguments about what.
Wait, when you say nation states do that all the time, when was the last time that America tried to annex a fucking country?
Who said America?
When was the last time any country annexed another country? Russia did.
I mean, I don't know.
Recently,
Iraq.
And that was national news.
Did we not annex Iraq?
No.
We just
annexed Iraq. Can I get my fucking
Iraq annexed Kuwait?
Yeah, Iraq annexed Kuwait. That's true.
Israel, Palestine
examples in the. Yeah. That's not what fucking. God damn it!
I wish they'd annex them. To be honest, it'd make things a lot easier.
Yeah, it was temporarily, obviously, but did we not take over governmental control once we toppled?
That's not what annexation is.
Okay, so it has to be permanent. Okay,
I wish we had it.
I guess what Scott, what they're struggling with,
right? Because
I think what they're struggling with is like
throwing. You're doing the spaghetti argument.
Scott, hold on.
Throw anything to the wall.
I want to address one.
Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on 1 second. I think what they're struggling with is you brought up like, well, governments do this all the time, and the implication is therefore so should PMCs. But like you said that you're not saying that, so we all acknowledge that governments do this. Why would it be better to have PMCs also doing this?
Right. I will make it very clear and I'll make it very simple. When people create doomsday scenarios about the warlordism or like what the PMC world is going to look like, what they're describing is a world that they've concocted in their head where they imagine these bad things occurring. And what I'm saying is that yes, it's absolutely possible that these things could happen. Like that is a descriptive understanding of the world. But what I'm also saying is that the incentive structure is more so in favor of nation states doing nation building, doing wars that they shouldn't be involved in, etc., than it is for private companies that need to make a profit. Because when private companies need to make a profit, what you don't want is you don't want to shackle yourself to one country. If we had a world where PMCs were far more common, right, it wouldn't be in your interest to shackle yourself just to the United States and only to engage under the United States interests, right? Like we see this with, for example, with Levant, right? Levant in Israel. Israel has a lot of different PMCs where they go to many African countries and they go to Eastern European countries, and they don't just gain money just from the US or the Western taxpayer dollar. They gain their money from a bunch of different places, teaching and training militaries how to defend themselves or engaging in small operations. And what I'm saying is that the incentive structure is worse for standing armies and nation states than it is for private militaries.
Scott,
Okay,
my problem with this.
You
Wait,
didn't.
that doesn't
Can I
follow.
Can I jump
Yeah,
in?
it doesn't.
Scott,
does
my
follow.
problem with this is that you're saying that this is just like some imaginary, like hypothetical situation that we're envisioning. But my argument is that we have seen this play out. Like we have seen the like what a banana republics being established by fruit companies that basically just want to establish their company in a nation and destabilize the entire region. How did
the first banana republic under Chiquita, I'm sorry, not Oneida,
United
what
Fruit.
is the company that United Fruit Company before it was Chiquita, right? Before it was, how did they do that alone with a PMC, or did the American military come in and shut down ports and back them up? And then protect them in court.
Yeah, but they lobbied the U.S.
to
government,
protect
right?
banana process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But the company
That's
wanted
the hiring
to do that,
process.
correct?
Right. You're talking about a company engaged with and working in tandem with the United States,
but
and
they
the
wouldn't
United States
to,
military.
They wouldn't
Hold on.
need to under your envisioning of like how military contracts would occur, correct? They wouldn't need to go through American
Exactly.
military.
So,
Yeah,
but
you're
okay,
saying that a private, like a guy could just hire a PMC and go over and take over Hades and need to work with the U.S. or any government.
I want to address that. I want to address that actually, and I actually, unlike Scott, that is something I'm advocating for, and it's not a meme. It's not a meme. It's not a meme. And I'm going to give you an example of where there's a good thing has occurred, and it's Haiti.
Central America.
Royal Caribbean in Haiti has control of part of the island, and it's the only part of the part of Haiti that's like not having massive unrest, right? So it's clear to me that say if Royal Caribbean wanted to come in
cannibals.
Hold on, if Royal Caribbean wanted to come in tomorrow and take over the rest of the island, the average citizen would probably benefit in that case. They could turn it into a tourist destination. They could sell it to their shareholders. They create jobs. These are all good things, and it's better than having to deal with the fucking cannibals. Like I don't know where you're at that you think cannibalism is preferred to a private company like Royal Caribbean coming in and taking over the Haiti. But in my world, I think less cannibalism is probably a good thing. But hey, that's just me. So yeah, I'm absolutely okay with whole Jewish billionaire number 7 coming in, taking over for the IDF. Maybe some Saudi prince can come take over for Hamas. It'll be good times.
So one of the things that's really important to understand about PMCs, right, and about nation states that have the ability to attack is that to be able to defend against another military is expensive, right? Having a standing army is expensive. Military operations are expensive. But what is astronomically more expensive is maintaining control of another nation or a city, occupying someone else. And so, yes, it is possible that some company could come in and like maintain control of Haiti. Haiti isn't, you have a very impoverished people. And while there is gun ownership and things like that, they're not, they're landlocked, right? Like it might be a little easier, but I mean, even Alexander the Great and from basically everyone on have recognized the the impossibility of holding Afghanistan. That like you can only be in Afghanistan for a little while. I mean, Alexander the Great famously said, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he's like, beware of this, beware of that, and beware of the wrath of the Afghan tiger, right? Like it is.
Yeah, but he did hold on to plenty of countries, right? He did take over many nations and hold on to them just fine. So it is doable.
I mean, he held on to them for a relatively short period of time, right? I mean, after his death and after he got like pushed out of India, modern day India. Yeah, I mean, he very quickly kind of split apart. I mean, and he spread the Hellenistic culture, but many of those places, they didn't like the Macedonian Empire didn't really last that long. But the point is very simple: is that like nation states that have the power to tax and have a monopoly on power and violence have near unlimited wealth, right? Like the United States military has an astronomical amount of money, and it doesn't need to make a profit. It can just keep stealing money until the nation's economy collapses. It's an insane amount of money. Whereas private military contractors they're tasked with doing an operation. They're tasked usually, and it's way cheaper to defend, and it's way cheaper to defend private property than it is to attempt to attack, overtake, and control and occupy places. That takes way more money. And the incentives are just
but once you take over a place, I mean, wouldn't that the costs come down if you take over a nation? Now you're in control of all the resources of that nation, and you get to set all the rules and
exactly
come up with the economy.
I mean,
set the culture, set everything. You could in theory impose an education system that has their children worshiping you as a god over time, right? Like what you're proposing is a future that is it's literally a dystopian hellscape. Right, where these PMCs are fucking everywhere, and any random ass dude can just do it.
You're doing this over and over again. We're not actually making
the best example, Doobie, is
keep saying it's a dystopia. It's keep saying it's bad. But listen,
the Congo Free State.
$2.9 trillion.
What's the Congo Free State
in fucking Iraq and Afghanistan?
Congo Free State was a personal possession of the King of Belgium, Leopold.
Interesting.
And Leopold.
I wonder what happened there.
Well, a lot of bad shit, right? He hired a bunch of mercenaries to keep control and to enslave the local populace and chop off their hands so they didn't
cut off lots of arms. Yeah,
he did. In fact, the depopulation that happened in the Congo was pretty significant. In fact, it was, I think, hot take. I think colonization was actually good in a lot of places in Africa, but that's absolutely not the case when it comes to the Congo. I think 10 million lives
what did they do?
They took it away from Belgium took it away from him. Yeah, because it was that bad. And then atrocities stopped.
What was he doing that was difficult and he didn't make money and it failed ultimately because other powers needed?
No. Hold on. He made a fuck ton of money. What happened was under pressure from especially Great Britain, but a number of other powers, they pressured Belgium economically, military, with the threat of military intervention. And in response, Belgium took away removed it from his personal possession and turned it into a colonial possession of Belgium.
Okay, so colonialism mostly went great, and it was really peaceful and awesome and hunky dory for everybody, except for those times where it's private. Then it was really bad.
It was the worst in the Congo.
It was not that.
What's interesting is with the Congo,
the East India Company was very successful. People might not have liked their methods, but they were very.
I gotta let in Ali. He's been
they
waiting,
also
right?
had a control.
So we'll go to Ali, FQ, Lagtoid, and let's put Doobie in there to give him his own space here.
Just for the record, PMCs and colonialism are two totally different things, right?
Ali,
we're good. All right, cool. It's more.
But he used mercenaries.
I don't know. See why I waited? It's more of a learning experience for me. I don't have much of a data. So you guys are talking, and so the only two things I'm thinking about is when I don't know what the fuck we were doing when the government was selling cocaine in order to fund a war somewhere else, and then that's what I'm thinking of. Is that
Contra? The Iran-Contra, yeah. there was so while Iran was going on, the Reagan administration, the CIA was using drug money from South America to cause cocaine and a bunch of South American things, and engaging secretly to overthrow communist countries, and using the money that they gained from that to fund the Iranian civil war. And
so is that kind of what we're a little bit what we're talking about? Because the only other thing I'm thinking of is Iran funding, the proxies.
That's all American military. That wasn't PMCs.
Yeah, because
all American CIA.
Okay, so yeah, but it was done in private. It was done in secret. It was. That's
one of the
or
PMCs
or to
like Nicaragua.
or to sorry.
No, you go first. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, or like to Gibbs. The only other thing I can think of is like Iran funding, Hezbollah, Hamas, all these people. Like, that sounds kind of like what you guys are talking about. Like, once again, I don't know. I'm ignorant on the topic, so forgive me. But it kind of sounds like it. And if that's the case, then Gibbs is pro-Iran. And so I don't know. I don't know how. Like, that's
Hold on. So, I mean, to address that real quick, because Doobie brought this up earlier. He's saying like ISIS was basically military-funded private corporation, or whatever. And to an extent, I would say those are true statements. Both the old things have made true statements. And my argument would be that because we have bad, nefarious actors that are adversarial powers like Iran doing it, then by all means, if I had billions and billions, why shouldn't we make the Gibbs Caring Foundation and send them over there to go take care of Iran?
Because
I don't see the problem with that.
Because that's the argument. That's the argument for it being cheap, right? If that's how we start operating, right, then it just becomes you're going band for band with people, and whoever has the most expendable money on war, whoever's willing to spend the most money on war will have the best. Why wouldn't it?
That's not how
the mercenaries are up for a contract. They're going to take the highest contract. Why wouldn't they?
Well, you're right. That's a good point. However, and this is the wonderful thing about capitalism. There's always somebody trying to bring something new to the table. So, I probably don't have more money as a private citizen than, say, Iran. However, I might be able to
GoFundMe starts happening.
Exactly, right. I probably don't. But what I might be able to do as Bill Gates or somebody, I might be able to go sit here and go, I can find the strategically best one that's going to do my goal, like most strategically best, most efficiently, and then they can make a name for themselves, be bought out by the government.
Yeah, but
I didn't know you were so. I didn't know you were so pro-funding. You want to fund terrorists? They're going to have a stock market for terrorists. Invest here, please. Please buy this. Please buy this stock for this company. Invest in this
terrorist. Private military organization.
Yeah, it's
funded by terrorists.
But they don't. They don't do terrorism. They're not going to be committing.
Why they hire? They just hire terrorists.
No, they're not going to be committing acts of terror. There's totally different things.
Now terrorists just get a W-2. They're just mercenaries.
Oh, totally.
They just get W-2s. It's a job that they're doing.
It's totally different. A private military corporation is not going to make terror attacks, right? Versus like Hamas.
Why not?
Or like
why wouldn't they do that?
Because that's not what private militaries do.
I mean, if McDonald's,
why couldn't they be paid to do this?
Yeah, Gibbs wants to live in a world where McDonald's can bomb Burger King, right? So that's not a terrorist attack anymore. That's just a business contract. That's just a job that they're doing. It's demolition.
I mean, that's why you need defense.
Yeah, Gibbs is unironically. No, listen.
You literally want like
unironically
down to like smaller businesses. Right? So like I have a food truck, right? Because can that
line the cannons outside of Burger King?
That poisons all the other food trucks.
An armored food truck.
Yeah, I have an armored food truck. I'm hiring armed mercenaries to go poison the other food trucks.
But I was engaging the meme. Scott,
engaging the meme is more fun.
Die for this.
This is Gibbs' proposal. Let Gibbs defend it.
Yeah, right. So right now you have a company, right? I don't know what you do, but let's just say you own a restaurant. I have a restaurant that makes a bit more money than you, and then I just come and I find a way to poison your food.
Yeah, see, these are all well good, but these were all well good, I mean, and if that happens, then you probably don't deserve to be open as a business. It's really
you'd probably go crying to the government and say, "Oh my God, please help me."
Don't get to exist as a business. Who shuts that down? Just the
invisible
hand?
It sounds like the invisible hand would be, I guess, you not being able to pay a defense contractor, and then the not so invisible hand would be the PFC.
Yeah, it's not invisible fist.
Look what you described. You described a whole new industry that could be developed, like security.
Because now instead of restaurant ownership and selling goods, we're just everyone's going to be a mercenary or a security guard.
Listen, this is silly.
I don't know what to tell you.
Listen. Admiral Gibbs is engaging in an argument that we ought do the thing that allows us to have the most violence possible.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't know. That is not what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Is that there's no right a government should have that a person should not. That is ridiculous. Like I should not have to trust my government to make my military.
You're not talking about rights.
Can attorneys hire mercenaries to go assassinate other attorneys right before trial?
Listen.
I mean, they might have a good second
We're
chair.
still out on that.
Sounds like a skill issue.
What Admiral Gibbs is describing, and I'm not sure if Admiral Gibbs comes on here just to be a patsy to like meme and make the right.
These aren't patsy, but this is what you're not like. You're like, okay, like they're engaging one side of this, but like what I'm saying is, like you're not engaging the other aspect, which is like
I was
God
engaging with you, Gibbs.
Sure, I know you were, Papa. I have good faith in you. It's that, like I'm saying, with like, all right, let's just look at this. All right, I get that the bad that y'all are arguing, and I'm meaning a little what I'm saying. Oh, we can create a new industry, but that is true. There would be a new industry developed for this, right? Like we've seen the Purge. They have all these new industry things going on with the Purge. Like I'm just like.
You're being a fucking patsy.
But
you're a fucking patsy. You're a fake right winger.
Hold on,
I'm just saying. Right winger that's memeing and bullshitting, and I'm sick of it.
But this is the real point. Now,
no,
back
I'm
to
not
the
going to sit here and listen.
Well, let me finish, motherfucker. You never let me finish and give me the other thing. Do you see that as the argument that they make? Even in like the worst case scenario.
Anti-right wing.
No, I'm saying even in the worst case scenario presented, we see industry develop, and you can look at that in some good light. Now, the real point is, though, I don't trust. If I don't see the government taking action, I shouldn't have to rely on the government to like go do whatever, right? This is the same reason I should be allowed to own an F-16.
But you're going to end up relying on. Wait, no, you're going to end up.
Why should this is basically
talking about rights.
Once you can't afford
rights.
Hold on, wait. Once you can't afford to defend yourself, you're going to have to. Who else are you going to rely on, right? So you claim that you're. I want to engage with him for a little because it's fun.
Why are you engaging with this? You're doing it for the memes. You're not doing it for legitimate.
Well,
yeah,
no,
exactly. You're doing it because you don't give a fuck about your actual political opinion. You're doing it for the entertainment value. You're doing it because you have content brain, and that's why he's fucking.
But you're saying Gibbs is
I'm actually just engaged with the conversation. It's just a good.
Yes, I'm saying he's being a fucking patsy and a clown right now.
No, I just
it's not a legitimate argument.
That I disagree with you.
You're talking about rights. You're talking about You're talking about rights while in the same thing justifying that might makes right.
Absolutely. I mean, I've always justified that might makes right. And first time here or what?
Right.
Is that your first time, like, hear me speak?
I asked about the nukes, by the way, the first question.
Yeah, but Scott,
and I said yes.
Scott, you can try to you can pin the might makes right like lambasting against Gibbs, but the reality is that like
he's literally
by supporting, but you're no better.
McDonald's
Scott,
to destroy Burger King.
When you are advocating for the use of private mercenary armies. Like that absolutely boils down to a question of might makes right. Because the issue becomes, yes, it does. It's the ultimate example of might makes right.
All right, please make the link.
Okay.
Where I've argued might makes right.
Okay, you stated earlier that, okay, well, suppose like a private a PMC does take over Haiti. Well, that's not an issue, and it's not an issue because we know the great power and wealth that the other neighboring nation states around Haiti have, and so we're a PMC to take over Haiti, like in its moment of vulnerability. It will surely be squashed. It will lose its power.
Can you make an argument where I've made might makes right?
You are, but as I understand it, you were saying that there's no way that the PMC could possibly hold Haiti, and so when it loses Haiti, a nation state will come in and sweep in and take over Haiti, or whatever other example.
I started this conversation by saying that Wagner and that PMCs that become the monopolistic in being paid by one nation state are criminal organizations. And you're saying that I'm saying it's okay that some group invades Haiti? That was Admiral Gibbs.
How do you stop a criminal organization?
Scott, that doesn't follow. What she was talking about is a PMC taking over Haiti and becoming the nation. The PMC is now in charge of the nation. It's not.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, go ahead.
Shut the fuck up and let me finish. Right, I understand. So I never said that was legitimate or that was morally good. What I said is that the incentive structure is as an internal critique to the other people saying that PMCs are a dystopian hellhole where all these bad things are saying. I said that it is less likely that a market competition of protecting private property would engage in these things because they're incredibly costly and they're highly risky. So they're less likely to engage in these things. It's an internal critique of the argument that this is an automatic dystopia as opposed to nation states that steal from us and engage in nation building with fucking trillions of dollars of fucking debt that they just blow and waste. And
you're not responding. Yeah, but the risk that they have to take in order to like essentially take over Haiti, the profit is insurmountable. You have an entire country.
Maybe it depends. On
An entire nation and its resources and its people
just to push
that
back
are,
on
that are now effectively your subjects.
That's like ultimate profit. Like
and you can
any
extract
sort of,
resources from it. But the second issue,
that's obviously not true.
What do you mean that's
How?
obviously not
How?
true? Why is that obviously not
I
true?
absolutely think it's true.
Because it's insanely expensive for governments with military budgets like the United States we have to pull out of wars because we can no longer afford them. And the idea that a PMC would have the wealth of the United States military and then magnitudes of order beyond that,
it doesn't
to
need
be
that
able to hold those countries.
Haiti has a military of like less than 1,000 people.
Yeah, but the military wasn't there for profit reasons. That's like we
and the U.S. military also needs to follow rules and regulations that a PMC would not need to follow.
And they
exactly.
we
That's the other problem.
Infrastructure.
That's the exact
but we weren't there like
opposite of true.
selling fucking like iPods to the people.
No, you can't.
We
You
would've
can't. You
made
can't
bank
make the
doing
claim.
that.
You can't make the claim that PMCs are like this magical thing that don't have to follow regulations. Where
regulates
military
them?
organizations are.
Who regulates?
But you don't
them? Who
believe in
regulates
system?
regulations. So
Who regulates them? Who regulates them?
That's simple hands. That's all you're saying.
Who regulates them? That's an important question. Who regulates them? Scott, who regulates them? Who
Under
regulates
which
them?
system? Under which system?
I don't
Under
know.
anarchism
You're the one.
or under
no.
Listen. I pick between these two. Under anarchism or under the current status quo, where we reduce our standing armies and we hire more PMCs. Which of these are you
obviously we're asking about anarchism because we know.
Why not both? Both. Answer both.
Yeah, why not the current status quo. That's not even the current status quo, though. The current status quo is increase your military and have more PMCs. But like back to what Jimmy said,
no, I want to hear. I want to hear this answer. This answer is important, Scott. So, like, who regulates them under both those systems you proposed?
Right. So under the current status quo, right, you still have to face UN regulations,
right,
and you still have to face regulations in the United States. And I would absolutely be in favor of closing any potential loopholes that might exist for PMCs. Most of those were closed in like 2007 after the Blackwater had that massacre. Which is way more common from American military because we have like 20,000 people over there. But setting that aside, under an anarchistic system, we are talking about a system of natural law. And under natural law, an organization is criminal the moment that it violates property rights. And so when you are an owner of a PMC and some other PMC goes and invades Haiti, you have every philosophical and legal justification to go invade and kick those people out and gain money from the Haitian
don't
people.
say legal. You don't mean legal because there
okay,
is
so Mike makes right.
Legal.
Abide by.
Yeah, exactly. That's it.
Yeah,
That's
so hold on. So Mike makes right.
To defer to. You have a moral responsibility, so it's just the invisible hand. That's all you're saying.
So
what you just said is might makes right. So a stronger PMC comes in and takes over, and then I'm assuming a stronger one comes and takes over that one, and then eventually a nation comes in and takes over the entire thing. Okay, then explain how your solution there wasn't just might makes right.
There's a difference between prescriptive and descriptive, and one of the problems with people that aren't libertarians is that they often link these two together, and you're doing it now. You're engaged in a fallacy where you think prescription and description are the exact same thing.
Wait, are you not an anarchist? You're not prescribing this system?
I'm not an anarchist.
Staxiums, listen and learn.
Okay,
so
got it.
When we're talking
that's exactly
about,
what I was going to ask.
So when I'm
a black woman is speaking.
When I'm talking about descriptive reality, right? You can absolutely say that whoever has the most guns is the one that often has the power, and that power can gain control. But it's not the same thing as prescribing ought and ought nots. These are two separate things.
Right. Well, what are you prescribing? What are you prescribing?
I gave you my prescription. My prescription is that when one is an aggressor and they invade a country to try and steal their private property, they are criminals, and we ought stop those criminals. And it behooves all of the other PMCs to gain money by killing all that PMC group and getting rid of them because
okay, wait, hold on. I understand.
So we rely on the angels at the head of the PMCs. I see.
I disagree with all of this, but other than the might makes right thing, one of the things is I
fucking Patsy.
Yeah,
wait,
okay. Sure.
I understand
your argument is not any more serious than mine is. Mine is equally as valid. And in fact, I think the big difference between you and me is
I literally argued that McDonald's and Burger King ought to go to war.
Scott, could I interact with what you're saying instead of the memer over here? because I do want to have a substantive.
Here's the whole thing. I like legitimately the difference between me and Fabian is I'm openly saying what the facts, right? Like he's over here trying to obfuscate and say that he doesn't believe in the might makes right, and I'm saying it. And to be as to your thing, let's bring up the Haiti thing. I just want to address this.
No, you're just too stupid.
I do want to get back to you, Fabian.
I want to say this, right? So with the Haiti thing, my argument isn't necessarily. This is why I don't believe in his moralistic bullshit, right? So what would happen is, say Royal Caribbean comes in there and takes over Haiti, right? This is what would most likely happen. They did a cost-benefit analysis. They already have a stake there. It behooved them to like have safety and stability in the region. They could give these people jobs. They could see an economic boom. Now, as opposed to his, where he's going, oh, someone's got a moral obligation. They're somehow going to be the invisible hand that feeds this private army to just be so good and kind to invade because it makes financial sense. That like that's what you've been saying this whole time. It's bro. You don't have this like enlightened wisdom. It's real simple shit you're saying. So anyway, what I'm saying is, as opposed to what he's saying, like what I'm saying is the company's going to go look and they go, okay, Royal Caribbean's having this cost-benefit analysis, right? They've done this. Another company's going to look and go, why would we invade whenever now we possibly can make potential economic gains? It's going to be the economy. It's not like they're going to come do this for moral reasons. You're just not going to go invade and challenge Royal Caribbean just because, hey, I got to give the money. No, I'm saying English, bro.
Sorry. I got to let some other people in, right? So FQ, I want you to be able to finish your thoughts. Hunter, I see your hand. We're going to FQ, Lactoid, DB, Hunter, all right?
So I'm going to say something that you will hate, Scott, but I think it's just true regarding like the military. I mentioned this like weeks ago regarding the nation state, and one of the features of the nation state like is the what is it called? It's called the myth of the untombed soldier. So you have like cemeteries, so like Arlington is an example of this, of like people who have died for their country and are buried, or they're not buried. Like they have like an unmarked grave. They have a cross, they have a marble cross or a marble statue of David that just has their name, but there is either no body underneath or there is, and it's unfortunately like destroyed. And so a big part of what we rely on today is the idea that you are a part of a collective society in order to encourage people to willingly sign up and to register as soldiers to go to war. And that means that like when you go to Afghanistan or when you go overseas to serve your country, to die for your country, you are not just doing something privately in your own self-interest. And you are not, sticking up for the city of Chicago or for the great state of Florida. You are going there. You're going there as an American to fight for America on behalf of American principles and ideals, to possibly die for it and to come back. So when you turn, the idea of war, instead of it as being between two different nation states, and really what that is, like when we boil it down, is two different sets of ideas, two different ideologies, two different systems of governance. When you change that to instead be, whoever happens to have the most amount of money and the most amount of guns, and it doesn't have anything to do, then you've transformed like the nature of like what we understand war to be. And I'm sorry, like what Doobie said earlier about it winds up being a case of might makes right. That's absolutely what happens when you don't have the military entrusted to the nation state. It becomes a matter of an individual person or corporation or group of people that has more money and that is able to enact violence. And that's why we surrender, this idea of violence like to the government. It's because we collectively decide together like who it is we want to invade and who it is we don't want to invade. And some of the incentives like that exist. I'm sorry, just one more. You've spoken a lot, Scott. Let me say one more thing. Okay. So one more thing, like there is an incentive to not aggressing upon other countries that is specific to the nation state, that is not that wouldn't necessarily be true of a PMC. So like there's a quote from an article I read ages ago. It says, one good reason I don't think we should bomb the Japanese is because they built my minivan. That's a big reason. A big reason why nation states do not want to engage in conflict with another is because they have trade agreements. They don't want to ruin the trade agreements. It's the reason like why the United States tries to get in good with Saudi Arabia. It's because of oil. It's because we have a vested interest in maintaining good economic relations with that country. And that is a big reason like why nation states are finicky about becoming embroiled in conflict. But with the use of PMCs and by encouraging private militaries, this makes conflict far more likely to happen, far more likely that like that argument?
That was so fucking based.
Well, so you haven't actually you've made a bunch of claims. I would just like you to substantiate any of them.
Sure. Like
So the first claim you have is that because we have a volunteer army and we are a collective society, individuals within this all voluntary military, obviously there are conscripts in other militaries, but taking ours as an example, that it becomes a fight for ideals. And I don't know that I necessarily disagree with you, but I don't know that that is magically a good thing. It sounds good. It sounds lofty that the ideas of the American empire and Western imperialism versus whatever nation we're engaged in a war with, that is necessarily good or a moral ought, that we ought to take young men that are susceptible to propaganda and beef them up on this idea that America is so beautiful and they're going to go nation build in the Middle East. I don't necessarily disagree that it is a war of ideas, but I don't know why that's a good thing, and why profit is somehow more evil than that. So that's point one.
So I guess my response to that would be, it would only be an evil thing if you disagree with the ideals or with the United States as a nation state. If you think that like the ideals that we have or possess as a nation state or that we would implement in another country are worse in comparison to like what already exists.
Policy and wars?
No, I don't. Of course I don't. But like but the reason like why we continue.
Do you agree with Israel invading Gaza?
I haven't really.
Bomb, baby, bomb.
No, I don't. I'm actually pretty critical of Israel, but I don't know enough about like the history or the background to really like give a good conversation.
Is there a recent incursion by the United States military in the Middle East, of which there are many, that you would say that you morally agree with, and we ought to have used our tax dollars to invade and or maintain power and control? We can use Kuwait, we can use Iraq, we can use Afghanistan, we can use Somalia, Mogadishu, we can use provide comfort.
You've caught
Syria, any of these.
So I will very freely admit you've caught me at the end of my knowledge. So there's a lot of detail that I can't speak to, but I will tell you that like my knee-jerk like answer would be that based off of what we knew at the time, I think that the United States' decision to invade after 9/11 was the correct decision to make. That's my
I wasn't
take.
expecting to see the resurrection of Christopher Hitchens here, but fair enough.
But anyway,
the other argument is there is this trade agreement and economic relations, and that nation states are disincentivized from invading based upon kind of the McDonald's principle. Again, why would it be that companies that are solely based off of a market of profit and are looking for as many investors as possible to protect and defend property rights, why would they be more incentivized to invade nation states that trade with this nation state in which they're based?
I can give you so the short answer would be like, if for some reason like if a country, for instance, like had frankly like have more resources, and if they wanted to invade into a country to bully that government so that we could implement our companies, our economic interests there, that's a reason why, and that could be a potential reason.
Your argument is that PMCs, what they'll do is if they see an opportunity, because they have money and power, they will invade nation states and bring on war from all the other PMCs, right, that are going to be brought in to defend, in the hopes that they can gain the territory and spend astronomical amounts of money that they probably don't have to hold this and gain resources and become like the next Third Reich by gaining more and more territory.
But Scott, couldn't it also be
incentive there? It's very unlikely.
But there could be a second alternative, which is that they don't go and they try to hold the nation state. They don't try to maintain Haiti. They go to the country. They usurp all of their resources. They extract as much money and as much goods as they possibly can, and then they leave. And then they go to the next nation state or to the next vulnerable town or vicinity, and they go and they do the exact same things. The goal is not to maintain land. The goal is to extract resources and then to leave to go to another country to extract those resources.
Can you name a place on Earth where it would be cost effective to invade and spend all of the money that it takes to maintain and defend yourself from potential future threats, where you would gain so much money that wouldn't matter anymore? Is there any city, maybe Fort Knox, but the gold's probably not there anymore? Like, where are they invading where there's a long-term or even a short-term profit, where they're not just inviting all these other PMCs to come kill them.
Why are they just going to come kill them? Why are they just going to come kill them? I don't understand. That's the thing that I take issue with. Like, the answer to Doobies was the cost benefit analysis.
Because they have moral.
Like, why are they?
So they have moral. So one, they have moral justification, right? Two, they are. If that place has any resources left, let's say you invade Beijing, right? But you don't invade mainland China. If China has any resources left, then they would obviously hire people and or use their military to defend themselves. And if they have a bunch of stuff stolen from them, they're going to fight back. I mean,
why wouldn't they just like sell off?
I have a question for Fabian.
Hold on. Sorry. We have a limited time left.
You guys are just assuming incentives that don't make sense.
Yeah.
No, so we're assuming that because you have a moral responsibility, you'll act on it.
Hey, knock it off, right? Because we got a limited time, and we got to just like push forward. I will say, we're going to go Lactoid, Doobie, then Hunter. I will say that, like, one of the steelmans to Scott's argument here is simply that, like, there are these organizations just work on incentives, right? Like FQ, when you were talking about like boiling down like nations, right? I thought that's what you were going to say, is that, well, in the end, these are just organizations that have different incentives. Because that's what happens. We just look at the U.S., right, and like where they choose to invade, where they choose to interfere, right? Either because there's an incentive, all the times a monetary one, sometimes an ideological one, to do so, and like, and I think, and maybe Scott would disagree, but I think what he was trying to say is that, like, yeah, you just replicate those incentives, right? But and then they might be even more honest incentives, because
that doesn't make any sense.
But,
like, right, this is my one objection to that. It's so why wouldn't the company like just sell off in different areas to these other PMCs, like, or go in with a coalition of PMCs, like you get the mines, I get the ports, like why wouldn't they work with?
I mean, I haven't, but the things that you're saying are things that nation states have actually done. Like, why wouldn't like
that's what I'm saying.
That was China's. That was when China was split up in the sphere of influences, right? Like, we're just like, oh, we're going to cut this land up and this way, right? That's advantageous to us. That's what those nation states actually did, right? And
it's just, it's not profitable anymore. Like, sure, you can compare it to like back in colonialism, or back when there was. I mean, like, what stopped slavery? People think that what stopped slavery, like, and I don't mean slavery like tax slavery, obviously. But like, I mean like chattel slavery, like chaining humans. Obviously, North Africa, and Muslim countries still have some slavery, but it's pretty limited, right?
It's industrialization.
So what stopped slavery?
Yes.
It's not industrialization, it's nationalization, right? So when you have a bunch of neighboring tribal villages, it doesn't cost that much money to run in, and nobody cared. So there was no defense, and you just run in, you kidnap a bunch of people, and you sell slaves. But once those places became nation states, it was a lot more expensive, and the incentives were a lot more difficult for you to just run in, capture some people. Because if you just run in and capture some French people, well, France is going to have fucking something to say, right? And they're going to fight back for their citizens or for whatever. And so, like, I when we're talking about incentives, I do agree that the nationalization is an incentive growth towards hierarchical structure, efficiency, etc. What I'm simply saying is that there is a pretend incentive that's being added in, which is that these PMCs would like go back to this Wild West days of colonialism. And I don't understand where that argument's coming from.
So let's go to
Lactoid, substantiation there.
Lactoid, Doobie, and Hunter.
So one of my big I guess skepticisms with PMCs actually is the incentives, right? Because I can see, somewhat similar to private prisons in some way, I can see the incentive structure when you have a organization that profits off of war. Compare
private
that
prisons
to
aren't private, to be fair.
Well, they're as private as PMCs are, right? They're a private organization that gets all their money from a government contract. So they are private, kind of.
As much as Wagner is a PMC.
Sure, yeah, as much as Blackwater is, for sure. But this is why I'm kind of putting them in the same category here, which
Blackwater
is that they
doesn't exist anymore.
Well, they're rebranded to Academia, but we all know they still exist, right?
No, Academia got consolidated like 10 years ago or something.
I'll look into that. I wasn't aware that they got consolidated. I'm pretty sure they still exist.
Yeah, it's academia
I mean-
or academia or something like that.
Regardless, yeah. I do think
Triple
there's soldiers,
canopy,
but
like there's a bunch of these things.
Yeah. If I'm wrong, if they did get like dissolved, which I don't think they did, but if they did, then
it doesn't matter. You could
It
replace
doesn't
Constella's
matter.
Holdings, which is
Sure.
a different.
Well, I'm using Blackwater specifically because of their involvement in
Yeah,
the
everyone
Middle
knows
East
them.
during the U.S. occupation, various countries there. But the incentives of these sort of quasi-private force-based organizations kind of concerns me, not only because of their potential influence into government policy, because unlike governments, I think that you could argue there's much more of a disincentive for a government to partake in conflict as opposed to a company that gets its money by encouraging conflict. But I can also think of various examples, right? So what if a different state actor paid a PMC to attack U.S. soldiers, and the members of that PMC were U.S. citizens? What about a private actor paying a PMC to attack state actors, right? If Philip Morris hired soldiers to attack the government of Togo in order to enforce tobacco branding rights, if United Fruit was able to directly hire mercenaries to control fruit production, Leopold being able to hire mercenaries to go kill Congolese dissidents who resisted slavery. The cartel, I think, is also a good example where you have these incredibly rich people who essentially hire these little militaries that will blow up Mexican aircraft and Mexican military assets and challenge the military pretty significantly. Hold on, I'm going to finish real quick. And so Hezbollah, an example again of an organization which really is larger than the Lebanese army, and it's this Iran-backed proto fucking PMC group
organization,
for sure. And I think the lines get a little bit gray. Piracy, there was an entire golden age of piracy in which private organizations were just raiding each other, kind of like we're talking about, not necessarily holding something, but instead just raiding and then leaving, looting, pillaging, etc. Vikings. I feel like there's enough incentives there where I get concerned when there's not some kind of principle other than just raw profit restricting action, right? And so hold on, I'm almost done. I just laid out a bunch of money. Wait. Money is the incentive, and all the examples that I gave are examples of where money can incentivize behavior that I don't want.
Okay, right. But what you've done is you've done a univariate, one-way analysis and saying the incentive is money, and someone is willing to pay someone money to do a thing. But you're not actually, but that's not an actual incentive. Within the incentive is profit. And the question then becomes, is it profitable to, for example, a PMC that's based in the United States to engage in military action against the United States government on behalf of the cartel? And the answer is obviously not.
No, hold on.
No. What is the potential for a PMC based in the United States?
You cut me off, right?
I'm going to reframe the question.
I'm going to answer the question. I'm going to answer the question.
Right?
Well, so I could see a situation in which a U.S. PMC, perhaps using disguised operatives, if they get paid enough by the cartel, and we're obviously against any kind of oversight here. I hope, unless you are in favor of some kind of state oversight, we wouldn't have a way to track the PMC operatives in this case. They absolutely could work for the cartel in Mexico, shoot U.S. agents, shoot some kind of anti-cartel organization, and the cartels could be paying them more than the U.S. government would.
You don't have to use that example, right? There was a plot by corporations to kill the president. FDR. There was a plot by was it banking corporations, a bunch who just didn't like the direction he was going in, and luckily, it was foiled.
Too bad they failed.
Yeah,
I mean, the CIA and the mafia did kill Kennedy. So.
Dead FDR would have definitely been better.
Might have been
for
that
the world
as well. But yeah. So there was a point in time where corporate interests were aligned. They were angry enough, and combined. Maybe individually that might have been too much for them, but combined, there would have been. For that PMC that they hired, right, or maybe a list of PMCs, there would have been a profit incentive to take over the United States and then divide the riches. Once those corporations are now in charge, whatever junta they put in there, right?
This is like playing Civ 6.
Okay, stop. I knew he was going to say this.
To take over the entire United States.
Stop. I'm not making this. I'm not making that strong of a claim. I listed probably
I know you're not.
I listed probably 7 examples of instances in which it was directly profitable for a company to fund mercenaries to do the bad thing. And this is why I'm saying that I'm okay with I did. Philip was for example, why wouldn't Philip Morris, currently they were able to enforce trade agreements on Togo that prevented certain anti-smoking legislation. Philip Morris International has a higher budget than the entire national budget of Togo. They absolutely could, like, they could pay mercenaries to go into Togo and enforce like tobacco legislation against the interest of Togo.
How would that profit them? So
Scott, wait, hold on.
Because they would buy more cigarettes.
Can I answer that
question?
question?
I'll answer. Yeah, I'll answer.
This is the problem. This is the problem. Is that you're not actually engaging in reality.
I'm trying.
Long-term versus short-term.
No. I'm trying to answer. I'm trying to answer. You asked me, Scott. You asked me. You asked me a question. Do you want an answer? Do you want an answer to the question?
Was it a rhetorical question?
Was it a rhetorical question? No. You asked me a question. You said, why would they do that?
You started with a question. You said, why would Philip Morris, why wouldn't they? So I'm answering and saying, and yes, it is rhetorical in the very beginning. You can respond to my analysis after the rhetorical question. I apologize for saying. So anyways, you're saying, why wouldn't Philip Morris, your question is, why wouldn't Philip Morris
PMI.
just use a private military contractor to enforce the new government in Togo or attack the government until they get the legislation that they want? And you're saying it would be profitable for them. No, it fucking wouldn't.
It absolutely.
Long term. I understand what you're saying.
Shush. Stop that. Shush. It would not be profitable because the only way that you can define that profit is to cut time and say, in that moment, they get a thing that they want that is profitable. And then you just, nope. And then you cut down all of the actual real world consequences of a fucking company that's based in America that has business throughout the entire world invading a sovereign nation.
All right,
like the
Scott,
amount of sanctions and other people that would come after them.
Let me respond to this too.
Completely destroy any profit incentive.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be framed that way, right? Because there's PMCs. The PMCs would organize themselves in Togo. They would support like a specific political faction that they're being basically funneled money through PMI. They're supporting a particular political faction that will do whatever they want. This is what United Fruit did. And King Leopold, this is what he did in the Congo Free State, right? The Heart of Darkness is written about the Congo Free State, in which, in order to maximize profits, as is entirely private property, he used mercenaries to cut off the hands of people who couldn't pick rubber fast enough. And eventually there was enough public pressure from other surrounding governments to stop him, but there was no pressure from other competing private industries to stop him. Why? Because when they gave him any grief, he cut them in. Because that's how profit works, right? If people are going to be a big enough issue and you have control, it's actually more profitable to work with a different company to maximize profits at the expense of whatever place that you're invading, as opposed to try to like create some kind of
yeah, but that doesn't always
try to create some kind of hold on. It's not kindergarten. I've listed multiple examples where it's happened in history. In this particular example, I think it absolutely could happen if you had PMI able to hire mercenaries to go into African countries. We already have Wagner in African countries supporting Russian interests and like nobody stopping them. So why couldn't PMI do the same thing?
So again,
answer that question specifically. We already have Wagner in Africa. Why couldn't PMI do the same thing?
Criminal organization, right?
And who's going to stop the criminal PMC if there's no government to stop them? If they're the big dog?
Invisible hand.
So now we must have a specific nation state that taxes people as opposed to PMCs. Why would PMCs be unable to do something that the United States government
Scott, can I answer that question?
Because the PMCs are not restrained by a constitution in the same way that the United States is. Like there's different incentive structure. The incentive structure for PMCs. The incentive structure for PMCs is specifically conflict. It's specifically profiting off of conflict in a way that the U.S. is simply not.
No, it's specifically incentivized off the resolution of conflict. Creating conflict destroys profits. It's the resolution of
not
conflict.
For a PMC.
No, it absolutely is for a PMC. The only thing that is incentivized for a PMC is to resolve conflicts.
If there's no conflict, then a PMC doesn't get any new business. If you're running a private prison, you want to make as many crimes as possible, and you can. But you want a constant inflow of new convicts so you can make money off of that. Same thing with weapons traffickers, right? You want to have as many conflicts as possible to help resolve them so you can make more money by profiting off of those conflicts.
I don't agree with that.
We don't have very limited time.
Without any conflict, how does a PMC make any money?
Conflict occurs. I'm not envisioning a fucking utopia. The way that a PMC
So how
is
do you
able
minimize
to
conflict in
justify
your-
and make money is to stop those conflicts. When different groups of individuals want to use scarce resources towards opposing means, right? So when someone is invading someone else, when there is an act of aggression that has occurred, the PMC is able to legitimately make money in the defense of those people that have been aggressed upon.
Yes, and when the conflict stops, how do they make money? And when the conflict stop, how does a PMC continue to exist? How do they continue to make money?
Because we live in a world where we absolutely know that conflict exists. And when you live in a world where you know that conflict exists, you maintain a standing army, and you have other areas where you go, look, I'm selling you insurance. I'm on retainer. The same way that an insurance company has lawyers on retainer. The lawyers aren't there. They don't just magically create cases of car insurance problems. They don't go around driving cars into other people hoping that there will be more car accidents so they get more jobs. They live in a world where car accidents occur, and they have a retainer. And when car accidents occur and two different people are arguing about how much money is deserved or how much one client needs and the other client needs, they utilize their services to resolve the conflict. The conflict occurred because a car crash occurred, and because person A and person B disagreed about who was at fault or who needed more or how much money needed to be given. So because that conflict occurs and consistently occurs in the world, the lawyer is able to make money on the resolution of that conflict. That is what a private military company does.
So
a company that gets paid to go bomb and kill innocent people is a criminal organization causing
so I'm going to let you know something.
And is creating the job for the PMCs.
So lawyers, you're right. Lawyers do resolve conflicts, but lawyer organizations absolutely have a direct incentive to protecting the jobs of lawyers. The American Bar Association actively opposes things that would prevent legal conflict because that would hurt us. That would hurt the industry. And these interest groups.
Why do they do that?
Because they are made up of lawyers who profit off of conflict.
One quick interjection, very quick. Because there's a monopoly on that system. And if they can utilize a system that there is a monopoly on, then they can force conflict into that system because it's inherent in the system.
Why wouldn't they do it in every other system?
It's not. So it's not.
If there's competition, they would.
But here's the thing, right?
Why?
It's not. I don't think the fact
incentivized to do the opposite.
I don't think the fact that it's a monopoly necessary. We can even maybe argue whether it is. I mean, the American Bar Association is sort of, but like there's, in every country, you're going to have different like legal ways of operating. Obviously, people in a particular job are going to be trying to protect the future interests of that job. When you have a organization that profits off of conflict,
when you have competition, you do that by resolution of conflict.
Yeah, but even within a system of competition, right? Especially when it comes to force, like I think this is a sort of unique situation of, I don't know how to describe it. Like you're saying conflict will always. You're saying, I understand, right? You're saying conflict will always happen, and I don't disagree that it'll always happen. But with conflict, both sides of like the fighting force, if it's for profit, both sides are making money, right? The PMC on one side has a direct incentive for the conflict to happen, and the PMC on the other side has a direct incentive for the conflict to happen. This is part of the reason, but hold on real quick. This is part of the reason why both plaintiff lawyers and defense lawyers in civil litigation cases both have an interest against tort reform, because the more money,
it's a monopoly.
Well, no, but it's not a monopoly in terms of the sides here, right? Violence is the monopoly that we're referring to. Violence is the natural monopoly.
The legal system is a monopoly. Hear me out real quick.
Violence is the natural monopoly that exists among humans, right? It kills people.
No
that's one way that ends.
There's no legal recourse in the United States, right? If you are engaged in civil litigation for most things, to choose a different company to represent you, to choose a different arbitration firm, to choose a different means of getting your civil justice to sue somebody that is like in a property dispute. Now, there are some places where there is a pseudo competition, but the state still has ultimate authority in this regard. So when you have that monopoly, you're against tort reform because you can make more money by overcomplicating the system. But if there is a competition amongst legal systems, the best way to make money is to provide the best service to the customer, which means
or just complicate all of them.
No, wait.
way.
I understand. I understand the problem. The problem is you're insinuating that the legal system is the monopoly, and this can be competitive in the same way that PMCs could. But the problem is the legal system. Hold on. The legal system is to violence as law firms are to PMCs. Okay, right? So there is this legal system that exists that is like a natural. It's not natural. The legal system's not natural, but it is this like kind of monopoly. And then within this system, you have these mercenary groups, law firms, that are all fighting amongst each other to get the best results for their clients. And they will zealously advocate. And on top of zealously advocating for the best interests of their clients, they will also support the legal system that continues to profit them. Now, violence is, yes, violence. Right. Hold on.
Get rid of that monopoly on violence.
Agreed. Hold on. I'm trying to make a point here because this is the comparison. Violence is to legal system as law firm is to PMC. So when we're talking about PMCs, there is no, like, the ultimate thing to appeal to is the monopoly of violence. Violence itself is the monopoly, right? The PMCs are, there's no greater power than that. There's
violence itself.
So monopoly on violence, you're not understanding. Monopoly of violence is a concept that we use when we're like giving legal right to an agent, in this case the United States, to enact violence. But violence as a concept is the be end all be all, right? This is the equivalent to the legal system among lawyers. Yeah. This is the ultimate thing that you have to answer to. There is nothing greater. At the end of the day, either you're dead or you're alive. There's no greater thing to appeal to. So and then the PMCs are operating like law firms. They're being hired by clients.
Institution.
Yeah. So you're saying
like terms.
So
it's equivalent.
So there are two different.
No, it's not.
There are two different conflict resolutions, right? There are two different conflict resolutions of the legal system and then violence. But while they are two different modes, right? One is greater than the other. In the end, the legal system only
violence
exists.
Is an action.
A legal system exists when it's backed by the threat of violence, and so you're saying that there is these things are only so comparable because after the legal system fails, in the end there'll be violence. But when we're talking about PMCs, there's nothing above violence. It's only who can enact the most violence. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. Well, no. So I'm not trying to combine the two. Let's keep this very separate, right?
Yeah.
Legal system is to violence as law firms are to PMCs.
Yeah.
There's a legal system in which there is a legal system in which law firms exist within, and they're fighting each other, right, for the best interest of their clients, but they always support the existence of the legal system because the legal system is what gives them purpose. Hold on, it's what gives them profit, right? It's their foundation. Among violence, right? You can have PMCs that are hired by their clients to fight each other for the best interest of their clients, but of course they're both going to support violence. They're both going to support conflict because that's how they make their bread and butter. Yeah. In the same way that lawyers are always going to support the legal system because that's how they make their bread and butter.
You're comparing unlike variables. Violence is an action. Okay, a legal system is an institution. These are not the same fucking thing. You can't use sophistry to try and make it seem.
This is not sophistry.
I could replace.
It's a one-to-one comparison.
No, it's not a one-to-one comparison. I could literally change the word violence to red apples, and it would make the same logical sense. You're not.
Yeah, and if your job. Well, no, wait. And we could change it to red apples. And if we took a red apple and there was some kind of job associated with a red apple that or red apples were a red apple seller, perhaps. I don't know. You could have a scenario where both
those yellow apples.
Two people. Wait, hold on a second. Apples is a great example. Apples generally, within the Apple system, you have two people who are competing with each other to sell apples, but they both support the institution of selling apples because they both make money selling apples, even though they're opposed to each other.
You memed your way into showing why this is.
No, he didn't meme. Selling apples is an action. I'm pretty sure.
No, it's an institution, Corey.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
It's a way of life.
Okay.
Violence and a legal system are not the same thing.
You can respond, but as soon as you're done, I'm going to go to Jibby, then I'm going to go to Hunter because I want to get these two in. However, we're already over time on this. I know other people are excited about the other topic, so I want to make sure we get to that. So we have to move quickly. All right. So make a quick response, please, and then Jibby is going to probably respond to you any which way. So.
I just have to call out sophistry, right? It's not, you cannot compare the thing that backs up an institution to the institution itself, right? I would just suggest that everybody read Jack Donovan's Violence is Golden. It's a great article. You should check it out.
Okay. Actually, I want to take a look at that. So let's go to Doobie and then Hunter.
Yeah, I think Scott is attempting to overcomplicate the topic to avoid dealing with the fact that he can't respond to any of the firm claims or firm positions being made against
I've
him.
responded
That's
to
office
everything.
for you,
Stop
Doobie.
lying.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
Name one thing I haven't responded to.
Okay, so you propose this idea that if a PMC were to be hired to take over Haiti, for example, right? You said, oh, well, hey, another PMC might come in and take it from them because, they'd have a moral obligation to do this. Well, first, why? Two, so what stops that PMC from then just taking over Haiti themselves? And now they're the government of Haiti, right? Or their employers now the government of Haiti. Like, how does that situation resolve in a way that doesn't end up with a PMC or some dude who hired a PMC running Haiti?
Did I not?
But why is that a bad thing, Doobie? I don't
so
hold on, Gibbs. I actually think you're being extremely honest, Gibbs, and I appreciate it. I think Scott is trying to obfuscate his poor position.
No, I'm not obfuscating. I'm not obfuscating anything. So first, you straw man me by saying that the only reason that anyone would respond was because of moral authority, right? That is not the only argument that I made. Second, it was an internal critique in terms of what they are incentivized to do in order to make a profit. And I am challenging the assertion that people will just take something over for the immediate resources, thus profit gained, when there are so many consequences of an action of a rogue military force toppling nation states. It is in the interest of everybody else that has power to protect themselves from this criminal gang that has decided that they're just going to start toppling nation states. Third, in terms of this situation of no, actually, I think that's enough of a response to that. But third, I already did respond to this.
Wait, okay, so one, the claim. Oh God. Okay, so one, you're correct. You also mentioned that they'd have there's some kind of profit incentive for them to come in and remove this PMC and this employer who's taken over the nation. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know why we'd assume there's a profit incentive there, unless someone else is willing to pay more. And then again, you run into the situation of, hey, what if the guy who's willing to pay the most is the one who wants to take over Haiti, right? And then what?
So I'll back it up psychologically.
Wait. And then wait.
You don't respond to anything. And let me tell you.
Hold on. Now hold on. You just went on 3 different points, right? I'm going to respond with 3 things too. Okay, this is what it's like to have a back and forth, okay? So that's number 1. Number 2.
Responded to your one thing with 3 different things. So I defeated it.
Okay, wonderful.
Continue.
No, you didn't. Number 2. So this I hate you for interrupting me. I had a whole thing and you threw it off the tracks.
Write it down.
I hate you so much.
You're not even on camera. Write it down.
Fuck you.
Stop being lazy.
So then
I write things down.
Wait, hold on. So that's wait. So that's number 1, right? So number 2 is so once we get through the profit incentive and whether or not it exists. So right now, Haiti, I think, is considered to be a failed state, right? It's run by a gaggle of gangs and militias, right? So I don't see any other nation state coming in with a military to stop this from happening. There are sections of the country that are actually owned by effectively PMCs, gangs right now, with cannibals running all over the fucking place. No other nation state has come in. No other nation state has come. No other nation state has come in. No other nation state has come in and said, "Hey, you guys can't do this. Actually, we don't want cannibals running this fucking territory." So I don't think there's any reason to believe that if some dude came in and said, "Hey, I want this country, PMC, come take it from me," there's no reason to believe any other nation state would give a fuck. Right, so
you're trolling.
No, I'm not trolling. There's also if we were to go past Haiti, there's a shit ton of small island nations, quote unquote, all over the world that nobody would give a fuck if you came in and took it because nobody cares about them because they offer nothing to anybody. Right, these are just like 2,000 population, 10,000 population.
How come America
little chunks of shit that nobody cares about? Because America has regulations and has a democracy, and if we were to go around doing this, America's held responsible to the people that make up the country. PMCs are not held liable to or held accountable to anybody but themselves.
No, they're not. They're held accountable to their shareholders. You fucking troll.
And the shareholders want money. Right? So of course, if it makes sense for them to go in and take people from these nations and sell them in fucking Libya or something, why wouldn't this happen?
Stop. All right, you got your 3 points. So here's the problem again. You're doing the thing that I already said you're doing. because which is you're doing a univariate analysis on there are goods, there are resources, or there is something of that you believe has some value or some market value. And then you're saying there is an incentive to take over that thing that has market value. And the problem with that is that you're engaging in this world where once a PMC, a private military, just rolls over and takes over a nation, everyone will go, oh, no big deal. I guess I'll keep working with them. And the fact of the matter is that, yes, that can occur. It absolutely can occur that evil people in power do shit. And you're saying, but America has this special thing that keeps it from being incentivized, which is that it's a part of the United Nations and that it has a democracy, et cetera. And then, of course, we use all these other examples of times where America did all the evil shit, but we're like, but that was different that time. And so the question is which has a stronger incentive to do these things? If there is a valuable resource, sure, there is an incentive to take over that valuable resource, but it is checked by what you lose in trying to gain that resource. And what you lose initially is how much manpower and money it takes to control it. Then you lose how much does it take to either steal it, extract it, or maintain your power there. And then it's how much have you pissed off everybody else to where you're not getting money from them anymore. The bread and butter of a private military contractor is one of two things. There is the pseudo fake military contractor, which is groups like Wagner, where they are just a front for a single nation state, where Putin said in like July of last year that they had already given them $1 billion and that they were completely funded by the Russian state. And then there's actual private military contractors, like many that exist in Israel, where the way that they make their money is through voluntary action. It is to defend private property. It is to engage in all of these different areas within the world stage where they have to be friendly with everybody. And they lower their market and thus lower their price when they engage in fucked up shit that people don't like. It is not profitable in the long term. It is nation states that care about short-term goals and short-term profits because the politicians that are in power are only in power temporarily. And it is private owners and monarchies, I might add, that think long-term and are able to think long-term because they actually own private property and they do things for the long-term incentives.
Well, hold on. What's more long-term than planning to be the permanent government of a small nation like Haiti? That is long-term thinking. Right, and then you just if the international community has a problem, the international community that hasn't had a problem with the cannibalism going on, with gangs running the country, with all these people being sold into slavery and shit, that international community, if they suddenly have a problem with the PMC taking over, then you just make the case that hey, I'm bringing stability. Look, like we're setting up the schools again. People aren't being sold into slavery. We've cut down on cannibalism by 50%. You make that case, and you might be able to say the fucking head of Haiti going forward. Right, so like this idea that it's like objectively inevitable that the international community is going to give a fuck about the country takeover, which is ridiculous. There are genocides that happen all over the planet that nobody gives a fuck about. By the way, there's slave markets all over the planet that nobody gives a fuck about. You can take it over. They can take over any one of these countries, and nobody will continue to give a fuck about it because nobody currently gives a fuck about it. Oh God, you're so angry. The doomsday scenario is what's happening right now all over the fucking world, where we have militaries that are funded by private organizations, private individuals who just have like ideological differences with other people in these areas.
Quit your grandstanding.
I'm grandstanding. Me, Scott, you're accusing somebody of grandstanding. Are you fucking serious?
You're absolutely
yes. Because who funded ISIS? Do you think that individuals weren't funding ISIS to further an ideology? This happens all the fucking time. You don't need a country to do it. And ISIS didn't give a fuck who they were pissing off when they were going around beheading people on camera.
Of how stupid I'll make you look.
Oh my God!
Keep talking because you're terrified.
I'm so scared. Go for it.
I want to get
yes. Here you go.
No. Sorry.
Very quickly.
What was ISIS's PR department like?
No.
Do you think ISIS really gave a fuck? Do you think the cannibal guy in Haiti gives a fuck what he looks like when he's cannibalizing people?
Terrorist organizations or PMCs.
Do you think General Butt Naked gives a fuck what he looks like? Like, are you serious?
Yeah, you just keep throwing stuff out there because you know that I'll make you look like the fucking idiot you are because you're nothing but a goddamn troll that never actually brings any arguments. But I'm glad you actually decided to participate in a debate for once instead of sitting in the fucking corner. Anyways, your doomsday scenario of an internal critique that I'm doing about incentive structures is that a PMC might invade a failed nation state, rebuild the schools, stop all of the violence and destruction of private property, and set forward a government that is beneficial, that everybody loves. That's your fucking doomsday scenario.
Okay, so you think that could happen, and it would be a good thing if the PNC took over the country, right? If this PMC took over the country and they just stopped the cannibalism, Scott would be in favor of it, right? That'd be a good thing that you would support.
I didn't say that.
Well, then what the fuck are you saying?
You would. Direct argument against you.
No, I wouldn't actually. I wouldn't support some dude taking over Haiti. No, I wouldn't.
So you would be absolutely against. And it's just this, as a consequentialist that you have shown yourself to be multiple times, there's just something that really irks you about the idea of some private organization coming in and solving the cannibalism, the murder, the crime, the education, and the poverty in Haiti. You are lying and you are full of shit.
Oh, God. If that private organization is a mercenary group hired by some dude who installs himself as king to do all these things, then yeah, I'm against that. I think this should be handled by nation states that have democracies that are held accountable to somebody. Yes.
Okay.
You're lying.
All right. So we got. So we got to go. I'm gonna go to the last person here. We're gonna go to Hunter, and then we'll move on to the other topic.
Yeah. So I think Scott, one of your biggest arguments is that essentially companies operate long term, right? And I guess my question is, don't we have multiple examples of companies like having an expected value calculation that was a little bit myopic? Like obviously Exxon was like, hey, we're going to continue pumping oil even though we know it's going to destroy the environment. Long term,
and we're
it's going to fuck not just us over, but every single other person. Short term makes us a lot of money. Do you think it's completely infeasible for a company to make similar calculations when it comes to invading countries?
So what I would say to that is, setting aside the specific examples that are dependent upon your belief in the presumed danger and what level of threat climate change has. Right? Let's set that aside. Well, because there would be some controversy there. Yeah. Well, I think it's bullshit to restrict. I think you should go forward and innovate and progress, because that's how you're actually going to solve climate change. So setting that aside for like some other form, it doesn't matter what it is, right? The question is can companies, and is it not an incentive of the company to engage in short-term thinking and fail? And that failure costs money, resources, and when we're talking about military, potentially human lives, right?
Millions of lives. It could be.
I absolutely,
right?
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. Okay. That's perfect. The difference is what are you comparing it to? And what you're comparing it to is the nation states, right? And so under nation states, you are more incentivized towards short-term thinking. And the reason you're more incentivized towards short-term thinking is that under liberal democracies, politicians that make these decisions, they don't actually own anything in the government. They don't actually. The only thing they own is like their pride and their sense of accomplishment and their legacy to the public, so much as they care about that. But when you are a private property owner, you're far more incentivized to think about the long-term effects of what you do to the value of your property that you may or may not lose, especially if you're going to pass it on to your children. And so I do agree that people make incorrect decisions. I would just say that central planners haven't solved the economic calculation problem, and that prices in the market are a much better predictor and much better information to utilize.
I'm not
and
a
that
communist.
Private property owners are less incentivized to do so.
Sorry, I'm not a communist. I obviously believe that there is some form of privatization that's necessary in a running economy. I don't know.
That wasn't my argument.
You do know.
I thought you were accusing me of. No. Okay. All right.
No, I just said the
didn't Lactoid lay out like 10 different cases where a private company did terrible things for profit.
That was sophistry.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No, he gave multiple examples of what he thought could happen in terms of profit. And when I
did happen.
History did happen.
It was very easy.
Okay.
No, you gave two examples of what did happen.
Then let's move on. Let's move on.
There's way more than two.
Our final. Okay, so we'll have to continue this only.
Try and negotiate your victory.
Wait. I labeled 4 things that historically happened.
This was quite interesting. So before we continue, multiple things, right? Before we get to our next topic. First of all, guys, if you liked the content, consider supporting us. Thank you, Black Yamato, for giving me 100 bits 20 minutes ago. But anyway, it's fine. Corey, please. But yeah, consider helping out the channel, subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Or since someone brought it up, thank you. You can use our PayPal. I used to be part of my spiel, but I haven't said in a long ass time. But X-Wish will donate in chat. And also the PayPal button if you're on desktop. You can click that and consider, or the donate button, excuse me. Click that and consider supporting the channel that way. If you want to, say screw Twitch and don't want to cut them in on it, I'm happy with that. That works with me. So consider supporting the channel. If you've enjoyed this conversation so far and like the setting, the moods, the experience, consider helping us keep that around. If you're on YouTube, consider using Super Chat. We'll react to those. So if you have something to say, we'll respond. So thank you so much for anyone who did assist so far. Something I gotta address, because at first I thought you guys were memeing. But I guess you're serious about this. That there are cannibalism in Haiti. So that's not the case, right?
You can literally watch him eat a human leg.
Yeah, they're literally not. So there's literally been fact checked. Actually, one of these videos is apparently from a Chinese theme park. It's a video that people have been putting around saying, oh yeah, this is cannibalism. Another one of these videos is some man talking about it, but he was like a Hindu individual from a video that it took place years ago. There's a whole list of this evidence that Elon Musk, what a surprise, spread online. Right? It's just a simple Google search, and this all falls apart. No, there's no evidence.
On.
There's no evidence.
Why is the guy called barbecue? Why is the guy?
And that was addressed too. He's called barbecue because his mother, and this is the name of a gang member, all right, this nickname. He's called barbecue because his mother was a street vendor and she sold fucking barbecue. Right, that's where he got his name.
Okay,
from.
Hold on, Prem, wait 1 second.
Was it
So to be clear,
yes.
So to be clear,
there you go.
So to be clear, hold on. So Prem, that's where he says his name's from. I didn't know about any cannibalism videos from Haiti. I was thinking about the barbecue guy. So that's what he says his name is. His opponents allege that it's because he eats people, right? Or he's cooks people alive.
Yeah, the U.S. State Department,
and also to be clear, General Butt Naked is from Liberia. Okay, and that guy did eat people. 100%.
Liberia. Okay, so you recognize? I don't know about Liberia. I can't defend Liberia. Anyway, the U.S. State Department has said they have no evidence of cannibalism, right? This is literally since Columbus landed on Haiti, because that's where he landed, right? That's where he originally landed, was Haiti, right? When he landed on Haiti, that's when this narrative started. So before the black people were there, that's when this started. And then it continued on with misinterpretations of what voodoo is, outright lies of what voodoo is. And so now racists are using this online to say, well, we can't let these Haitian immigrants here. They're cannibals. So this is an extremely wrong racist trope that's happening. It's just being regurgitated by once again the conspiracy theorist in chief Elon Musk. So
I don't think that's
they should just bring up the French genocide. That's a difference.
I would love
very
to
quickly. I don't care because no argument I've made is dependent upon there being cannibals.
Okay, I don't. I'm not. Then why did you respond? Because I'm not addressing you. Then, if that's the case, I'm not addressing you. I'm specifically addressing cannibalism, right? To say that's not a thing. All right. So it's an extremely racist trope. Let's not use that anymore, guys. It's a lie, but we can, if you want to go over it later on, let's do that.
It's not extremely racist.
Why is it racist?
Why believe to be true of eating.
No, I'm dead serious.
But Prem, I think this arises from Haiti being a failed state, right? From them having all this conflict and
you said this existed before the black people got there. Was this trope about cannibalism? So how is it racist? The black people weren't even there.
Because it was a misunderstanding then, and then it just spread. So apparently
every race but white people.
So it's not racist. It's just that island.
Oh my god!
Cannibalistic.
Blacktoid. I know. I feel like you're trolling me right
now. It's before the black people got there. How is it racist?
Yeah, it can't be racist.
So
it's used for racist.
We will do it. We will do it. we will. I'm happy to do this later with you, right?
Okay,
but like
sure.
people have said they're really excited about the next topic, so I'm going to get to the next topic, and then we can like walk down with Lacto. He doesn't understand why implying minorities eat people might be racist. So don't worry, I'll explain it to you later on. It's no problem.
They're the majority in Haiti.
Do minorities eat people? Do minorities eat people? Have minorities?
I imagine most of the people who are
God.
cannibals on the planet are
Anyways,
minorities. Yeah.
They did it in Liberia.
Guys, support the channel.
You know what?
Hey. Knock it off.
Prom guys is a racist. Confirmed.
Yeah, indeed. Sure.
Supports the idea that minorities eat people. Fucking racist.
Okay. And I'm sorry.
I love you, Prime.
I love you too,
You
Fred.
beautiful little racist fuck.
I love you too, Fred. Okay. We're just gonna. All right. Second topic, which people are really excited for, and I'm sorry that things went over. You guys are okay. That's fine. Topic 2. Medical tourism is a growing sector, especially for cosmetic procedures. To find cheaper price options, customers are traveling to Asia and South America for treatments. However, lax regulations and outright fake doctors proliferate. This is also true in the States, where people will go to Botox parties to get injected with chemicals that might not be what is advertised. However, despite these dangers, some still take on these risks. So, should the U.S. allow unlicensed doctors to be an option? This could drastically reduce the prices, but also increase the risk that patients face. But if patients are comfortable with that, should we allow them to visit practitioners who have no recognized certifications? Or should we be protecting patients from potentially life-threatening outcomes? So, yeah, this, I mean, it is what it sounds like. You'll have, I started us off with practitioners in other countries, but this does happen here, and we've actually had cases. In fact, a friend, my past job, he was on a jury, for this case. It was a famous case, right? Where someone injected like industrial grade silicone in a woman's ass, right? Like a friend of mine was in that jury. But these are like false, like it's actually a real, like, it was a huge, I'm sure you remember it actually. If I gave you enough details, I'm sure you remember this because it was like made national news. It was crazy. But for cosmetic procedures, people will go to these unlicensed individuals and then, roll the dice, and a lot of times they come up short. But sometimes they don't. There's some cases where it just works out, and you save a crap ton of money. So I want to examine that, right? Like, opening it up to unlicensed individuals so they can do it out in the public. Does that make sense? So we're gonna go to our friend Lactoid, and Lactoid helped inspire this question in the first place, because he's had this similar argument for lawyers. But
you missed the last part of the prompt there that you wrote.
Yes, inspired by Lactoid's insanity. This is, but this has been his take. He wants unlicensed lawyers, but he's being principled in that because it would harm his own money. But he wants unlicensed lawyers. So we're taking to the medical field. Go ahead, Lactoid.
I don't know.
Yeah, so you guys can't see the prompt, so there was actually a lie said. The ending is as question inspired by Lactoid's logical and consistent way of thinking. But for some reason, Prime just misread that as insanity.
I couldn't fit that in. I literally ran out of words for the
Gotcha. That makes sense. That's why. Yeah. Anyway, the answer is yes. If you're an adult and you want to take a risk on getting a procedure done, or getting advice, or really doing whatever you want with your own body and your own person, and on something that doesn't involve invading me, I don't give a fuck. The idea that somebody can come tell me that I can't put a Band-Aid on somebody's boo-boo because I'm not a licensed doctor, like medical doctor. I am a doctor, but not a medical doctor, so I can't put the Band-Aid on. It's like ridiculous. We live in it's like, got a lot of negative things to say about it. There used to be a day when we didn't have to worry about that bullshit, and medicine was cheaper. And I think that we can get costs down a lot for a lot of things, not just medical care, if we remove licensing requirements and just simply make it that licensing as we know it is less of a licensing and more of just a recommendation, right? Hey, come here. I passed this exam for this official board. You know that I'm good, right? There's no reason why you should need a license to braid hair. There's no reason why you should need a license to cut hair. There's no reason why you need a license to practice medical care. It's all bullshit.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Scott.
Surprise, surprise. Despite our differences on the last topic, you're not going to hear anything against me against Lactoid here. We're 1-to-1 here. I would like to add a few things though. I don't think it's good. I don't think that it is like something we should celebrate or even morally neutral when you see botched plastic surgery. Right? I think we live in a society that is constantly bombarding women about the way that they look, to the point where you have like this tepid fight back against buccal fat removal surgery, and where like literally every white girl in America is like not being honest about how many times they've gotten lip injections. And there is yeah, Fairy Queen, relax. I don't mean literally every, I'm being hyperbolic. And so I don't think botched surgeries are like this good thing just because some fool got taken. I do think fraud ought be prosecuted. You think when people don't know what they're injecting into you, or they don't know what they're doing, and they say, oh, I know exactly what I'm doing, and I'm certified by like some company, and like the company sounds official, but you can't actually find the company, and it looks like a doctor's, or like it looks like some type of licensure, but it's not. It's just like Admiral Gibbs, like, jokingly being a doctor because, of something else to sell you eye treatments. That these are problems. All of these things are problems. But the question is, well, where does this problem come from? And this problem comes from the United States government and regulations. That is why we have these problems. You may think, oh, well, licensing is actually protecting us. But the thing is that the more you regulate an industry, the more you price people out of that industry. And the more you make gray markets and black markets more profitable and more alluring. And that's what medical tourism is. It's that we have an overly regulated industry that is so regulated. And there are regulations that are just ridiculous. Licensing is one of them. But like, the recent 2022 No Surprises Act is this bill that, for example, that's supposed to like be this beautiful bill because, it's going to keep people from being fraudulently, given outpatient facility and outpatient bills, and it won't be a problem. There was a problem, however, which is that the government, thought that there was going to be roughly 22,000 disputes of that bill between insurance agents, outpatient individuals, and inpatient individuals in terms of pricing negotiations. Well, it turns out since June of 2023, which is the last data collection, that it's over 500,000 disputes. And now we're going to have to hire a fuck ton of government employees in order to do these like baseball arbitration for this industry. And that's just one recent example of massive regulations that have made plastic surgery and cosmetic surgery so expensive that people are just going to other countries where they're getting hurt because they have no guarantee of their safety and they don't have the same laws that protect them from fraud. And if we want to do something about this, the best thing we can do is deregulate the market and allow private markets to step in so that we can have safer, better plastic surgery, and maybe, just maybe, stop getting the buccal fat removal surgery and lip injections and facelifts and all the shit that makes you look like an alien when you're 40. Maybe. Just maybe.
Thank you. Ollie.
Yeah. So this doesn't, for me, I'm a massage therapist, right? I got my license 10 years ago. I didn't have to take a state certified test or anything. Now, if I want to move to a different state to keep the same job that I've been practicing for 10 years, I have to get a state certified license. While I was in school, they mandated that massage is now this like more medical practice, right? You have to go through insurance and deal with insurances. You have to learn about cancer and every itty bitty thing that comes with it just to go work at a spa, right? So it's not good. I'm not saying that people shouldn't be certain. Like you should have to go to some level of schooling to know what you're doing. However, with all these regulations, The barrier of entry to school is too expensive, right? It's too expensive to get schooling to become a proper doctor. And then for the people that want the surgeries, that want the things, you know how expensive it is to get a massage? It's because of how much regulation you have to go through and how much certification you have to go through and how valuable it is. And now it's a medical thing, so they can charge more. The clients are also being affected by this, right? And like furthermore, we're taking a further cost because the people that are going out of the country, they come back here with the botch jobs. We have to take care of them here. We have to fix the botch with, like, you know, our money. So either way, we're kind of taking that cost anyways. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have any certifications at all. Like, there should be some level of schooling. You should have like some level of knowledge. But to Scott's point, if we deregulate and the private industry is coming in, they're not going to hire somebody who doesn't have any knowledge on it. So you're not going to have these people working. And clients aren't going to go and find backdoor, they're not going to go get backdoor BBLs if people are competing for the price of BBLs. If I can go get one for $150 down the street. So, yeah.
Thank you. Stacks him.
Yep. So there's two ways you can take this argument. The first is like efficacy. Is this effective in saving lives by employing more qualified doctors? Which we can talk about, obviously, like occupational licensing reform. I largely agree with everyone else on the panel. I don't want an abolition of licenses. Maybe some people disagree, but we are insanely overregulated. There are shortages in the medical community for sure. But the second argument, which might be a little bit more interesting from an ethical standpoint, and I am prepared to go 8v1 on this, the more interesting argument is about bodily autonomy, which is fake. If something harms someone or yourself, it should be corrected. It should be against the law to wear seatbelts. It should be banned to duel others in public. You can't cannibalize someone who wants it. As Lactoid says, there used to be a day when we could get that done, and a lot of fucking people died from snake oil. So, yeah.
What about drunk driving licenses?
Explain.
I
don't even know what that means.
Lactoid can explain.
Lactoid will explain. Let's go to FQ.
So I have two different stories that I'll tell quickly, just in relation to this. But basically, my position is the same as has already been stated. I think that you should be able, you should be able to get, if somebody, as long as they're honest and upfront about the fact that they do not have a license, and it's clear to you that they are not licensed before you walk into their clinic. I think that if you want to say that you're a doctor, and if you want to say that, you can help people with healthcare, I think that should be fine. As long as you're very, very clear and very, very honest to your clients and to your patients, precisely what it is that you plan to do and what it is that you're licensed or not licensed in order to do. As long as all of that knowledge is upfront and the patient is aware of that before they walk into the clinic. The danger of this is going to be genuine snake oil salesmen, or people who will claim that if you drink this charcoal shake, your cancer will be cured, or that all you have to do is meditate and take this special potion before bed and then your problems will be cured. We have to be honest about the fact that this will be abused. There will be people who are taken advantage of. But the reason why ultimately, I'll tell you the story of. A few years ago, I had someone who I cared about very much, and this person was a drug addict. And I was desperate to try to find this person help. This person had been to Narcotics Anonymous and Alcoholics Anonymous, and had been to traditional forms of rehabilitation and therapy, within the United States, multiple times. He had gone multiple times. He had access to this help. He had gone to counseling. He had gone to the doctor, and we knew he was an alcoholic. He was an addict. And we were desperate to try to find a way to help him. And one of the ways that I tried looking for any possible solution. And I found one, and it's called Ibogaine. For those of you who don't know, Ibogaine, it is a psychedelic. It's also not entirely safe. If you have a heart condition, if you have a history of heart disease in your family, you shouldn't take it. There are some cases of people who have had heart attacks and who have died of cardiac arrest while taking it. And it's not a fun drug. It's an extremely wild ride. It's supposed to be one of the most harrowing experiences of your life if you choose to take it. But the advantage of taking it is that after you take this drug, supposedly people who struggle with opioid addicts in particular, they feel no withdrawals. They have no withdrawals directly afterwards. They have no urge to use after taking this drug. So for that limited time, in about 6 months after taking this drug, it's supposed to be an extremely effective way of helping addicts getting off of addictive substances. But because ibogaine is illegal in the United States, there are only some clinics that offer it, which means that if you're interested in this type of rehabilitation for your loved one, you will have to leave the United States and go to Mexico, to Costa Rica. I think the name of the clinic is called Clear Skies Clinic. And it's exorbitantly expensive if you want to go. The amount is about $10,000 if you can afford it. And you have to pay all of this entirely out of pocket. And so I realized that, like, when we're talking about like medical tourism, and like when we're talking about like healthcare that from doctors that wouldn't be licensed or that wouldn't be legal in the United States, like why we would have an immediate knee-jerk reaction. You all are probably thinking of the same stories that I thought of, which is of the woman who gets a tummy tuck, in a country next door and then dies from it and then leaves her children and her entire family aggrieved because she tried to get plastic surgery. But I think that there are many cases of people who are searching for answers, who are searching for healthcare, who have to leave, and you have to engage in some of these, I hate to say alternative forms of healthcare, but experimental forms of healthcare that are not legal and are not available in the United States. And so I will leave it there.
Thanks so much, and thank you for sharing that personal story. Let's go to our friend Gibbs.
Yeah, this is real rough going after that emotional heart trigger. I'm gonna look like a real dick, but I say open it up. Like if people want to go and try whatever they want to try, let them try. Bring back dueling. I feel like that's a problem. We don't have enough dueling, but that kind of goes hand in hand with the subject actually. Yeah, when I'm looking at it, I don't understand why if someone wants to trust Dr. Jinx from Always Sunny or Dr. Gibbs to do their appendectomy and they sign a waiver. Fuck them. Let them. Let's
They're
go
what
for it.
dectomy?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? If they're gonna let me do it, and they sign a waiver where I'm not liable for whatever happens, then hey, I'll take their money. I don't see a problem with that. Like if they play stupid
What is
games,
wrong with you? No, you would not take their money.
I would absolutely.
You would kill the poor person. You would vivisect him on the slab.
Let him speak.
They sign.
I'm just saying, like, listen. You'd be surprised when people take the money for when people sign a waiver. I'm just saying, like, if they want to do, then that's on them. Like, why should we be keeping these people alive? They're clearly choosing these alternate options. This is not my responsibility, and I wholeheartedly object. The stacks
organ harvest.
Basically,
that's the plan.
Yeah, whatever. No, it's yeah. If they want to spend the money to go buy old snake oil or mercury and put it in their arms and inject it, hey, let them do it. Like I said, they could go against the credentials, or they could go get the credentials they think is good. Maybe this guy on YouTube knows more than the guy who went to med school. Who knows? Let them find out. Let's see. I think it'd be good for the society actually.
I mean, I've watched Law and Order SCU, so there's no reason to think that I'm not a better lawyer than Lactoid. I think.
I thought you were going to say an expert on rape.
God damn.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that, friend.
Guys, rape expert. Just put a little banner at the bottom.
Yeah. That's good. DB, please.
Yeah, I don't think it should be allowed. I think that Staxium's position is actually the best one so far. I think that there's a national interest in ensuring that people aren't doing crazy shit to themselves, aren't giving themselves tails, or having all their teeth removed for fun. I think there's also a national interest in ensuring that even if there's a contract or an agreement between two people to perform some kind of service, if that service is damaging to one of those people, I think we do have an interest in stopping it, right? So, for example, if there's somebody that had an addiction to plastic surgery, and they went to somebody who's willing to do hundreds of thousands of dollars of plastic surgery on them, whenever the fuck they wanted it, and actually encourage them to do this, to drain all their money, right? Because this person was agreeing to get the surgery, I think that should be stopped. If somebody went to an old person and said, "Hey, yeah, why don't I get rid of all your wrinkles?" Right? Just lurking around elderly homes and shit, offering plastic surgery to all these old people. Yeah, I think that should be stopped. I think there should be someone that they're held accountable to, right? Some kind of board that can take their license, that can make sure that they no longer can operate in that field. So yeah, I think I agree with Saxiums.
I'm imagining someone showing up with an iron, I'm gonna get rid of all your wrinkles. Let's finally our friend. It would break Corey totally. You're just not a doctor. You're not licensed like I am. Corey, please go ahead.
So I can respect Lactoid's position, and in some ways I'm sympathetic to it. Where like definitely I go back and forth when it comes to credentials of like until credentials actually mean something in terms of like I've made my positions clear in the past. Osteopaths shouldn't exist. Chiropractors shouldn't exist. Naturopaths shouldn't exist. But the fact that you have I think like the American Chiropractic Association side by side with the American Medical Association, many people can't distinguish between the two. And like I can appreciate and respect, the full bodily autonomy argument. But I also want to protect the world from, people like Gibbs doing a appendectomy. So I don't want that happening. And so I don't know how to solve that problem. And just as like I don't want people weaponizing their credentials, like people opening up their own cold plunge institute because now they have their PhD in cold plunge. I see that as a problem, and people can't distinguish between accurate and inaccurate information. But yeah, as of right now, I lean towards credentials like being a thing. They have to exist to some extent, but we have to ban chiropractors, osteopaths, and naturopaths. And I'll leave it there for now.
And so the campaign continues. Thank you for that, Corey. All right, open up.
Doobie, we don't have a vested interest in stopping any of these people from doing that. Have you seen the tattoo industry? People are splitting their tongues. People are getting implants to look like aliens. We don't stop.
Yeah, I think all of that should be illegal.
Oh, you think it should be illegal to get like breast implants or like a BBL? 100%. Like what about like a huge butt or like big boobs?
Hold on. So to some extent, so I think I'm sure you've seen people that get like breast implants that are fucking huge.
Yeah.
Or they get all this plastic surgery and they look like fucking bloated aliens, right?
Yeah.
Like they look like fucked up brat stalls. Yeah, I think all that should be illegal. I think if
you
do that to somebody, you should be in jail.
So
can I just be clear? Because me and Doobie are.
Why should that be illegal?
Yeah, like I said, I think that there is an interest that we have to keep people from harming themselves, right? And I think it's totally fine for us to define what harm is, and for us to say, hey, we've decided that this is you harming yourself, so we're not going to allow you to do it. So I think people are harming themselves when they go get plastic surgery and come out looking like brat stalls. Like I think that's bad for them. I don't want people in my nation doing that to themselves, so I want to stop it.
What if they want to look like brat stalls?
No, wait, hold on. I just want to say real quick. I want to say real quick, just because I feel like I'm tied into Doobie, and I just want to disagree with him for just a sec. I do not think that meets the metric of harm at all. I think that like when you actively are hurting yourself or you are possibly dying from a specific thing that you're doing, I think that meets my threshold. Not just looking like a brat stall. I'm chill.
I just care more about people.
I think you're a moron. Or I think you're a moron if you want to look like a brat stall, but go fucking feel free.
Stack Sams, would you ban cigarettes? I'm curious.
Would I ban cigarettes? I would say whatever is the most effective way to prevent people from smoking cigarettes. Sorry, I'm on the utilitarian.
Cigarettes should be banned.
What about coffee?
Red pill and alcohol.
It's just whatever stops
my body.
Should
I
cars
should put in whatever I want.
And people die all the
time. Should we ban gay sex because of the risk of AIDS?
Hold on. Saxons, just accept it. Saxons, you should support banning cigarettes and alcohol. Saxons, just
what about cars?
No. If that limits by like if that because obviously last time we banned alcohol, it just increased alcohol consumption.
No, that's bullshit.
Is that not?
No, it did not. It absolutely did not.
The issue of prohibition is we didn't go far enough in killing the mobs, right? We should have killed more mafia people.
Wait,
after a while, like these people are fucking gone because we've killed them all, and you made it so risky to engage in this practice, and it stops.
No, I want to clarify the prohibition. A lot of people will just make claims about that. The reality is, like, yes, the mafia did gain power. But there was like a massive decline of liver failure or liver cirrhosis and like liver illnesses following prohibition. And that number of like lives supposedly saved, like far outweigh, like in terms of just raw number, far outweighs any like extra lost lives that came from the mafia. That being said, if you try to ban my fucking alcohol, I swear to God, like this is bullshit. Why
exactly? Do you understand? Like from a utilitarian perspective, it's like, oh, I ban alcohol. There's going to be riots in the streets. Probably not worth it.
Bet your ass, yeah.
Alcohol is a factor in like 40.
So if we riot enough, if you ban, wait. So you're telling me if we riot enough, if you try to ban the butt lifts,
Yes.
then you'll be in favor of butt lifts.
Yes,
Well,
correct.
People will riot.
All right, boys.
Lacto's gonna make up the deficit of deaths with his arsenal.
Yeah.
If you
You
take
will
away his
have-
alcohol.
So
Lactose has the
You're
ultimate
gonna have
trump
to
card
find a
against
big enough
Axiom. Just
crowd
enough
who wants to
rioting,
fight over butt
and
left.
anything goes.
What's
I
the-
think I can.
So
Okay, sick.
Wait, hold up. Wait, do
You do it, I'm on your side.
Cars
the-
too,
the-
since
the-
cars
the-
put people more in danger probably than plastic surgery.
Well, there's a utility to cars that we can't really go without, right?
No,
You
public
can't go without
transportation,
alcohol.
boy.
You can't go without alcohol, right? And alcohol, if I remember correctly, it's like
Yeah, but why do cars
almost
need
half
to, why
the
do cars
almost
need
half
to
the
ride
fatal
the
car
bus,
accidents
Doobie?
involve
Yeah,
involve
or
alcohol.
ironically.
cars could be limited to going 50 miles an hour cap.
I'd be fine with that.
You could.
Oh,
There's no
ban
reason.
that.
There's no reason for somebody to have a car that goes 100 miles an hour, 120 miles an hour. That's fucking
No
ridiculous.
reason.
Why not cap it at 15 miles an hour?
No, don't say 50. Just like cap it at like. Okay, wait, hold on.
I said 50. He said
25.
We capped at
Public
65.
transportation is way
Exactly
more
65.
safe. So I think we should expand the usage so much that cars essentially become obsolete. I think that's the
So-
most effective.
I mean,
way.
public housing is probably safe.
Oh,
Where the
I
fuck are you
don't-
going 100 miles an hour?
I do want to
Hold
bring
on.
it back because it's a topic on medical tourism. People are excited to talk about medical tourism, so let's or not just medical tourism, but licensing and all that, right? So let's try to bring it back. Corey, I see you, Gibbs, and Scott. But Scott, you've been trying to get in first. Actually, you've been trying to get in first. So let's go to Scott, Corey, then Gibbs. Yeah, sorry.
So the first thing I want to say is I just want to correct the record because there seems to be some confusion about what fraud is. Right? I think a lot of people here are mixing these things together, right? And saying, well, if there's no licensing and there's no like regulation, et cetera, then people will just lie about their credentials, but it'll be okay because if you put something on the wall that looks like a doctor and says doctor and looks like you have a diploma, but it's from some fake place, and there's not like a reasonable way for the person that comes in there to be able to differentiate between whether or not you're a doctor, a medical doctor from like a, as licensed by the AMA, et cetera, and not, that's fraud, right? So like you can't really utilize that when as like lumping it together with like the people that are pro bodily autonomy, because being pro bodily autonomy means, even if you want to take it from like a leftist perspective, Staxiums, right? Like from like even if you want to take it from like a Kantian perspective, right? That like you ought not, you from the categorical imperative.
No,
right?
I know, but like
that
classic
idea of-
leftist, like Kant and leftist usually are pretty not synonymous. Is that fair to say?
I disagree, but I understand from your perspective.
Okay,
what you mean
fine.
by
Go
that,
for
and that's
yeah,
fine.
go for it. Categorical imperative.
Right. I mean, like even from that perspective, right? Like you would recognize it as like an inability to have the information that is necessary to doing a utilitarian calculus. So even from a utilitarian perspective, you would, if you were a rule utilitarian at all, even a little bit, you would still say that fraud is a problem here. So I don't think I want to just put that out there before we go anywhere else, that like that's not what we're talking about. In terms of this discussion of like, you guys are, and I guess Prime wants to stick to the medical tourism and licensing thing, but like everybody's kind of yelling about the philosophy here without actually engaging in the philosophy, which is making it a lot of white noise that doesn't make sense, which is right. Like, what is harm? How do we measure, happiness points, these magical things in utilitarianism? And do
Like
people
Kant
have the
solves
right of
that.
bodily autonomy?
Okay.
No, he doesn't.
Okay. I believe I said Corey and Gibbs.
Just a question for Fairy Queen to hopefully understand your position better, because at least I think I posed this question before, but at least based off everything that you've outlined in your opening statement, from what I'm understanding, so basically, because I asked you a question before, like, should someone be allowed to go to their doctor and request like any treatment that they want? Is that okay for you or permissible for you?
It's not that it's permissible for me. It's not that I'm okay with it. Like, it's, to be very clear, like I think like I like condemn and like I think it's bad like when people ask like doctors to like, I don't know, like we mentioned before, like to be blown up like Bratz dolls, but I still think that you have the right to ask your doctor, like you have the right to ask that from somebody. Now the question, I think I can see where you're going. I know where you're I have a guess where you're taking this, Corey, given like my recent like discussion with Wick. So what I will tell you is though, right? Just because I don't think it should be illegal for you to find a doctor to provide the service that you're finding. But I do think that like it should be against the law if for the you shouldn't be licensed as a doctor. I think that the regulatory bodies, if you're licensed as a doctor and you choose to provide a service that violates the licensing board that you happen to have gotten your license from, I think that you should have your license revoked from you. And if you live in a country where it is illegal for you to engage in that type of healthcare, which absolutely violates your license by choosing to do so, I don't think you would disagree that that person should be thrown in jail. No?
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. Like, I agree, people violating whatever codes of conducts and laws, like, yeah, and generally in favor of penalizing people that do that.
Right.
But so then, if I'm understanding your position correct, like, so then you are in favor of licensing and like just like somewhat less deregulation of them?
I'm not. I am in favor of licensing. It's just that I am not in favor of people who want to say that they are doctors, as long as they are very clear about like what their credentials actually are and about the services that they're providing. So for instance, like you mentioned, for instance, the polar plunge lady, right? With the PhD. Like, to me, the biggest problem with that website is not just, I mean, it's in part the fact that she has PhD like listed on the website, but it's also the fact that she's offering services that claim to do something that can't possibly be the problem. So I would say that specifically is the problem, not the fact that she's offering the polar plunge. Right? If she was honest about what the polar plunge could actually achieve, right? If she was if she wasn't being dishonest or manipulating like what the truth of like the efficacy of the treatment was, then I don't think that there would be a problem with somebody saying, I am PhD Dr. Ice Bear, and I would like you to come to my clinic so that you can have an ice bath. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense or not.
Yeah, I think so. And I guess just to maybe clarify it also further, regardless, I understand your bodily autonomy. You're probably going to say like someone has the is allowed to inject where they want in the body. But do you think, let's say, for example, narcotics should be legally available in stores?
I mean, if I'm going off of a principled basis, like the real answer is yes, I think you should be able to inject whatever it is you want. But I would agree. But it's a hard pill to swallow. To swallow, right? Literally, because of the impact that it will.
Welcome over here. Welcome to join us.
So that's my answer is I think it's gross, but I think like it's the only real honest way to answer
Pure
the question.
Bodily autonomy. Taxation is theft.
I can respect. I don't agree with it, but I respect it. Absolutely.
Okay. So we'll go to Gibbs. I want to say two things before we and I'll go straight to you, Gibbs. So one, to
number
bolster,
one, he's pro BBLs for all women.
I am absolutely mandatory
BBLs.
But to bolster the first part of Scott's statement previously, he talked about the you can just print out a license or whatever, right? Or a degree.
Mm-hmm.
And that just reminded me of in Florida, there was that teen who pretended to be a doctor. He was doing it for a while until the coffee sent him to jail.
I remember. And he was like really good at it, apparently. Like he was like successfully performing surgeries.
Yeah, it was crazy. But he was off to jail.
Did you hear about the doctor who convinced women that I have to look up the exact disease that they had, but he convinced women that the only way to cure them of like a rare type of cancer they had was to have unprotected sex with them. And he convinced like multiple women to do this. He actually did get arrested for that.
Wow.
Again, fraud.
I'm curious what your thoughts is. You're
pro
myth
that?
on the fraud, but like,
wait, Lactoid, are you pro that?
Yeah.
So I'm generally against.
I would
fraud.
say that's like low key rape.
Yeah.
No, he was prosecuted for rape.
Low key. I feel like that's high key rape.
No, fair.
Well, yeah. It's pretty direct, but there's also like an element of
like Harvey Weinstein, except for that one, was low key rape. Like, oh, quid pro quo, I'll get you in a movie. You know what I mean? Come on, sugar tits, wear the dress.
But is it? Is it? I mean, I don't know about prosecuting him on rape.
It's basically the same as like you either die
or
you
take
the seed.
Yeah, I don't think that makes sense though, because
Why you're coercing someone, or you're
not coercing.
you're giving them false information in order to.
What if you mean it?
Yeah.
What if you mean?
Wait.
That's a long conversation. I don't.
No. I want to have this because you can argue makeup. Women who wear makeup then are also providing false information and therefore raping everybody they have sex with.
No, because I think it's well known what the makeup looks like.
It is not. People put on makeup and do like a total fucking face change.
Completely different person.
What if you convince the girl that unless she has sex with you, the world will end, and she believes it?
Yeah, I would say.
But they literally do that in cults. Hold on, sorry. That's a different subject, and I'm sorry.
No.
I took it there. But I actually do want to have that conversation because I think it's interesting. But okay, there's that. Corey, I see your hand up. So after the games, I guess I'll get bounce back to you. FQ, you want after that? Okay. And then the second thing I was going to bring up, I'm not sure if you guys actually watched the video that I sent you, but it was 10 minutes long. Oh, you did. Thank you, Corey. All right, I can always rely on you.
I did not.
Watch it at 2x speed.
I'm not sure you caught it, but there was a doctor there. So like I sent these to the audience. There was a video from CNBC, I believe it was, or one of those, right? That talked about unlicensed doctors, practitioners within Thailand, and halfway through the video, near the end, there is a doctor that comes on, right? And they do this to like compare this individual to these unlicensed people, right? This doctor's wearing a yellow shirt, right? And he talks about like how bad it is for these unlicensed practitioners. Thing is, I've actually done a bit of a deep dive into this topic, and I've seen that doctor multiple times, right? Like at least in 2 other documentaries. And in those other documentaries, he was being referenced because like he's licensed, sure, but he does it out of this like strip mall joint, and like he does like basically invasive surgeries in like a store's like storeroom, right? Like that's where it is, like their closet. And you literally you get a peek at this when you look at the video, but there are other videos you show up like he's actually doing the surgeries there, right? And those other documentaries were talking about like, yeah, you shouldn't go to Thailand because even if they're licensed, like you might have this level of service, right? I mean, like there's no way this would fly in the States because we have regulations about that kind of stuff. But it's interesting. He's like apparently like realized that a great advertising strategy is just to do these documentaries over and over again. But like three times I've seen this guy at least.
Yeah. We say it won't happen in the States, but I've heard a bunch of just like shit doctors. Like there was a doctor that was injecting people with water instead of, I think it was either a cancer treatment or fucking flu shots. I can't remember which one's probably flu shots, but he was injecting them with water instead. And he was a licensed, certified, doctor. Well, yeah. But I mean, regardless of where you are, this shit kind of happens. If you're gonna have a quack doctor, you're gonna have a shitty doctor anywhere.
Yeah, but
the doctor who convinced the girls to have sex with him. He was a licensed doctor, by the way. Who convinced women to have sex with him to cure their cancer. He was
don't you think that there would be fewer of these if we maintain it? Yes, there are for sure problems with people who are licensed and do shitty things. 100%. Anyone who is arguing otherwise is stupid. But there will be fewer under this current system.
I think people would be more transparent about it.
I don't even understand. You give them the ability to lie, and they'll make sure they tell the truth.
No,
so here's hold on. I'll answer real quick, right?
Okay.
The most regulated industries in the world are going to be in China. And there's a wonderful series that you can look up right now, after the panel or whatever. And it's like on TikTok, but it's also on YouTube Shorts. Just look up China Fakes Everything. And what you will see is that the most regulated industries in the world have the most fraud in the world.
Wait, hold on.
That is what happens when
not true. Not true, because you can look at sorry, you can finish. Sorry, yeah.
Right. So there's a kind of a Loeffner's curve situation here, right? Where there's kind of a presumed sweet spot of state taxation. Yeah, sorry. Yes, I just said yes. Sorry.
Sorry, you're good.
Okay, buddy. So there's a situation here where if you're going to presume that there must be regulation, there might be a sweet spot of regulation, but every regulation that you put in is just like taxation is going to price things out of the market, is going to slow down economic growth and economic activity. And so there's going to be a sweet spot where presumably you have, a decent amount of economic activity that is able to absorb these regulations. But if you keep piling on regulations, what you're eventually going to have is first you're going to have what we currently have, the status quo, which is where we have too many regulations and we've created medical tourism. We've made it so expensive that people are now wanting to go out of the market.
Where are they going for that fraud? To under-regulated
What do you mean,
places.
where
correct?
do they go? That doesn't.
Where do they go? Where I want to get cancer treatment. I can't really get it in the US. Where do they go? Right? Do they go to China or do they go to like Mexico?
Right.
Largely speaking, Mexico. Right?
What's your argument?
Which is underregulated, right? So
I wouldn't say there's no such thing as underregulated by the government.
Right. Sorry.
No regulation is the perfect amount of regulation.
It's the classic Laffer curve argument where it's like, hey, there's a bell curve. Actually, it's only just here. It's like I don't even know how to argue with that.
So
wait. Let's go to Gibbs. Let's go to Gibbs because Gibbs has been waiting, and I said I was supposed to go next. Then we'll go to Ali.
So I less worry about like people dying due to like botched things from unlicensed people, and more about the opposite of what like overregulation does. Like look at what overregulation did with the vaccine mandates. I think those are a pretty like epitome of like a failure overall. I think
Operation Warp Speed was the exact opposite. But I mean, as much as I hate the lefties and I hate government regulation, it was deregulation.
Yeah. Anyway, so like I said, wait, what? No, I'm talking about the mandates of the
Operation
like,
Warp
vaccine
Speed
mandates.
was deregulation of the creation of the vaccine. If you have problems,
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the
vaccine,
creation of it. I'm not talking about the creation of the vaccine.
What do they deregulate?
That's not what I'm arguing. He's trying to sidetrack me so I can not make a point here, even though I just waited and listened for like 30 minutes here. But here's what we're going. Right. So I don't have a problem with the deregulation of things. That's not an issue. I have an issue more when the government side of things is trying to push more certifications, more requirements. I think that leads to badly. I think people should be able to choose what they want to do to what. Like as long as they're like over 18 or some arbitrary age that we've decided is the age you're an adult in a country and you're a citizen, then I think you should be able to do whatever you want with your body. I more have a problem when we see like licensed doctors going on TikTok and using their like clout or whatever to try and push like their things onto people that are not of age. Right?
Wait,
that seems to be
why would you be against that as an anarcho? Are you an ANCAP?
I'm not an ANCAP. No.
Well,
Okay, sorry. What would you describe yourself as, and why would you be against that?
I'm more like a conservative Republican.
I thought you were like more of an anarchist. Am I getting that wrong?
No.
Okay,
Not
my
an
fault.
anarchist.
My fault.
Yeah,
The
I mean,
guy
I have
that
like
said
he only believes in
McDonald's and
weapons.
Burger King should go to
mean-
war is not an ANCAP.
No, I mean, I'm not though. I mean, I believe in
Burger
some
King
government. Yeah, I mean,
bombs.
that's a whole thing. We don't need to go into my ideology super deep, but
Sure,
yeah, I'm
sure,
not
sure.
an ANCAP. But yeah, the point that I'm saying is basically like, yeah, I'm less worried about what people are going to do with their own, decisions. If they want to go and start committing suicide en masse, I'm not super fan of that. But if that's what they want to start doing, then go do euthanasia things. Then I'm not opposed like that. It's their choice, right? If they want to sign up to allow like their body to be used for science, great. If they want to sign up to allow their body to be used to go to the corpse farms and be turned into long pig, I'm also okay with that. Like, I mean, people should be allowed to sign up for whatever they want to do. Like, I don't understand, like, what, as long as it's not harming somebody else, why should we stop them from doing what they want to do? Like, if that's the case, this deregulation of like.
I would say because, and this is going to
Well-
be super liberal pilled. We live in a community. We live in a society where we kind of rely on each other. Yeah, fuck you, Scott. Where we rely on each other.
It's just
and we
funny
kind
when
of
they do
need
the
each
meme.
other. Yeah, what's the meme?
We live
We
in
live in a society.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you just did the meme.
But we unironically live in a society where we depend on each other, we rely on each other. So when we harm ourselves, it hurts others indirectly. That's what I would say.
FQ,
How does it? So how do you define that? How do you regulate that? How do you like? Where do you justify it?
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean?
My issue is like, I have a hard rule, and some of the people here are, have a hard rule when it comes to, at the very least, medical freedom, right? They don't follow it through to its logical conclusion, which is right-wing anarchism. If you believe that you have a right to your body and no one has a right to your body or your property,
Right, which I reject.
But I get that you reject that. Why can't I fuck you if it makes me happier than it makes you sad?
Because I think that would deeply harm me, first off. And second, I think that would establish a
What if
culture.
it deeply helped me?
What makes
it
them
would
really
establish
happy?
a culture of making every
Right.
single person susceptible to rape. And I think that is a overwhelmingly worse society than the one we currently live in.
Look, Scott,
What if you're on an
Lactoid,
island and no one will
Ollie,
know, and it
What
makes them
what
really
made me
happy?
so happy I
Corey.
cured cancer.
I think
Right?
well,
Like I just went back in
my-
my
What did
lab
I
and
do?
fucking
Look,
post
as
nut clarity after raping Hunter.
as
I
made
do
me
have a
fucking cure
philosophical
cancer.
answer to this that's really obnoxious if you want to go down that road.
Okay, FQ, go ahead, please.
well, as like Lactoid has stated before, I mean, most of you guys, like you all have beards, right? It's fundamentally rape by deception anyway, okay? We have no idea what it is any of you really look like, okay?
This is natural. Okay,
This
it's
is natural.
different.
it's all
I
natural.
grow this.
You were
This is
born
part-
from
this
the
is part of
womb
the-
I
with
look
this is
like
part of my
I'll tell
face.
side of your cheeks.
You know this.
Yeah,
You know when
bullshit,
SpongeBob?
okay?
I
plays
did.
with
I
It can
didn't
be
put
rape
it
by
on
deception
to
with
trick a
makeup.
man.
It
okay?
can be beard by deception.
No,
okay?
I didn't put this
So,
on to trick somebody.
a-
This is
uh-huh.
natural.
This is good
Uh-huh.
genetics. That's what it is. Good
You
genetics.
should have gone
It's
with
like gift from God.
FQ. You should have gone with hat fishing. You know, you've heard that term
Yeah,
before.
that's a good point. Yeah, that's
Hat
that's a good
fishing?
It makes
Yeah,
me
they cover the
significantly
ball.
more happy. It makes me infinitely more happy to keep it than to
Yeah.
remove it. Therefore,
Exactly.
We
Like my
literally
utilitarian
have
So-
someone
utility.
with an avatar.
No, but
So-
Con K's brought up a
Utilities
good
in
one
here.
right here with hat fishing.
Hat
Keep on.
fishing, just so you know, hat fishing is like when you have like a dating profile and it's a guy, right? And they like always have like a hat in all their
Bald.
pictures.
Oh God!
Because they're actually bald. You find out
Ah.
later on. Yeah,
And they look like they haven't bathed for days, always. Like,
So the question
Um,
is the question here, right, about bodily autonomy is kind of the cornerstone to whether or not it's the cornerstone to everything we have here. And we're kind of skirting around the concept of bodily autonomy. You know, I don't know how long we want to keep avoiding the actual discussion here. But even if we want to do an internal critique, right? Even if I want to accept for the sake of argument, utilitarian calculus, that, like what is best for the most amount of people, right? I think we're living in the current nightmare scenario
How
where
so?
we have overregulated industry.
Right. Wait, hold on.
that
I'm
is-
in favor
that is
of
causing.
I'm in
that
favor
is
of lowering.
causing-
I think you might have forgotten my position. I'm in favor of lowering the regulation because it's there's a scarcity of medical doctors.
I
I think
didn't
an
name you
abolition
per
is the
se,
wrong
that's
way.
fine.
What was that?
I said I didn't actually name you, and I didn't say Hunter.
Okay.
Here's why. What I was
Okay.
saying is, it was a general kind of statement out there, which is like, even if I accept the utilitarian position, so that we're all in the same normative ethical framework, I would say that we have an overregulated market, and that is pushing people towards medical tourism. We need to
I agree.
deregulate this market
I agree.
if we're gonna do anything.
So one of the things that Hunter said earlier, because I think that right now we're thinking about healthcare like only as like an independent, fully bodied, of sound mind agent, an adult, able-bodied person making this individual decision for their own healthcare about what will happen to them in their own bodies. But if we're being honest, there are many examples in healthcare which don't follow this model. You could have, like, for instance, like a woman who's pregnant, for instance. So what happens, for instance, if you have, somebody who's pregnant and they go to deliver the baby, but they don't select, a doctor. They don't go to the hospital. Instead, they choose to have a doula. They choose to have a natural home birth, and then the baby dies. What happens to like the midwife or to the doula or to whoever it was, that the non-licensed person who delivered the infant?
Waiver.
Because she can't lose her license. She doesn't have a license, right? That's not why she's there. So she can't go out of practice. Does she go to jail? Does she go to jail for manslaughter? Does she go to jail for murder? What happens to her as a consequence of? And like, there are so many other examples. Like, I can think of many examples of where you have a guardian who is in charge of another person. It doesn't even have to be a child. It could be a mentally unwell adult.
But
It
I
could be
answered
a
that
person
already.
dying of
I-
dementia.
yeah,
It could be.
get a
It could be.
waiver.
It could be people that are not capable of making their own health decisions, right? And then you make the decision to send this person to an unlicensed, practitioner. Are you liable? Like, if it goes wrong, should there be more liability?
So yeah, to answer that, like I said, that's why you have the waiver. One, you would absolve liability of the.
So what if you don't? Would you be liable?
I mean, if you don't have a waiver, then you're all
Like, what do we do when bad things happen to
So,
people who
I
are
think a
not
doula-
moral agents?
I think a doula and midwife conversation around childbirth is actually probably the best example you could have for my argument of no government. Because the original form of birth, for most of human history, has been the domain of women and has been the domain of females within our society. And it wasn't really until the 1940s and 1950s that we deeply medicalized, and by nature of kind of the world that we live in, brought that into the domain of men.
And
skyrocketed.
Women maternity rates. What's it called when you survive during
lowered maternal mortality rates. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I absolutely agree that technological innovation over time has increased many a great deal of things, but it has come with all kinds of other bad things. And the doula and the midwife have been a reaction to that loss of autonomy that many women have had. I mean, like we still to this day have doctors that are performing the husband stitch, right, where we're adding an additional stitch to sew up women's vaginal canal so that they can be a little bit tighter in the opening for the husband's penis, despite the fact that this is causing serious pain and medical issues for most women, and that there is absolutely zero medical evidence whatsoever that this is appropriate or beneficial to them. And so I think this is a perfect example of how over dependence on licensure and like this concept of authority has been corrected by individuals going outside of licensing, outside of that market. And if you talk to any midwife, because I think I'm the only parent here that's actually spoken to midwives. I had a doula for both of my children's birth. If you talk to any midwife, they will immediately tell you, oh, you're over the age of 35. That's a geriatric pregnancy. We don't do those here. We want you in the hospital. We'll have the doula there with you in the hospital. They know what they're doing. They've done tons of research. And more often than not, the first hint of any issues, they do indeed go to the hospital. And those pregnancies are often much safer. And they're much less painful, and they're much less, they have a lot less issues. Now, yeah, there are some crunchy mom type shit there, but I think it's a great example of why licensure and overemphasis on government is an issue. It works for me.
I'll wait for Ali to go, and then I then I want to respond to that.
Okay, so because it's going to take a while because we have a few people. So
if you want to respond to that real quick,
respond. Yeah, quickly. Then we'll go to Ali, Lactoid, and Corey.
Yeah, Scott. Listen, I have heard many stories from many women, and I've read many stories that like what actually happens in many clinics across the country, that like what happens in childbirth is actually a lot more terrifying than like what the average person realizes. I've heard stories of women being like forced.
Birthing plans go out the window all the time. Yeah.
Being held down and being forced to stay in one position. They can't move. They can't squat. They're not allowed to like leave. They're not allowed to. There are cases of women who have been sexually assaulted in the middle of childbirth, and then it's excused as simply the person being examined. Like I hear all of that, right? And I'm sympathetic to that. At the same time, though, it leaves us in kind of a weird spot where when shit goes wrong, because everything you're saying right now, I sympathize with. And I know a lot of women who sympathize with it, but they still wind up going to the hospital because of the what if. What if something goes wrong? What if something bad happens? What if my infant son is born and is going to die and they immediately need to be sent to the ER? But oh wait, we have to drive 15 minutes down the road to go to the hospital when we could have simply wheeled him 5 minutes down the aisle instead.
Real quick. Birthing centers are almost always within like, I don't want to say walking distance, but it's almost imperative that very often birthing centers are very, very close to hospitals for that reason, number one. And midwives almost always, the moment there's fetal distress, the moment your pulse ox is off, the moment there are any signs of fetal distress, basically, they're very quick to go to the hospital. I think this is an issue that just doesn't really exist.
Well, hang on though. Like it does exist though, because even if that's true, even if it's true that most birthing centers are close to the hospital anyway, and even if it's true that most midwives, the minute something bad happens, they pick up the phone and they immediately call. Like even if it's the most ideal, like midwife, the most experienced position you could be in, you're still in a worse position because I still have to pick up my shit, get to the car, and drive down the road anyway, regardless of how close it is. And it still would have been much quicker, and time is of the essence. Like if something bad happens,
the alternative is that you might be in a worse position by being in a hospital.
Yeah.
But the alternative is that I might be abused, but my the infant might survive. That's the difference. That's the difference between those two.
Well, I mean, no. I mean, there's other things too.
I do want to
epidurals.
I do want to let somebody go in
Epidurals, for
because we got it.
example.
We got. But this is. I really want this conversation. Like, I actually really want to engage with you on this, Fairy Queen, and I'd like to hear what Scott has to say too, because like I'm actually close to the Scott side on this part. I think FQ, if we talk about it, we can actually move you closer to Scott's side, or to my side, not Scott. Fuck him. To move closer to my side. On this one too. But I have to let other people in. We have limited time. So Ali, Lactoid, and Corey.
So Hunter, and then a little bit to FQ's point about like what happens if a practitioner fucks up with something. So like with massage, with you get insurance, right? I have insurance. If I fuck up, the insurance handles the fuck up, whatever it may be, whether it may be legal or if it's medical. If I injure someone, I have insurance that covers that. I have legal insurance as well. Tattoos, right? Piercings. I don't think there's too much regulation for that. I think you can just become a tattoo artist. I think there's more regulation to become a barber than there is to become a tattoo artist, right?
Mafias.
And
there are
so,
a lot of mafias in tattoo.
Yeah, and so like Hunter, to your point, with like there isn't much regulation in tattoos, right? Anyone can get a fucking gun on Amazon and just start tattooing up people, right? The way you like. Anyone can claim, oh, I'm a great tattoo artist. You go there and it's a botched job. What happens is no one goes and gets a tattoo artist from any rando. Now, if you do, that's your fault. You fucked up. And I don't know how you were going to do that anyways. You were going to have your friend give you a stick and poke regardless because you were looking for the cheapest alternative. So you were looking for whatever bullshit you were looking for. The way we defeat frauds or people that are bad at their job is through reviews. Unfortunately, right now, no one is doing anything without a review. You want a restaurant? You're going to sit 35 minutes, sit there, look at the menu, look at the reviews, look at the photos, and then decide if you're going to go to the restaurant before you've even been there. So, like, that's going to be the
Yelp
same
is
thing. We have
way
a bunch
better
of
than the health department.
Yeah,
Agreed.
we have a bunch of BBL doctors. What's going to happen is they're going to be on Instagram because they're going to try to advertise themselves. You're going to go through the comments. This guy's a hack. This guy's great. This guy's good. Which is like, Gibbs, against your point, all these doctors, I like that they're online. I like that they're on TikTok. I like that there's a competitive like edge to being a doctor or a pharmacist now or a fucking dentist. If you're a dentist with a 1.3 million following on TikTok, that's amazing for your.
I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem.
Yeah,
can I respond to that?
That's not what I was talking about.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, if we the having the regulation, if we remove the regulations, we leave it to reviews because now we can literally access every single individual's business. There we go. Solve the problem, solve itself.
Let's go. So I gotta get other people in because they've been waiting and we have a little time. Lactoid.
So I'm fine with duels and doulas. And I'm also okay with the husband stitch as long as it's consensual. The woman agrees to it. She'll be able to have whatever plan of plastic surgery you want. This is actually a question for you, Staxium. So you can answer and then you can.
Most women can't consent during that period, just for the record.
I'm saying beforehand.
In the
They could be like, yeah, be like in the
birthing plan. You're an idiot, but go ahead. Yeah.
Well, whatever you want. Hey, it is what it is. I think there could be women who are interested in doing that. There's no problem with that. I think it's selfless.
I've never heard of this before until now, and this is the wildest thing. Thank you for educating me on that.
I mean, think about it, right? Like vaginal tightening. Vaginal tightening makes like a lot of sense when you think about how many guys would get dick enlargement surgeries too, right? It seems logical. Same kind of concept.
Share the burden.
Right?
Yeah.
Rod, hole, friction. Anyway, Staxiums.
Yeah.
Carry
so
share load.
I want to. I know you said it would lead to something obnoxious, but I actually do want to result at least kind of understand where you're coming from. So
yeah,
let's imagine. Imagine a scenario. I can give you a scenario where perhaps like most of society would be okay with this, and an individual would be okay with this, even though we think it's abhorrent. Let's say there was a society in which 13% of the population were slaves, and the rest of the population were free men, and the rules in the society were established that. The 13% had a characteristic about them that would never be shared with the other percentage. And that's what made them eligible to be slaves. And so the main population had no reason to fear.
Eligible?
Mandated, sure. And the rest of the population had no fear whatsoever about becoming slaves. And let's say they got a tremendous amount of pleasure. Let's say they were like all kinks. BDSM shit. They loved the concept of enslaving the 13%. why is it wrong if overall utility is maximized? Why is it? Do you think it's wrong to
So
have that
I
kind
would
of
say
system
that
of slavery?
in that example, overall utility is not maximized. And that's because in my personal calculus, I treat negative utility much stronger than positive.
Okay, you much stronger, but this is like you don't understand how much they're cooming.
Says it's bad.
Wait, you don't understand how much they're cooming. Like they are infinitely pleasured by the
Okay,
concept of owning somebody.
I would say if you took an ideology to an extreme, it always looks absurd.
Well, I want you to answer this. Maybe if it looks
Wait,
absurd.
no, hold on. I'm answering your question. I will engage with the hypothetical in which I would say it is literally impossible for a human being to do this. In that hypothetical, yes. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, all right.
Ever read King Cotton's speech?
No,
the justification for so you should. King Cotton is it's a very famous speech that was done on the Senate floor just before the Civil War. That is a justification for slavery. And in it is the famous line. I can't remember the senator's name off the top of my head just now, but he says, how dare you tax King Cotton, right? The cotton industry and how England is. But there's a really interesting section because he makes the utilitarian argument very strongly that slavery is better than freedom for the blacks. And the way that he does this is he compares the treatment and the health care and the education and the likelihood of being taken care of as they're elderly versus the industrial North, where someone gets an accident and there's nothing they can do.
Right, but we know that's bullshit.
Services.
We know that doesn't.
How do we know that's bullshit?
Like because fucking black people were raped and murdered and bred like cattle and taken advantage of.
They were raped and murdered in the North.
But that would be okay. But you'd be okay with that if the white people got enough pleasure out of it.
I would say it has to be essentially infinite to overwhelm the massive amounts of.
If they really liked it, yeah.
No, you're not engaging in the argument.
I am engaging.
The argument is this.
The
argument is this. By King Cotton, right? By James Hammond. Thank you, Chad. James Hammond. Senator Hammond.
Here, let me engage.
The argument is this. The argument is this: is that in the North, there is no welfare program to take care of elderly blacks. In the North, families do not have any protections. In the North, you have to work in squalid conditions in textile industry, in factories where injury is common. And if you are injured, tough titty, go fuck yourself. You don't have a hand anymore. And in the South, families are taking.
I fucking get it. Okay, can I answer your question?
Okay.
You don't have to keep rambling. Okay, yeah. Even if that were accurate, which it is not, that is a completely absurd recollection of what happened in the fucking South during the 1800s.
No, you're that's not. Presume even if it's accurate.
Presume it's accurate. It still isn't. It still doesn't maximize utility because
why?
Because I treat negative utility so much stronger than positive. I would say that murdering someone
is negative utility
worse.
As you define it?
Harming other people. How do you? I don't understand.
Well, no. Well, so harming other people would be
taxing
against the non-aggression principle, right?
No, I don't believe that taxation is. I would say that overtaxation is a harm, sure, but I would say that it overpowers the massive amount of utility that is gained.
So obviously, again, you're engaging in magical thinking, right? So
how so?
Negative utility. Because negative utility, as you define it, you say that you stress negative utility over positive utility.
Yes.
Which means that you stress negative rights, freedom from, over positive rights, which is wealth redistribution, helping people.
Correct.
All of those things.
I see where you're coming from. That taxation is
if you were to do so.
Yeah.
Right. If you were to do so, you would have to say, in order for this magical thinking to work, you would have to be a right-wing anarchist. You're not, because what you're saying is that you actually don't value negative utility more. You only say that you do when it comes to things that we obviously know are wrong against bodily autonomy, like slavery. You're lying. You're not actually.
Can I answer the fucking? I get what you're saying. I got it 5 minutes ago. Let me answer your question. The negative utility that comes from a billionaire getting taxed 50% of his wealth is virtually negligible. And the positive utility gained.
So,
and the positive utility,
because
I don't think his lifestyle is changing all that much.
If you take half of everything that he creates,
yes,
you don't think his lifestyle changes that much?
I think that there definitely comes a point where your wealth is so exorbitant that any addition to it doesn't affect your lifestyle. Yes, 100%. That's the easiest argument I can make.
No, you're right. But if you were to take half of a billionaire's assets, right? You're not just changing his lifestyle. You're changing what it is that he can invest in. You're taking the most productive member in society.
Sure.
That
No.
That is doing the greatest good in society, stealing half of everything that they own, and then giving it to the least productive members of society.
I need like a fucking.
And you're saying
Marxist
that
here,
you value
because
negative
holy
utility.
shit! The idea that is set like that, improving the material benefits of every person below a certain threshold to a maximum would completely that would jumpstart the economy so much fucking more than this trickle down economic bullshit.
Or check this out. Fuck those people. Why do they deserve any of that?
Real quick.
So
see, you're coming at it from an ethical standpoint. That's just like
right.
It's absurd at its face.
You would agree taxes don't work this way right now, though.
What was that?
Well, you would agree that taxes don't work this way now, right? If you're making $100,000, you're like what, paying 30 to 40% of your income?
Sure.
Yeah, this is like a massive. This dramatically affects your life, and because you value negative utility so much greater than positive utility, surely the amount of impact 30% of your income can have. Like, we shouldn't be taxing people who make six figures at all.
I would say that anyone who's making under six figures is seeing massive benefits from the taxation that you're getting.
So trying to understand your definition of negative utility.
We can't.
What you mean by?
I got because we have a little.
So
time.
I just want to call it this Marxist bullshit. And
I'm not Marxist. Okay. I'm not a Marxist.
Yeah,
you're engaging in absolutely Marxist.
We found a new socialist here.
Agree.
He's a crypto Marxist. We've got it. So, but like, say your statement quickly, socialists. And then we got to go to Corey.
This is very quick. Yeah, I'll be very quick. Right, the way that you're defining as of right now, at least through the conversation, negative utility is the material conditions of more individuals over the material conditions of one individual.
No,
and so
what
you're doing is you're okay. Well, then how are you not saying that?
I would
you're full of shit right now.
I would say that someone who's making $80,000 and pays 30% in taxes gets more than a however much 30% of $80,000 benefit from the government is. Does that make sense?
Yeah. You're saying exactly what I'm saying, which is that you're valuing
the
negative. Yes, you are. No, you're gonna let me make this argument after you.
On an individual basis, I already see what you're saying. From an individual perspective, right? Mm-hmm. It is different because I am not okay with one person getting completely fucked and one person getting completely I don't know what the opposite
unfucked.
of
made love
unfucked.
To. Yeah.
Amazed, like having an amazing experience. Okay. But I am okay with someone taking a downside, like a negative downside for themselves and then getting an extremely positive, so much so that it outweighs the downside that they took. Does that make sense?
Okay. Finish your point.
It makes sense. First of all, that's not how the economy works anyways, and like billionaires make up such a minuscule part of the economy. It doesn't really matter anyways.
That's my point.
Right. So like you're literally taking half of their wealth and giving like $1 to everybody in America. Like, but nevertheless, setting that aside.
Okay.
What when you say negative utility, right? You have no objective metric for this. And not only do you not have an
welcome to meta ethics. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. I'm showcasing why you're full of shit, and you keep interrupting me because I keep making you look bad because you're a fucking lefty, right? So pipe down for just a second.
Every time someone interrupts somebody, that's
so
to make them
you
look
keep
bad.
You keep saying negative. You keep saying you value negative utility more than you do positive utility.
Yes.
Will you shut the fuck up, Hunter, for just a second? Let me explain to you why you're fucking retarded. Stop talking. All right, you need to listen.
He doesn't like being interrupted.
Okay, so here's the thing: you keep saying that there is negative utility, and that you value the negative utility higher than positive utility. You are then framing the negative utility as this, as reference to the income that they have and what effects you think that will have in their life, psychological and material conditions. And then you're comparing it, saying that there is more positive utility when you take from those that have a bunch, because relative to those that have nothing, there is this greater exponential positive utility. It's magical math. There's no metric that you're using there. You're taking an objective amount of money from one person and distributing that objective amount of money to others. That's objective. But what you're adding is this subjective concept that the billionaire can lose half of his wealth, and it's not that much negative utility to their psychology or to the world or to the effects in the world, and that the material conditions will be greater for all of those other people, and that's good. And it's bullshit.
Okay.
It's magical.
It is
Okay.
crazy.
Pause.
I won't respond. He can say whatever he wants.
It's fine. You're not. You promise not to respond. You promise?
Mm-hmm. Promise.
Okay.
That's
if he promises
tough.
it, then if he says that, then okay.
We'll take 10 seconds.
Then very quickly, Saxium,
10
make your
seconds.
point, and then yeah.
Okay. Every ethical framework is based off of some subjective reasoning, by definition.
Okay, but I didn't promise not to respond. So no, go ahead.
Let's go to Corey. I've been waiting quite patiently. We okay, and to be clear, we are over time. All right, so we've gone past 11:30 p.m. Eastern. If anyone has to go, you're not of course held here. My guards will let you leave. But stick around because I will have more conversations. I do want to engage with FQ on our previous comments because I think it's super interesting. But Corey, please.
Well, rewinding, I guess a bit. So, Ollie, you brought up this well, just to maybe also clarify your position. Like, I'll pose the same question that I posed to Fairy Queen of like, do you think doctors should if a patient requests a treatment, should doctors refuse it if they think it's not in the patient's best interest? Like, basically, can patients just demand whatever they want?
Yeah, but yeah.
Okay, so if you don't, so if you don't see a problem with that, then to me the review system is totally at least I think there's some major problems in terms of I think doctors should in some circumstances refuse a patient request.
I think they probably will. They likely will, and if the good doctors will, you'll hear about them.
Yeah, sure. And do you see how maybe if the review system it comes into play of totally and unfortunately happens where a patient who has a cold, a viral infection, they'll go to the doctor thinking, well, I'm going to get some antibiotics for this viral infection, and the doctor informs them, well, actually antibiotics don't do anything for your viral infection, and we're going to refuse you antibiotics. And the patient walks away saying that's a negative experience where they have this expectation that antibiotics treat everything because they don't know anything.
Much stronger. There's a much stronger argument actually.
We kind of have that anyways.
The opioid epidemic.
Yeah, there's that aspect too, but I don't really want to.
We kind of have that anyways, where people will doctor shop for an Adderall prescription or a Xanax prescription, and then you find that there are doctors that you can go get these prescriptions from. Are they good doctors? No, but the same person that was getting turned down from all these other doctors was going to find a way anyways. So I mean, at the end of the day, that's what they're doing anyways.
And that's why my solution is, well, hopefully some sort of system that I haven't perfectly fleshed it out that weeds out the bad doctors, because totally there's unfortunate incentive for doctors to prescribe things, I would say bad incentives, and to acquiesce to patient requests. Same thing with cosmetic procedures and all that stuff. Where
the problem is that sure, we can say the solution would be to stop bad doctors, but sometimes it wasn't even it might not even be all the doctors, right? With the opioid epidemic, we had a bunch of doctors that were listening to pharmaceutical reps about what the pharmacists, were telling them. And so, are these bad doctors?
So I would call them bad doctors. If you're a doctor that's relying on a pharmaceutical rep to make prescription choices, you're probably a bad doctor.
Well, what I'm saying is then how
listen to my pharmacy care manager.
So with all that's going on, I understand that that's why we try to enhance regulation, keep these regulations going, but it didn't seem to solve anything, right? It seems like we just have these regulations. Things are just more expensive. The barrier to entry to becoming these types of careers or jobs is just harder. So what did the regulations solve? And so to my point, we're just we're doing a review system anyways. We treat doctors like tattoo artists anyways.
Well, I would say, I agree with you. There were regulations. I would put them as bad regulations, as in I would. Again, I'm sort of on the fence. Like I said in my opening statement, I'm sympathetic and I respect Lacroix's position, but I see a very grave problem in terms of patients requesting things from their doctors, and doctors, if there's now an incentive for them to pretty much acquiesce to the patient request or acquiesce. Where they're going to go to Gibbs for their appendectomy.
Well, there's the incentive now. The incentive still exists now. If a doctor sees a patient and the patient is well, I want Xanax, and then the doctor so feels that okay, well, you do have a little bit of anxiety here, I'll give you some Xanax, and there we go. That's already happening with or without the regulations.
I don't know that it's happening. Like, I agree with you. It's totally happening. I don't know, like, at the end of the day, I don't think we're ever going to eliminate that process.
Yeah.
But I still want to minimize it. Like, I understand medical fraud is going to happen, like, regardless. But I still want to live in a world that reduces
it seems to me
medical
that the way
malpractice and fraud.
it seems like social stigma is the best way to like minimize it. The regulations aren't minimizing it, right? The only way that's minimizing it is that you hear that this is a bad doctor, you shouldn't go to him. You know?
Wait.
This is a good doctor. Don't go here. Go there.
Then we'll compare because we have some data to back this up in terms of like there are reasons why like people go to, let's say, Mexico or other whatever developed countries for, let's say, stem cell treatments or even other cosmetic or medical procedures. Like, do you think the complication rate is the same in, let's say, the United States and Mexico for the equivalent operation?
I mean, no, there are probably more complications over there, but it's also a lot cheaper, which is why people are going.
Well, so we'll get in. I'm going to bring in public healthcare, which is obviously going to go down a different road. But like, yeah, I think there are other ways of reducing costs.
You don't get to champion public healthcare when your ass uses private healthcare to get out of the Canadian public healthcare system.
You don't. Whoa! You don't get to champion ANCAP when you vote and live in the United States and pay taxes. What are you talking about?
You have a choice between option A and option B. You
have a choice to go live in Lieberland. You have a choice to go to live in Lieberland.
No, that is not the same thing.
You do.
You're engaged in a performative contradiction.
Of course.
I'm not.
You have to
I'm engaged in sophistry.
Yes.
You can't just claim.
No, it's not sophistry. It's very simple.
Do you not have the choice to go to live in
champion public?
Do you not have the choice
champion?
Do you not have the choice to go live in unclaimed land? Do you not have that choice?
That is not the same thing.
You don't want to answer. Exactly. It's,
I don't
we're talking about apples and oranges now.
Question that you're using to avoid me dunking on your ass because you were stupid enough to let Twitter know that you use private healthcare in lieu of public healthcare.
Wait.
Because you recognize that it's better.
Wait. How do you know that I use private healthcare? How do you know?
Because you've posted about it on Twitter.
Yes, exactly.
And you've admitted it in the past.
As in, I've made it transparent, and I also made it. I don't know if you recall in my post, I said that I do not like the fact that I in this particular circumstance that I had to go through private healthcare, just as you don't like the fact that you live in the United States. So,
you recognize that one was better than the other, right?
No, I don't.
For your performance. Well, then why did you go to the one that was worse instead of the one that was better?
In that one,
doesn't make sense.
Scott,
you are living in the United States and you vote. Like, why do you not make the choice to go down a different lifestyle?
Because I was here.
That doesn't,
they want to come fuck with me. I'm not going to them fucking with them. It's different.
Okay. All right. So let's.
I'm just minding my business. These fuckers come and take my shit.
You guys, we'll have plenty of time.
Love the fatherland.
Plenty of time to
there you go.
Look at the hypocrisies of ANCAP life. All right. We've done it before. Do it again.
This is not a hypocrisy, though.
I just, it's okay. All right. I want to give outros to people. Though I do. Hopefully, we can get a few of you to stay because I'd like to have that conversation and maybe Lactoid too. So I can yell at him as well. But thanks all first of all to my audience. We'll continue on. We'll have some more content for you afterwards. I'm just giving these people an outro. But anyway, sub to the channel if you've enjoyed this content. If you liked all the things we've talked about a lot. We had a really spirited conversation, especially in the PMCs. It took off. So shout out to all my participants. But if you want to see more from my fantastic participants, you want me to be able to provide you with this platform, consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel, give bits, give subs, exclamation donate in chat. If you want to skip past Twitch or Super Chat and YouTube, consider helping us out so that I can keep doing this. We do need your help, guys. So help us out. And I guess I'm just saying the same thing over and over again. All right, let's move on. Let's go. Lactoid. Lactoid, thank you. This was a lot of fun. I am looking forward to the law class, right? That teaches counterintelligence tactics. teaches like poison techniques against your enemies. I like this idea. Lawyers taking things into their own hands. I think they already ruthless enough to assassinate their competition. Why not institute an academic regime teaching them how to do that? Makes sense.
Yeah, the personality fits. Look, lawyers are mercenaries of the courtroom. PMCs are mercenaries of the violence. It be what it be. The second topic, I really want to emphasize here
combat.
that I'm also in favor of dueling. Right, that should be allowed.
Dueling.
Always logically consistent.
Always, yeah, and the main difference here of like, oh well, you can just leave America. Well, the reality is like the difference between leaving America is you got a bunch of people coming after me, like making me do shit. Right, that's not okay. That doesn't mean that I get to go make other people do shit, right? That's not how that works. Because bodily autonomy is based and good, and it's something that is essential to the concept of consent regarding one's own body and one's own property. However much pleasure you get from something bad should be irrelevant to whether or not that action is bad in the first place. So if you agree with that, or if you agree with anything else I said, or if you want to hate watch me, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Okay. If you agree, we shouldn't rely on infinite pleasure to be the limit there on moral convictions, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I don't care. Like somebody who gets infinite pleasure from like punching me in the face doesn't now get to punch me in the face just because they're deranged enough to now like well, now you get to punch me in the face because you like it so much. It's like, well, no, fuck you. I don't give a fuck how much you like
it. Thank you.
It encourages depravity.
Well, I like encouraging depravity. I'm that type of guy. But let's go to our friend Scott.
But if it encourages depravity, utility shows that it creates a society of depravity, and it's not utilitarian in this specific instance. But in other instances, I can just magic my way into being for the state. I'm Scott, Fabian Liberty. If you want to learn about philosophy, politics, anarcho-capitalism, or you just want to watch me debate, come hang out.
Thank you so much. Friend Ali, thank you also for jumping in.
Yeah, Sociologic on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, if you want to come join. It was a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Hunter, you are a fantastic addition here. We really appreciate having you here. Like, I think you did great arguments. You were really engaged. Love to see it. Yeah, hopefully you'll come back.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm Staxiums. I make videos on philosophy and politics and linguistics and mathematics and all that kind of stuff. Follow me on TikTok and YouTube, Staxiums everywhere, because I know how SEO works, and I didn't put 3 fucking what are they called?
Underscores.
I was standing you the whole time, and then you had to come at me at the end of your fucking close. Like, fuck you, Hunter, okay? I don't care if it is your first panel, okay? Motherfucker, okay? But you were awesome.
You're standing the guy that would take away your doulas? How dare you?
But yeah,
with fate.
Hunter, you were fantastic.
Real talk, though. Everybody get a doula. Literally, get a doula. You don't have to get a midwife. You don't have to go to a birthing center. Get a fucking doula, especially if you're a dude. Get a fucking doula. You know why? Because all the shit that you know you're right about, that you want to tell your wife or your girlfriend in the hospital, but you literally can't because she will fucking murder you, you can just trust the doula to say. You can be like, oh, fucking maybe we shouldn't. Birthing plan said this. And then the doula goes over there and is like, yeah, well, that maybe we give it a little bit more time. Maybe we try. Yeah, get a doula. Doulas are great. And they'll stand up for you and they'll boss around doctors that try and do shit they shouldn't do.
Oh, man, I really do want to talk about this.
Very pro doula.
But thank you, Hunter. And yeah, I will send you invites in the future. Next, we go to FQ, voted Best Rookie by all other participants. Always happy to have her here. She's fantastic. And yeah, thank you for stopping by.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me, Prime. And you can find me at Fairy Queen's Cottage and at my very based and wonderful Twitter handle, which is at Fairy triple under motherfucking score Queen. Okay. And yes, I am going to drop it in the chat. And yes, you are going to follow me. So there. Happy Monday.
You're saying that they need a direct link in order to find that shit because no one wants to type out 3 underscores. Is that what you're saying?
Fuck you. So.
I'm just Fabian Liberty. You'll find me. Not a problem. I don't need a link.
Where's the ampersand?
May or may not be like my 5th Twitter account.
You don't have to like deal with like the finger torture of trying to put an underscore. We can't hear you, but we can imagine what you're saying to us. So we can't.
Finger torture? Oh, okay. What finger dexterity do you people have? You're supposed to be video game nerds. You're supposed to be people that are hitting that fucking
keyboard.
What do you mean you don't have the strength to hit the triple underscore?
The only thing that's more difficult is like Alt-Shift F4 or whatever that was, right? Like that's the only thing. That's the only thing that's more like
Prime. Do you play music?
No, I don't. Why would I?
This is your problem. You need to learn how to play music, okay?
That's right.
If you could learn how to play music, a guitar or a piano, your problems would be resolved.
They literally have
very quickly. Prime, very
That's
quickly.
music theory.
Are
3
you saying
underscores.
your name is as difficult as fucking jazz chords, and you think that's like a flex for you? Like that's terrible.
Exactly. Hey, you haven't put enough points into dexterity, right? And that's your problem, and that's why you can't put my name in the Twitter. Okay, all right.
Issue.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You've all got baby fingers. You're going clink, 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 clink on the keyboard.
You don't deserve
Okay.
to follow me on Twitter.
There you don't. Okay.
My hands.
Fucking
Listen, my
weak-ass
hand.
fingers.
My hand.
Exercise
I have,
those things.
I have
Like
natural
twinkle, twinkle, little star.
deformities, ma'am.
Yeah.
I have natural.
Oh, wow.
Don't you dare. Watch
What
what you say. And what happened? I was
What
born
happened?
this way. Thank
Well,
you.
you know
very
what?
much.
Your pointer finger looks still pretty
Does it help
strong
you with
to
like
me,
the back
I
rubs?
guess.
Abled.
Yeah, maybe.
Does it help you with
Very-
back rubs or something? Like you get like better angle?
I broke my nose. Yeah, it actually does. I get a nice angle with the 2 knuckle in. You know, it's a good time.
Nice.
We're learning so much about everyone today. Thank you for that. All right. Now that we've appropriately dunked on Fairy Queen, we'll continue that later on. We'll move on to Gibbs.
I gotta follow that. We gotta follow the Knuckles thing. Oh man,
you can make fun of Fairy Queen too if you want. No, nothing
sure.
stopping you.
I'm Admiral Gibbs. Unlike Fairy Queen, my name comes up alphabetically first almost all the time because it starts with an A and there's no underscore. If you enjoy these topics and whatnot. I also want to add one thing I really found interesting, and this was a definitive thing that we can quote Fabian on. He said it a bunch of times, and it was that we discovered if they're interrupting you, it's because you're making them sound bad. And Scott always interrupts me after I get 5 words out. So it only takes me 5 words to make him sound bad every time I talk. So that's from his own word of mouth. If it's making him sound bad, that's why they're interrupting you. So now we know. Thank you. I'm glad that was clarified. Other than that, you can find me as Admiral Gibbs everywhere.
Admiral, I agree.
Thank
It's like a shotgun blast with you though, because you make everything sound bad.
Hey, whatever works. Listen, everybody's got a talent. I'm like someone said last week. I'm dark Fairy Queen. Like she makes people have these happy analogies. I give you vivid ones, but they're maybe of a more grim, dark nature.
I
You
said
have
that
3 upper scores.
Yeah. Which is ironic because my name's easy to type. I'm like Law Fairy Queen, but with a good, I guess.
You are not the dark version of me, okay? I am the dark version of me, okay? Nobody gets to be the dark version of me, okay? Nice try, Gibbs. That's a nice try.
Late. Already happened. It's official.
Thanks,
It's been
friends.
decided.
Doobie. And I'm the decider, so I decide that here. Anyway, Doobie, thank you also for coming through. Fuck you for using that avatar. I demand the frog back. I've gotten used to the frog. The frog comforts me, right? It fills me with joy. In a way this certainly is not. But thank you, friend.
Thank you for having me. I am Doobie. I run the politics server on Discord. Discord.gg/politics. I think we're just under 85,000 people now. 200 to 300 people active in the vote all day. It's a very, very chaotic place. I think you'd have a lot of fun there.
DB, I'll put this. I did this last week, but I meant to do it while you were here, but you left really quickly. We've talked about, you and I have talked about how we want video game companies and movie companies to do stories based on like Black culture rather than placing Black people in other things. Yeah. So this is video games coming out. It's called Zao, right? I put it in your group DM here for Reverie, right?
Seen it.
Oh, you've seen it. Cool. Great. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I think it looks really cool, and I don't know about and this is one of the reasons I think it'd be really cool if these kind of like African folklore actually was explored and used in media the way that like European folklore is and Asian folklore is, because I genuinely have no idea if this is even attached to folklore, right? So, but it might be, it absolutely might be. We just don't really hear about it, right? I think a lot of people might know about like a Nancy the Spider and some like really like minimal shit like this, but there are a lot of stories from African countries and African ethnic groups and cultures we just have no idea about, and most they just don't make it over here. So yeah, I think that this is a step in the right direction for sure.
Yeah, it's only $20. I put the link in the Twitch chat if people want to take a look at it. It's only $20. It's coming out in a few days, and so like if you want to support that, like if you have a big problem with inserting people that look like me in roles for people that look like Scott, then support something like this. Then
have they given you a promo code?
Nobody
yet,
looks
Prime?
like me. No, I'm just like a fucking what. I'm an American mutt. Like nobody looks like me.
Yeah, that means everybody looks like you. What the fuck?
Literally, yeah.
I mean, I guess sure, like chicken, like everything tastes like chicken.
But yeah, thank you, Doobie. You're a cool dude, and I really appreciate having you here. And it was I really liked hearing from you in that first topic. That was fantastic. And I want to hear more on your ideas on PMCs and stuff like that. I want to hear you yell at Scott more about this. Actually, that was really fun. Let's go to Corey. Corey, thanks also for coming through and being an amazing part of my community.
Yeah, always a pleasure. And I have to address something. So I saw Fairy Queen's link in the chat, and something seemed off to me, and I clicked it. And I'm pretty sure it's quadruple _
Oh no.
Fairy Queen.
Oh no. Oh,
I think everyone should click.
You noticed the extra underscore?
Oh my god.
Maybe that's why people couldn't find you, FQ.
Let's take a look. Is this the case?
Might be time for
really going over this again. Just do your outro thing, Corey. And
it might be time for a rebrand.
Are we looking at listen, if all of you are looking at my Twitter, please just follow me, okay?
4. It is 4. It is quadruple. He's absolutely right. It's quadruple.
I think it's
5. I'll just start saying that then, okay? Fairy quadruple _
Fairy 4x underscore. Fairy 4x underscore Queen.
Yeah,
it's even worse than we thought.
I think it's
not that funny.
But that's the problem. That's the problem with underscores is you can't tell how many there are.
Shut the fuck up, Hunter, okay?
You didn't even know how many there were, Fairy Queen. You said there was 3.
That's why
you got your own name wrong.
You're the one who made the name.
You just
didn't even know our own name.
All of you can shut the fuck up. My name is just fine, okay? It's fine. It's big.
Dealing with Joe Biden.
It was fine.
It doesn't even know their own
name.
Wow.
It's an attack. If you got it wrong, how do you expect everyone else to get it right?
I dropped the freaking link. That's how, okay? And you could also find it at Fairy Queen's. I can't believe I'm shouting myself out.
How many underscores? How many underscores was that? Fairy 1, 2, 3. You said 3, right? It was 3 underscores.
Yeah, because we couldn't find it.
She might have.
Oh my God, Fairy 4x is a better name.
Why don't you just make it 5, and then at least it'll be an underscore for every syllable, right? Like Fairy Queen's Cottage.
Now you're just being ridiculous, Scott. I mean, 5 instead of 4.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, what do you think, Scott? That would be dumb.
I really love, Corey, how you chose to shout me out more in your closing statement, okay? Just so everybody knows, if you would like to follow me on Twitter, you can find me at Fairy _Queen. on Twitter. Thank you, Corey, for letting me have this
honestly,
moment.
I honestly hope that you get like 100 followers just for this nonsense.
I do too.
Like, I really hope that.
Yeah,
I
you
hope I do
absolutely
too,
should
honestly.
follow Fairy Queen. And like I wanted to make I want to promote you and also highlight the fact, someone else made the argument of like, you didn't keep track of your own username. That might be a testament to how
Thank
difficult
you.
it is challenging to find your username. But
Thanks.
either way, still humorous. But yeah, this has always been a pleasure. You can find me on twitch.tv Corey Campbell 84. And you can find me on Twitter, X, Instagram, at at it's Corey Campbell on all platforms. And yeah, Doobie, Admiral Gibbs, Fairy Queen, and pleasure to meet you, Staxiums, and Ali, Scott, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure, and love you, Prime.
Love you too, friend. And I put a link also in our YouTube chat. So if you're there, click on our link and you can find it. Because it would have been impossible otherwise. All right. So I will let anyone else who wants to head out now. That's fine. I would like to see if we can keep the conversation.
Today, so.
With Fairy Queen, Scott, and Lacto. But anyone else wants to be a part of it, it's fine. It's cool.
I'm dipping.
But yeah, so sorry. Okay, all right. Bye, whoever that was. I actually lost
See you later.
track of. See you, friend. Okay. Did Scott leave? Oh, all right.
Yeah, he left.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
Said he hasn't eaten.
Don't worry. I can handle it by myself. But yeah. So, Fairy Queen, I had your opinion on Dula's sorry, not Dula's the other thing, the
maternity wards,
hospital births.
No. Yeah, well, in hospital births, but also not Dula's the other thing, the other
home births.
Midwives. Midwives. Thank you.
Midwives?
I blanked. I apologize. Yes, midwives. Thank you. I had the opinion of midwives as well. That why would anyone choose a midwife rather than going to a hospital birth, right? Like, it's safer. I used all the same arguments. Then I saw the segment that talked about the history of these things, right? Like, and it goes similar to what Scott was trying to say previously. In that, like, it was like, I guess 1940. I thought it was like 1920s. That was my time frame for this, but around that time, we started professionalizing the medical field, which overall, very good thing, right? And it's something I want to yell at Lactoid about later on as well. But overall, like, extremely good thing that we did that. However, midwives were looked as competition to doctors, right? And they went on a campaign to say, well, these people are what they were doing is exceptionally dangerous, and you'd have better outcomes in these birthing wards. But there wasn't much of a difference, especially at that time, in terms of like technology, as to like what they could actually do. And this ended up being an attack on Black women. Black women had taken up this role, just traditionally, like, forever. But within the United States, Black women had been midwives, right? Midwifery was a big thing there, and they specifically attacked them as these hacks, right? These quacks that would end up hurting your baby. Completely untrue. However, I think it's also fair to say what you were saying, what you brought up before, that like medical technology has increased, and within hospitals you have access to resources that you simply cannot within a home environment or maybe one of these birthing centers. However, as we've seen with like the maternal mortality, women aren't listened to. Right, like you were saying this as well, right? Women aren't listened to. We have in this professional field doctors who, and I have stories about this as well. Doctors who ignore the needs of these women, who aren't working with them through their pain, through the trauma that they're going through right at that second, and that leads to deaths. I think that having a midwife or a doula an advocate, especially at the very least, massively increases the success rates there. And in other countries, like midwives are, what I've heard in the UK is that everyone has a midwife. Like, it's like, of course, like, it's strange not to do that. Because like they see like the benefits in having that person on your side as you face are dealing with the medical field, and having the option of doing a home birth. So, like, what are your thoughts so far?
So I think it's probably true that like having an advocate or having somebody that like has like delivered a lot of many babies and who has experience with this and like who it's even like their maybe like their vocation to do so is a good thing to have. Like I think it's a good thing, you know, for you to have somebody who is your advocate, especially like if you only have like if if you don't have a lot of close extended family, it's probably a good thing. But while I think it's a good thing, and while I think it's a good thing to have an advocate for you, I still go back to the same thing that I said before to Scott, which is that, look, I acknowledge that women aren't listened to. I acknowledge that, like, it's nice to talk about what the plan is, but like the reality is like once you arrive, the plan goes out the window and women are abused. They are taken advantage of. There are concerns, right? Like one concern, this happened to my mom. This happened to her. People were allowed to come into the delivery room who hadn't been cleared. She had no idea who these people were. They were just random strangers. They weren't a part of like the team. They weren't her doctor. They weren't the nurses. They weren't my dad. They weren't family. They were nobody, right? They were literally medical students who wanted to come in to simply observe a birth because that's what they wanted to do. And nobody thought to ask, you know, like if they had any business being there in the ward, or if, you know, if their presence was desired to be there. They just showed up because they thought it was their right to be there. And that's, I think, like another aspect of why a lot of abuse happens, like in maternity wards. It's because there's a pressure if you do not do this thing, there's a possibility that you might have somebody could die if you don't act quickly and if you don't act now. But like, while I acknowledge all these things are there, right? I can't toss, you know, it's like what I said before. I'm basically like I'm tossing a nickel in the air. Sure, there's a high likelihood that I might be abused or might be taken advantage of or bad things might happen to me like when I go, but that's a risk I'm willing to take if it means that it increases the likelihood of my infant or my baby being okay. Because I don't want to be in a situation where like I'm having, you know, the magical home birth that's like a lot more pleasing and a lot more emotionally fulfilling and where you feel a lot safer, but then your baby has a horrible problem and you're not close to any, you know, life-saving technology. You're not close enough to the hospital. It takes you 15 minutes to get there. You get there. It takes 10 minutes for you to explain to the doctor what's happened. You know, I like just in the name of safety for at least just for me personally, I wouldn't want to have a home birth for that reason, because I wouldn't want, even though I think probably I would probably feel safer like at home, I wouldn't feel safer for my kids, and so I wouldn't do that.
Yeah,
If that makes sense. So.
I mean, yeah, how you feel is important, right? So, like, this isn't, to be clear, this isn't like, hey, FQ, you need to have a birth, you know, at home.
Well, you know, but this is about like, is home birth safe, right? Is really the question, right? Is it home? And I think like the real answer is like, because the problem probably, I would guess in many cases it probably is safe and there are probably many happy, healthy deliveries, but you can't count on that. You can't count on, you know, that you're going to have a healthy, natural, easy delivery. You don't know that that's going to happen. You don't know if the umbilical cord might get wrapped around their neck, and there are so many things that can go wrong, right? And it's better probably to be surrounded with professionals who have the technology and the care and the experience to do something if something goes wrong. That's the question.
What I push back against you is that, like, not being surrounded by professionals, because there are professional midwives, right? Like, that go through training. And I think in the UK, it looks like they have some level of certification there. I'm not sure about in the States. I need to look into that. But I'm like looking at the Nursing and Midwifery Council here, which is a website you can check out, and it's talking about all their proficiencies. So like they have standards for their midwives, so it's not as if we're talking about saying anyone can do it, right? And even Okay, I'll just leave it there. That we're not saying that just anyone can do it, but just a person who has been trained in midwifery. There are a lot of problems that they can handle themselves that don't require invasive surgery. And that they may have tools available to them to deal with other issues. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a doctor. But again, beyond that, part of the plan is, okay, if something does go wrong, how do we get to the hospital? Like, what is the most efficient way of doing this? And already notifying the hospital that we might need your services at that point in time. There are ways to make this safe, but also do it in a way that you don't have doctors who the more I hear about women in their encounters with the medical field, the more horrified I am. I literally got another story 2 nights ago about the horror stories that women are facing. I see Ollie. That women are facing there. And this seems like, since you understand that, I don't know why you wouldn't want to provide more options,
It's why,
or at least denigrating those options. Yeah.
I gotta bounce, guys. I'll catch you later.
Okay. Well, quickly, before you leave, very quickly. So, doctors, I think you were talking about hey, if they're unlicensed, that's fine. But fuck, what did I write down? I wrote something down for you. Yeah, doctors were cheaper. Doctors used to be cheaper when they were completely unlicensed. But they would shorten people's lifespans. Right, going to the doctor was actually dangerous. Right, they looked at them differently back then because you didn't know what you got, and it caused disastrous health outcomes. Right, and what you would get in New York was definitely different what you got in California, and between the doctors happened to be in San Francisco because there was no standardization of care or anything like that. So yes, it was cheaper, but it doesn't mean it was actually better. You were getting a better service.
I don't know how much of the improvement is due to the current licensing regime versus advancements in medical technology, germ theory, understandings of how to properly sanitize shit.
There's all sorts of things. You understand these things, though, right? That you understand germ theory.
Right. I'm fine with there being the quote unquote license, which is a recommendation. But I think that if let's say you can't afford that, there are plenty of people who maybe they're not going to be licensed, maybe they're not going to be as good, but I think that they're going to be cheaper and they're probably going to be more accessible, and they might not be a negative necessarily. I mean, they might be worse compared to a licensed doctor, but they might not be a negative compared to not doing anything at all.
More time to engage with you on this.
For example, a broken bone. Let's say I broke my arm. Mm-hmm. What's wrong with me paying less to see a unlicensed doctor who can set my bone for me? Something very basic, right? Even people in the past who fake being a doctor, they can set bones pretty easily. It's something that nurses do. It's not something that particularly
dislocated, not break. Just say
could be dislocated or broken.
Yeah,
you can set broken bones.
If you break it, you can't just pop it back into place.
Well, no, I'm not talking about popping. I'm saying setting it. So wrapping, cast, making a cast.
Oh, okay.
Take a little stick from your backyard and just
yeah,
splint. Make a splint.
I mean, you can make a splint. You just anyone can do that. That's fine. Mm-hmm. If anyone can make a splint. But if you are if you're advertising professional services, I would be fine if we had a lower level of professional, right? I mean, we have nurses, but even maybe lower than that or whatever. That you are clear to do these level of interventions, and we know that you're capable of that. And that would be the level, right? Rather than, hey, just go to anyone and good luck.
Yeah, you can get that lower level and advertise it, but again, there could be somebody who's even lower who can appeal to maybe a lower cost, or perhaps they're part of an industry that some people might trust more, right? Ali is he's a massage therapist. Well, can anybody give me one good reason why he needs a license to rub someone's back?
I don't know how he does it, so I can't say.
Like a pro.
I'm sure he's fantastic, okay, and he can brag about how good he is. I got no problem with that, but The fact that if he moves states, he needs to get licensed.
The
I got to
license
retest.
says-
I got to take the. I got to study up for
the-
a medical.
the
It's not
license
even a
tells me-
test. It's not even a ethical test. It's a medical test. I have to know
The-
the names of the bones and the muscles.
Well,
The
so that's
license-
where
The license tells
think-
me that he'll use his hands rather than his dick. That's what it tells me. All right, that's what I'm getting when I have a license.
Historically, that doctor I told you that tricked
but-
those women, he was a licensed doctor. Okay,
I'd say that license don't really mean much.
Fair enough there. But yeah, so you're going to say something, Corey, and
it's an impediment. It's an impediment on felons trying to re-enter society. Prime.
Well, yeah, a couple of things. Well, one to address Ollie. Like, I'm definitely you're way more of an expert on massage therapy than I am. But from what I understand, like there are some actual legitimate like medical applications of massage therapy where it might be, I think maybe some sort of like whatever prescribed, maybe not rehab, but
Yeah, but it's like a hyper minority.
Yeah,
and even then you're not allowed. You can't, like, I've worked in medical offices and with insurances, and it's the exact same massage.
So I think that's might be the difference in terms of like to use that title. It's the difference between like a registered dietitian and like nutritionist. Like you can go whatever rub someone's back like Lactoid says, but you just can't call yourself a massage therapist, right?
Well, the problem is they only hire licensed massage therapists because otherwise you can't work.
No, you can. You just can't work for the like you can market yourself as back rubber, right?
Oh, I mean, you can market yourself. You can do massages like by yourself, freelance, but like you're not. That's not a career though. That's not a job. Right? So it's a weird hobby.
I don't know about that, but
I like giving massages.
So in your model, I think I know the answer, but just to confirm, like pretty much like anybody like in your world where anybody can be a doctor, okay? So the doctor can prescribe anything. Like the unlicensed doctor, they can like prescribe anything, and they should be able to access it. And if they want to prescribe like any chemical, then the consumer patient can go and seek it out.
For the most part, I mean, look, I got crystals in the mail right now to me right now. But in terms of like, I know. But in terms of like,
crystals of what exactly?
Yeah, we'll talk about that later. But in terms of
shove up your butt for like
and not methamphetamine. But I think that like for the most part, I can't like the only chemical I could see being like, okay, I'm okay with a ban on that would be like infectious diseases. Like somebody's like has a new quack theory of like, hey, how about we try smallpox? That might help you. There's an obvious concern.
Well, yeah, so
like contagion.
I can go in that like you might not be familiar with it, understandably. Like you think potentially like piranha solution should be available over the counter.
Piranha solution? You mean like the fish that eat the dead skin?
It's called that. It's called that. You can Google it. It's called piranha.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Well, they're injecting salmon DNA in people's skin in Korea.
Salmon,
That's like a new.
Salmon DNA and piranha solution are totally set. Like piranha solution will eat your face off.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, like, they're trying something out, and like, people can go to Korea and try salmon DNA injections, and if people want to try it here, why shouldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, Corey, you said that you're empathetic to my position of like, if I want to provide a service to somebody and they want to pay me, and I'm not misrepresenting what I'm going to do. Look, I'm going to like pop your neck. Like, are you okay with that? Yes, I'm okay with that.
Massage you with my dick.
As long as I'm not like fraudulently misrepresenting myself, okay, that could be an issue, right? If I say I'm going to pop your neck and now your cancer is going to go away, that could be a problem. I don't disagree.
Before you leave, what if I said that, hey, I'm a doctor, metaphysics, and
you are a doctor.
I am a doctor, right?
Yeah.
What if I said that and I put it on there, doctor of metaphysics, and then I was offering chiropractic treatments unrelated to my doctor of physics? I just happen to have it in the same room, like.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And just to maybe further clarify, okay, that doctor situation, that story that you posted about pretty much essentially a doctor raping
the Italian man, yeah.
Yeah. Does that situation change if the doctor just adds the word potentially before their claim?
My understanding is there's even like potentially, he needs to say there is no evidence that me having sex with you will cure your HPV, but I think it might. Now do you want to do it? If he said that, I think he'd be in the clear.
I think that is a problem.
You're your HPV.
That's the magic sentence. You got to say there's no evidence for it. because there is not.
But what if he says, I prayed on it and consulted, the spirits in my crystals?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. No problem.
I'll talk with you more on this later, Lactoid. But yeah, we'll have a deeper conversation. Thanks so much.
Yeah, we still gotta talk about Russia Ukraine too at some point.
Yeah, I haven't forgotten about that. I definitely do want to have that conversation. All right, talk to you later, friend.
All right. Yep, catch you
Corey,
later.
I posted a JSTOR article in there for you to review later. Chance, since you always say I don't post quality research. I feel like JSTOR is a good indicator.
Well, so JSTOR is a database, just FYI.
Yeah,
I want to get to FQ before FQ. Don't tell me you're about to leave.
No, yeah, Prime. I'm tired, man.
Oh my God.
I want to eat.
This is all Corey Gibbs' fault.
All those underscores.
Yeah, but what were you going to say previously? At the very least, get that out.
It was mostly on the subject of like duelists and homebirths. I've thought about this like a couple of times, like about it, because my dad's a doctor. He's I don't know if he's helped deliver any of us or if he's only delivered a couple of us, but I know like it's like their recommendation. It just seems too risky, is I think like what it boils down to for me. And like when it comes to like successfully, having a baby and making sure that like my baby is alive and healthy and well, right? That's too high of a risk for me to give that up by choosing to have a home birth. And I don't disagree with you, like everything that you've said about the hospital, or even like what you've said about like the history of midwives. And I think that it would be useful for you to have like somebody as an advocate for you in the delivery room, like to make sure that nothing happens. It's also the reason why you should have family members and your spouse, like when you're having your baby for the same reason, right? But right, they need to be there as an advocate. I need to know that if anything goes wrong, that all I have to do is snap my fingers and the anesthesia is there. The emergency C-section can happen immediately without me having to worry about getting in the car and driving 15 minutes down the road. I do that 15 minutes. It sounds like a small amount of time. It's really not that much time though when we're thinking about, somebody potentially dying before getting to the ER.
So I want to separate two things, right? Like that. What are we talking about here? Are we talking about you, or are we talking about in general? And I also I looked it up, and there is certification for midwives in the U.S. Like multiple places offer that certification. So it is a professionalized profession. Sorry, excuse me. But yeah, so like, which one are you talking about? Because I feel like you're both going back and forth here.
So I am speaking like for me and for me personally, as far as like but I have to be honest with you, the reason why I say it for me personally is because I honestly, like if I had a friend that came to me and asked me, I would probably make that recommendation to her, and I probably would make that recommendation to most people. And that's not to shame anybody if they've had a wonderful experience, having a home birth, if it was something that worked for them, if they found, but, and I'm not trying to deny that, or I'm not trying to steal somebody's memories away from them by saying this or insulting, the choices that people make, but it just seems too risky. It seems too risky, like, what do you want? What is like, you're sort of weighing two things here. Okay. The worst thing that can happen if you go, well, actually, maybe it's not the worst thing. I would assume the worst thing that can happen if I go to the hospital is I have a lower chance of dying, or I could be abused or hurt in some way. Right. Or that's probably the worst thing that most likely might happen if I go to the hospital.
Yeah, or die.
Right. But then there's the home birth where I think I could also die and my baby could die, right? Or something horrible could happen. And
it's getting ignored. Like it's not simply dying, because like anyone can die from any treatment, right? Like that's but it's that like these doctors are showing a large pattern, right, over many populations, that they aren't actually paying attention to the needs of these individuals, and that midwives have a better track record of that type of care. And so like if it like what would it take to convince you? If I found statistics that said that midwives had like better outcomes, would that change your mind?
I'm not denying the importance of having a midwife, or that you shouldn't have a midwife. I'm just saying you should have the midwife in the hospital. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you should have the midwife accompany you when you go to deliver with your doctor, and with the technology and everything that you could possibly need nearby, like in the event that something happens. But you still have your advocate in your corner, like to advocate for you if you're concerned.
Okay, so that's a different argument than what I thought you were making. Okay, so you're saying that you're So what you're saying, would you be fine with having a midwife, like midwife your child, in a hospital setting? Like, you would, rather than like choose like a OBGYN or whichever one, I don't know, that does this, you would say like midwife would not be too risky because I'm in that hospital setting and it gives me access to those other professionals in case something goes wrong.
I mean, for myself, so again, this is the difference between me and everyone else. For myself personally, I probably will wind up going to an OBGYN and to a doctor, like to have my baby delivered. And I might choose to go to a midwife to ask like for my options to have an advocate there, but probably the person that will be delivering, if I'm lucky enough to have a baby, will probably be like a doctor. But as far as like everyone else, as far as my prescription, what I would say if it was a friend coming to me, what I would say to her is, if you would like to have a midwife, then make sure that she helps you in the hospital, so that at least that like there you have access to like what you need. So it's
it's not then just the home birth that's the problem, right? So yeah, and home birth, I mean I get it. Like the travel time, there's like, it's hard to argue against. Like, hey, there might be like within that time, and if there's traffic, who knows what's gonna happen, right? So it's more than that.
Don't hospitals have midwives already though?
I mean, some might, but I don't know.
Some do, and I think they were talking more about doulas than they were about midwives.
Yeah,
I don't know about all that, but I mean, they do have, like, some hospitals do have midwives, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So if it was at a birthing center, I guess, which is like outside of a hospital, close to it, but very close to a hospital, let's say, or within the hospital, you just feel that midwives are less qualified. It seems like in the end that's what you're saying is a problem.
I mean, like if I like met a midwife who seemed to be who was very qualified, very experienced, and everything seemed to be, but I will admit some bias, right? Like on paper, like when I see midwife versus doctor, my inclination is to go to doctor. So if I'm going to make a different decision other than a doctor, it would have to be because like the midwife in question has a lot of experience and a lot to bring to the table in order for me to change my mind, is I guess the way I would put it.
Okay. And then that's fair. Again, that's what my position was previously. I think the only way to get into a different mindset is to actually like completely know the benefits of these midwives, to know their certifications, because everything you're saying is like reasonable, 100% reasonable, right? To be very clear. But I think it's reasonable. I think it makes more sense within American context, because we've had, I don't want to call it like propaganda, but just as a narrative, that midwives are like less qualified, right, in this field, that like you need a doctor specifically for this, and that they have like worse outcomes, and I think if we could present people, right, and I'll see if I can buy some statistics. I don't happen to have them on me, right, but if I have statistics, I'm curious, like what your thoughts will be afterwards, but like to change this narrative and to hear from maybe testimonials from women, because again, like from what I heard about like this UK like woman, she's like she was shocked to find out that most American women don't have a midwife or a doula with them, because it's just so accepted in the UK. But it's something I need to dig into. But I think we can find maybe some sort of common ground here anyway.
Yeah.
Well, Prime, tap me in the video, Prime, real quick, and then oh, there we go. And then for my friend, one of my good friends' girlfriends is actually a doula. And so they work pretty in tandem with doctors, like as much as they can, because even though she's like well versed in what she knows, she still understands that she's not a doctor. There are certain things that she can't do. There are complications that she can't take care of. So she encourages all of her clients to not work in tandem with the doctor. And for her, it's less about encouraging like home births or any of that, but it's more about being like a defense of the woman and the baby in medical surroundings, right? So it's like it is more about like prepping the wife, talking to the doctors, being in defense of like the wife when both the mother and the father don't know what's going on, right? But in terms of like the home births, right? I think from what I've understood is that you kind of check in with the doctor, like doing prenatals and doing all these things to kind of make sure that you're okayed for home birth. And then even when you're like having a home birth, you're still in communication with the doctor and you know when the plan is and what's supposed to happen, so that if a complication happens when you're rushed to the hospital, that they're available. So it's not so much that you're like the time thing is probably like getting from point A to point B is probably the only complaint and concern. And then I would argue that like an ambulance is a pretty decent like fix for that, just for the transport at least. But like, what would you argue? Like, what would I don't know.
I still think that like you still have the problem. Ambulance or no, clear traffic or no, point A to point B.
Yeah, just the time,
yeah,
10, 15,
it's
20,
it's the
30
time.
minutes,
yeah, it's the time. It boils down to the time and having and forget about like having a doctor there. Like even if you have a doctor there, like in like the house helping you deliver the baby, right? You don't have access to all of the technology, right? To all of like the amenities that a hospital has that could help you. Like what if for instance like what if for instance like suppose like the baby is coming like feet first, okay, instead of like head first, right? And the doula, or not the doula, excuse me, the midwife tries to rearrange, like she tries to revert the baby, right, so that she can deliver the baby successfully, but she can't do it and the baby is stuck, okay? You have to have a C-section. You have to have an emergency C-section. Well, where are you going to have an emergency C-section? The hospital. You have to go to the hospital. And in order to get to the hospital, you have to get into an ambulance
for 50. The water's broken,
and by the time you get to the hospital, and by the time like you can have the surgery to help to save your child, the baby's dead. So, they're suffocated by that.
Forgive my ignorance, but I feel like isn't that rare that it's kind of like that quick of a delivery? Isn't it typically hours at least, right?
Yes, and we of course we're talking about rarities. We are talking about exceptions. We're talking about if things go wrong, and most of the time, I'm sure things don't go wrong. Most of the time, I'm hopeful and I'm sure that most of the time births are safe and healthy, and the baby is happy. The mom, everything's happy, right? But the reason why you go is in the 1% chance that it is not that, right? And it's and the stakes are high, right? We're not talking like 1%, right? Or else you don't, get promoted. We're talking 1%, right? Or 2%, or your baby could die, right? Like
I completely agree with you.
Yeah, it's just this, and this isn't a problem. This isn't a problem for you necessarily, right? But like, when there was this replacement of midwives and like doctors to midwives, or the other way around, like especially this hurt like the Black community, because like there was these white doctors saying these Black women were unprofessional and couldn't get the job done, and it was more dangerous, right? So come to a hospital. But if you were Black, a lot of those hospitals didn't accept you, right? And even they did accept you, you got a lower standard of care. And then that has continued on, obviously, into this day and age. But it's what does affect all women is like doctors not taking young women seriously, right? Like a friend of mine was talking about like how she's facing serious medical issues. And she had to go to a neurosurgeon to talk to him. This neurosurgeon had access to all of her data, right? She had seen him, this guy before, and she has finally been correctly diagnosed, and she needs like an intervention. And he's like, "Well, have you gone to a psychologist?" Right? Like he through his questions, he like showed a complete uninterest in anything she was saying, and like he didn't even bother to look over her chart. Right? I'm not saying just because he saw it before doesn't mean he memorized it, but like obviously look over it, didn't bother to do that, right? And then he found out she's a streamer, and he just like wanted to ask about her streaming, right?
Yeah.
But like this woman, serious medical issue she's going through, and she just like left there crying, and I hear this over and over again. My cousin, who was a black woman, nearly died giving birth to her, I believe, her latest child, because they weren't listening to her, like again and again. Like a women were telling me this, and not like I didn't believe them, but the more I'm hearing about it, the more shocking it is. Like these reactions. So it seems like midwifery, from my understanding, right? Obviously, I've never had a midwife, so maybe I'm completely wrong about this, but from my understanding, like helps bridge that gap. Or at the very least, having a doula helps bridge that gap. For a person who is trained and like dedicated to this one thing, and making sure that women like feel that like they aren't extraneous to the process. I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, I do know, and I hate myself for saying everything that I'm saying, because like there is a strong piece of me that really prefers the idea of the home birth, of being at home, and of just having a midwife, and just being with family, and I prefer that, like, very, and I don't like the idea, frankly, like, just like on a very basal level, do not like the idea of going to the hospital for all of the reasons that we've talked about tonight. I actually like am kind of like, it's not horrible merely because it's painful, right? Like that isn't actually like the most frightening aspect of it. What sounds horrifying about it is, okay, so you're going to this doctor for months and months and months, and you have this plan in place. You think you know how everything's going to go, and everyone is like pretty happy and excited and everything. And then you go and you find out, oh no, that's not really how this is going to go, right? And you're held down, right? You're forced to endure medical procedures that you did not ask, that you do not need, that are not necessary for you. And then you have your baby after you've pooped yourself on the table in front of everyone, and you're crying and you're bleeding and there's nothing you can do. You can't move, you can't do anything. And then afterwards, your baby is cleaned up and it's handed back to you, right? It's the one piece of solace. That, and I suppose your spouse, right? As you've just been mangled, right? In front of everyone, right? Like, I often sometimes, like, I have a conspiracy theory. I don't know if this is true. I can't prove that this is true, but I wonder if it's true, right? I wonder, like, when women talk about having postpartum depression, like after, I'm sure that there are like there are other reasons, like hormonal reasons, for why women get postpartum depression after having their baby. But my God, if this is true about like what so many women's experiences are like when giving birth in the hospital, I wonder if many of them, frankly, have postpartum depression from that, right? Because that would make sense, right? Like, it would make sense, like, after you go to the hospital and you have this harrowing experience, right? Where you're disrespected and mistreated by your doctor, by by the other medical staff and the other team. And then and then you're sewn up, and then you're physically hurt, like from the act of, like, it would make sense why, like, forget about like whatever hormonal reason. I'm sure we could probably find out for why that is. I'm sure that that's probably a contributing factor in why a lot of women have I think that's why. I think that's probably part of the reason.
PTSD more than post-traumatic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's, I mean, you laid it out, how unfun all of this is. And I think that, like, the reason why births get so much attention, like when we're having this discussion of like doctor neglect, because it's like, it's like a sacred thing, like, the woman's giving birth, and we like hold that to like a higher, like this moment to a higher standard than anything else, right? Well, of course, like society is supposed to, at the very least, make every effort to assist pregnant women at that point in time, like even the cop is supposed to like help give birth if he finds her, and it's like it's a stark example of the neglect. Right, like for so many other medical treatments, right, medical events, like it's vague as to like why you had the health outcomes that you did, right, and like so vague that all the times we just end up in court, right, to figure that out. But when it's a failed birth, right, or a complicated birth, it's usually a lot easier to place that blame. And when we see these doctors who like ignore these women, right? They saying like I'm in pain, and it's in your head, sweetie. Like maybe just give it some time, right? No, something feels wrong, and they don't say anything, and then a catastrophic medical event happens, and then the crash cards come in, and hopefully they can save you, or otherwise your child is growing up motherless, hopefully not fatherless. Like I think it's such a violation that like we can pinpoint this like as like a failure, like a true failure of the medical industry. So like when I hear that there are other alternatives, like I am receptive to this. I hadn't thought about midwifery for a while until like this conversation happened, but like this is in the aftermath of all the other things I've been hearing. All these other experiences, both either in personal life with friends or family, or what I hear in general, like in terms of statistics, right? And other stories that I get from YouTube. And so when I hear about this, like this other alternative, I want to hope, because I again have never used one, so maybe I'm completely fucking wrong, man. All right, but I want to hope that this gives better alternatives to women. That this gives a path in which they feel like intrinsically linked to this process, rather than like she's like a vessel about to burst, right? And we just got to be there like with a catcher's mitt to get the baby, you know. So I don't know. That's all I want to say.
I want to say it was interesting you picked these two topics because they're actually like I think intrinsically like entwined, right? In this like individual liberty debate, right? The PMCs and even like the no certs with like the options. Like I think people like I know this is where I get like a lot of difference, like where people kind of like think I'm memeing, but I'm thinking less regulations, right? I think you should always be giving people rights as opposed to like taking away their ability to do something. More choice is always better than like no choice, even if that choice leads to them inherently fucking up on their own. You know, who is me to judge, right? Like let them do their own thing. That's kind of where I was coming at with both the topics tonight. Really, and I thought it was interesting you did them together because I felt like they definitely were like very like on the same kind of point, like coin, Prime.
Yeah. Thanks for the sub, Admiral Gibbs. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no problem. We got to support the people. Support us.
Absolutely. Prime, it's been real, dude. I've had a great time. Thank you so much. I've had a blast. Thank you so much, Prime. Thank you, Gibbs. Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Ali. Listen, I'll talk to y'all later, okay? Thank you, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Yep. Bye, everybody.
I was also the other sub to get you that hype train earlier, by the way. We getting Prime all the goodies today. That's what we got to do.
Was there a hype train earlier?
Yeah, it was a hype train. You missed mine, and I think you missed Mock, and somebody else like say something. What's really bad is you shouted out the guy who donated bits, but didn't shout out the guy who donated the sub before that.
I didn't see. Sometimes it might.
It's my cue to leave. Then I'm not going to.
Not that you feel bad.
Oh my god. Okay.
But you
should. All right. Bye, Corey.
Shout him out now.
Yeah, shout out to whoever. It does my fucking feed does not show me. It like literally doesn't show me. It would be so easy if it did. It used to show me all the time. It literally thank you Mock Gaming bot. If that was you, then thank you Mock Gaming bot. I do appreciate that. Because it doesn't list it, and it's really fucking annoying. And I miss things all the time because of that. It's really fortunate because like I'm in the conversation, I'm talking to you guys, and
yeah, what's even worse is what he said. He was like, "More Gibbs, less Fabian." I'm like, "That's goddamn right."
I don't know. I would have to check the Carfax on that one.
That's what he said. Look, he said it. He said it. He said it again.
I don't know about that. I would have to rewind the bot on that one. But. I'll send this raid to you. Your Gibbs, you're streaming, right?
You. I am going to be streaming for a while. Thank you so much. I always appreciate all the raid support.
Yeah. Thank you for coming through all the time. You know.
Yeah, I took you up. I was like in advance. Like I'm going to let him know I'm going to be gone this. Like him.
Yeah.